It's a bless off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessi tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yala.
Welcome everyone to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call Playoffs. It's going to be quite a mouthful, but that just perfectly demonstrates how big of a deal this is for all of our competitors this weekend, because come the end of Sunday's action, we are going to know who another player going through to the World Championship will be. And to take me through all the action once again is Alan. How did you enjoy your time yesterday on the casting desk?
It was an amazing experience, but as you said, more stuff, more ingredient into the tournament name. It means it's more important. It's heavier. the crown jewel of the tournaments for last call is the playoffs, and now we are into the final stages. We just had day one of Group A yesterday, and now we'll have Group P for today, and I can't wait.
And how we got to this point, as a quick refresher for all of our lovely viewers, we had a 3-week initial season in which it was basically an individual tournament each week. Players placed as well as they could in each of those weeks, and the better they placed, the more points they got. Top half of point earners go through to the playoffs. Bottom half we say goodbye to, and they are out of Grandmasters forever, as this is the final week of Grandmasters in its entirety. And then this week we are running through 2 groups with a semi-final and then the finals on Sunday as well to close it all out. And the format that we are playing once again is Conquest, but a best of 7 Conquest, which we got to see a little bit more in action yesterday, which led to some interesting decks being brought in that 5th slot in particular, and definitely isn't going to slow down today because there's a lot to talk about in the lineups.
Yeah, I really like the switching format for every week, which happened, I think, since last Grandmaster, last season, earlier this season, that we switched every week. Maybe earlier it's also every week, but we get some overlapping because the weeks are longer. But ever since then, it just forces these players to think more about what to bring, especially with a more frequent patches. And nowadays, we really have a great taste of a lot of things of how competitive Hearthstone can be. While me personally, I'm not the biggest beneficiary for these type of formats. I'm the type of players, just give me Conquest best of 5 every week, and I'm gonna grind it out. I'm gonna figure it out, practicing all the similar decks and figuring out optimizing the combinations within the same format. But hey, this is a better viewing experience. It's a different and fresher competitive experience. So that's just amazing, I think.
Exactly, and you're on the casting desk now. You don't need to figure anything out. You don't need to understand how anything works. You just need to sit here and talk about potatoes or whatever it is we do on the casting desk, and you'll be fine. But here is what our players are fighting for this weekend. Points are no longer a thing because we're already in the playoffs. It's just the prize money, and also what is not highlighted here, the world champion spot. That is what is up for grabs for all of our players should they finish first and first only, because there is only one spot to worlds, unless someone who already qualified through to Worlds finishes first, and then it just passes down to that second place, which is a possibility because we have one such player already qualified through to Worlds in our first game of the day, in Possessi, the one non-EU player left in the playoffs, left in Grandmasters in its totality, and he is just playing for that prize money now, and of course to crush some dreams.
Well, last time I checked, he's the defending champion, isn't he?
Damn right.
I think we seem to overlook that for the fact that he is the reigning champion, and Also, we just always stress the fact that other than the EU region, he's the shining player from APAC as well as the non-EU player pool. However, he is the defending champ. I think I just want to stress that more than I should, more than I think would love to get the message out there. He is performing really strong.
You know what, Alan? I agree. We do need to reiterate that we are on a two-time back-to-back APAC winning streak for World Champs. That's a great point to bring up. As we take a look back at yesterday, another one of these players that we talked about having already qualified through to the World Championships is Levick with his all-out aggro lineup, taking a win versus Habu Gabu, a loss versus Bunny, but then beating Habu Gabu again in the decider match to qualify through. Whereas the third and final of our players who had already qualified through to Worlds was Habu. So even though he did lose out this weekend, wasn't able to get through to the semis, he sent out a tweet saying, you know, it sucks. He really wanted to. He thought that, you know, maybe his play wasn't quite up to the usual scratch that we would expect from him. But for now, it's time to relax before the next Masters Tour and then Worlds, where we will see him unleash his true power level, I'm sure.
Yeah, both series came down to the wire in 7 games for between Levick and Habu Gabu. And most importantly, I think the highlight was Levick's choice of bringing this Miracle / Naga Priest. That this variant is what I called him I called the deck a slightly worse or a lot worse Miracle Rig yesterday, but apparently the win rate and the matchup wise for it, it's insane versus Miracle Rogue, and he capitalized on both times and both series on that matchup, and that won him the series, importantly.
And then we saw Habu versus Zloy Gruzin, which led to the other aggro player in Zloy Gruzin unfortunately biting the dust on this one as he was unable to take down the Druid. And then, of course, the Rogue that was hard targeted by his other full aggro compatriot in Levick was able to sweep through, and he was left pretty high and dry, which means it's the end of the road for Zloy Gruzin in Grandmasters. No ticket to Worlds for him, but it was very unlikely, of course, for him to do so because he finished in that 7th, 8th seed. So he came into the playoffs having taken an automatic loss, with Bunny taking the auto win, and therefore he had no second chances at all. And when he fell to Habu, it was the end of the road for him, as we're getting to see now the remix, the second go around for Levick versus Habu. Once again, as you said, going all the distance.
Yeah, and for today, when you mentioned the lower brackets unlikeliness, we'll have another player with in the lower bracket as well, and fighting for his chances. Maybe a more well-known name in Inferior Hunter, who also just performed strongly throughout this year. And the only difference is he doesn't have the World's ticket in his hand from other players that seem to perform strong this year, like Habu Gabu or even Deaddraw.
Final game coming down to just one of the hardest counters in the game right now. This Priest versus this Rogue, it just seems so difficult for the Rogue to win. The more even though I memed on those tweets that were coming out at the start from Dravo, I think, saying it's a 90% matchup for Priest. Probably not that extreme, but it feels like it when you're playing it. I'll give him that at least, as the Rogue really struggles to take that one down. But this that you are looking at is the page waiting to be written today with the results of today's games. Superfake versus Possessi will be Alan and I's first match to cast, and then we'll also be taking you through the winner of Bly's versus the winner of that one in the winner's bracket match, which is going to lead some very interesting games. Some subtle differences in the lineup, but for the most part today, much more standard decks. None of this aggro nonsense knocking about.
Well, aggro makes sense. Aggro got there. At least one of them. When you have 2 aggro players in one group, at least one of them is going to come out. And for today, in our first series will be Possessi versus Superfake. Both of them don't have the World's ticket, and they will be playing some very intense Hearthstone as they are fighting for their chances to get. Possessi already has the World's ticket, and Superfake is at earned the spot to striving for his win and the world's chances. He came close in the previous GM season as well.
Yeah.
So he really has that fire in his heart, trying to take back on this the opportunity.
Yeah, Superfake hungry to make a real name for himself in competitive Hearthstone. You know, he was saying on social media, I believe if Google Translate is to be trusted from Portuguese over to English, about, you know, how he sees that there's you know, the end game of competitive play is content creation, which is something he was thinking about. But he's making decent money at the moment, enough to live on, and a spot at Worlds would definitely help bolster him and maybe think about what's going to happen next for him, because this prize money is very much not to be sniffed at. Again, $22,500 if he can finish in first would go a very, very long way. But as you can see, the stats for Masters Tours and Grandmasters so far, decent, pretty good, but some of the numbers that these other players are reaching are truly astronomical, which is, I think, you know, it's kind of the story of Superfake. If I'm being honest, he does feel like a bit of an underdog when you're comparing him to some of these other names in this group. We have multiple-time top 8, top 16ers in Masters Tours for Fury Hunter, back-to-back Masters Tour winner in Blythe, and then world champion Possessi. It's like the absolute creme de la creme of competitive Hearthstone. And while Superfake has been working incredibly hard to solidify his name, he definitely doesn't have that same tournament pedigree.
Oh, I can tell you, it is very, very hard. Superfake has insane great results as well, but like you said, the other stars in the group are just too shiny at times.
Yeah. And that's exactly what we can see here. 2021 Hearthstone World Champion. That's really the biggest feather in his cap, the crowning glory of his competitive Hearthstone career. But honestly, everything else is really not bad. He's had a great run in Grandmasters at 59% here since Season 2, I believe, as he was one of the original top APAC performers back in Las Vegas, when we thought, okay, APAC can take an MT. It's not going to take 3.5 years in order to get there, because we had Tom and Possessi both towards the top of the standings. But then, of course, everything fell by the wayside very, very quickly. But ever since then, I think he's been a mainstay of Grandmasters, been playing, for the most part, incredibly strong Hearthstone, even if we do, as I love to keep mentioning, see these occasional, very, very strange misplays.
Yeah, speaking of glory, don't forget last year's final was decided between Possessi and Glory.
Oh yeah.
So what about Possessi this year? Glory, being the defending champ last year, finished 2nd place in the Worlds. So Possessi is trying to improve potentially upon that storyline.
Well, the 2-time back-to-back 2021-2022 Hearthstone World Champion could be.
Yeah, then we are getting into some really sweet greatest of all time Hearthstone players going on here.
I mean, look into those eyes and tell me he isn't the best of all time. You know it to be true. All right, starting things off
to the games.
Yes, with the Tempo Rogue versus the Quest Priest, which for me is maybe not quite so extreme of a counter as the Radiant Elemental 5-minion buff Priest. I've got to say, I certainly don't enjoy queuing this matchup on ladder when I'm the Rogue.
In my opinion, this matchup really, from the Rogue side, it is very hard for a Rogue to just make big minions and expect them to get there versus the Priest. The Priest has a lot of tools, Shadow Word Ruin, the Lighted Burns is gonna kill any 20/20 or 300 that you want to make. So for the Rogue, it's very important to get that Draka into your hand. So whether this Shroud is gonna draw Draka, I think is gonna be very huge for Possessi.
And Possessi's got one of the starting hands that's very, very interesting to me here. Something I've been focusing on more and more, which is Edwin not as your second attack. So it's not like you go for a big location or a big Draka and then use Edwin once you have very few cards in hand to refill and repopulate the board. But Edwin as the first line of attack, like Edwin's step on turn 3, and then on turn 4, I found it's way more powerful, way more consistent than I initially gave it credit for.
Yeah, it's also because after the Edwin buff and the little patch we have, the rogue just changes its the tempo oriented rogue changes its build a little bit to fit in the Edwin way more.
Yeah.
They cut out Krakatoa, they cut out Scabs, and all these cards were getting in the way of the 4-mana Edwin in the previous expansion, now are all gone. And now the Edwin is really great with all these Sinister Strikes, additions, and even backstabs.
Okay, it does still start with the Shroud rather than the Edwin, which I can understand. It means the Knolls cost 0 rather than 1, which is a pretty big difference maker in this matchup. And he still has, of course, the potential for a big Edwin pop-off next turn.
The Identity Theft, giving the Draka, finishing the first stage of quest, pretty good. Spirit Guide, a perfect 5-drop. In this situation, having light bombs in your hand can play around any kind of pop-up turn from Sinstone Graveyard. But Super Fake is gonna know there is a very high potential of this Shroud drawing Draka, so he needs to be prepared in terms of a game plan or just hand managing for the upcoming Draka turn.
What do we think Super Fake is thinking with this tempo Knoll, though? Does that make him think he should be more afraid of Draka, less afraid of Draka? What's going through his head there?
Well, from Super Fake, he doesn't know what kind of hand but Possessi is. Really, in last turn, Possessi had 9 cards in hand, so it's not like he had 10 cards and he had to dump one. So I think, like you said, it is a confidence, a show of confidence from him that, oh, the Draka is not coming that soon, I think. It's a little bit of a message from showing from Possessi that, oh, my hand needs to take a little bit more time to grab some resources and then get into my miracle turns. For now, I'll just put the Knoll out there and then start a little bit of pressure. Start with a little bit of pressure.
Oh, picking the Predation. Come on, that was the easiest Identity Theft of your life. Just theft the theft and go infinite. That's pure value.
Well, with Predation, I don't think there's a Naga in the Priest. He just wants direct damage.
Yes, exactly.
And
this is an incredibly slow game plan. Do you favor this style of very, very slow play versus Quest Priest?
Yes, I believe that, because the big Draka is the greatest win condition that you can have. Anything Sinstone, you can tell from his hand he doesn't even have a Sinstone Graveyard to play with. So what do you want? What do us want him to pop off with, right? Other than Draka, and it's definitely not a mature enough Draka turn yet. So not stepping the Edwin back is very interesting.
Yeah,
does he want to leave the Edwin out there? But versus Priest, the Edwin stats is not as important. Like I said, if you grow him into a 21/21, it doesn't matter because it's very easy for the rogue, for Priest to deal with it.
So we are seeing him go relatively all in here. With the coin being used, like more and more spells coming down here. Yes, you know, I appreciate that it's to not overdraw, but still, this is Draka just creeping smaller and smaller every turn with each of these cheap spells being used.
On HS Replay, this matchup is over 70% favor for Quest Priest. However, I've talked to some great players with some great rogue experiences. They really think this matchup is very manageable from the rogue side, as long as you play it smart. Meaning, you always try to put one big, one small minion to play around Ruin at times, and you're trying to hoard your hands for a big draw cut turn. There are ways to manage this matchup, because for a lot of times the priest is not gonna tempo you out. You have a lot of time in this matchup.
I gotta say, I feel like I have. This matchup doesn't feel unwinnable to me as the rogue, but I go about it in a completely different way. I just throw all caution to the wind, go as big as I can, as quick as I can. Like turn 4 or 5, try to create a giant board, and then just say you don't have Light Bomb, you don't have Shadow Word Ruin, and if you do, I'm just going to concede. And I feel like that's getting me, I don't know, 40% almost. Like, not a disaster.
All right, then. But that is not a bad game plan, but apparently it's not the best game plan.
Not the best. I can definitely agree with that.
Okay, Superfake saving the desperate player. He might run into a burning card situation next turn if this Spirit Guide gets cleared.
True.
But I don't think he cares as much. In this matchup, Priest has to be patient and then just wait for the rogue to initiate anything and try to clear things out. And that's why the rogue has so much time to prepare. There's no... I'm not sure about this decision, because he has double Light Bomb and he doesn't need to rely on Zyrella in his hand as much to clear the board. I really love to see the Desperate Prayer getting tossed out there just to prevent himself from overdrawing.
I mean, by the same merit, could you not just say, like, these are all the good cards for the matchup already in hand? So you just don't really need to see any specific cards in your deck, because you're just kind of going to win by clearing 3-4 boards.
That's definitely a Shadow Step on Draka, yes. Possessi recognizing his win condition. And I think Superfake... I was gonna say one of the key cards Superfake might want is Mutinous. I think Mutinous is great, his best win condition after you see your opponent doesn't have a Sinstone Graveyard, didn't go for that plan. Also, you already have multiple ways of dealing with any kind of board that your opponent might make. So the Mutinous searching is at top priority now for Superfake. Or the better Mutinous.
Yeah. I guess you're okay with leaving a 3-5 on the board if it means you get to steal Draka, right?
Yes, that's the top priority. And then you know that there's a 2-mana Draka. You don't want to give Rogue any chances to create a weapon. Okay, Draka being spotted. Very much a almost just winning position for Superfake.
Very nice as well to get a little bit more information about what the mystery spell was in hand. Now that he knows it's, you know, not a Pyroblast or something nonsense like that, he knows it's a little bit scary, 3 extra damage, but nothing to freak out about.
Tooth of Nefarian needs some...
Hey! Predation number 2. Oh, so we actually...
Scroll, yes?
We ran into this, sorry to interrupt you, we ran into this exact situation before. A Jaran Scroll offers only Deadly Poison, Paralytic Poison, or Silverleaf Poison, because those are the 3 nature spells and there's no Fire or Frost in Rogue. And Deadly Poison specifically is just 1 mana deal 4 damage here, which is really not that bad.
Yes, exactly. And Possessi has this Sinstone Graveyard to make a 4/4, which is usually annoying, but as we can see, it's not as impactful. And now his weapon, with all the potential direct damage he might draw, is gonna be his last chances. However, he doesn't have Edwin anymore. He chooses to put the Edwin out there as a big minion, trying to take some clearing cards from the priest, trying to save his Shadow Step, of course, for Draka. That was his game plan, but it was heavily disrupted by Theotar, as we've seen so many times in this expansion. People have been complaining about it all the time, including sometimes me emotionally. Hey, that's what Theotars do.
And now what is realistically the win condition for Possessi? Because if we look quickly down the remainder of his deck, Draka is a mistake. That's obviously been used, but all the other cards I think are pretty much correct. And I'm not seeing much, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think there is much out there. If there were minions that can be played, you will see Possessi this turn playing Shroud and trying to infuse the Door of the Shadows, but not even that is an out. But infusing Door of the Shadows and then drawing six damage Wicked Stab, which is a rank 3 Wicked Stabs, might be an out, but as we can see, the elemental in Superfix's hand might just start clocking Possessi.
Oh, but the problem is actually that the elemental has stealth because it came off the Shroud of Concealment, so it doesn't actually taunt him up on this turn. So he'd kind of be afraid of potentially dying.
I've mastered the art of subtlety.
If I were Superfix, I'm just gonna be very liberate with my resources. I think the Light Bomb and Whirlpool gives him a lot of security and leeway.
Oh yeah.
Try to go aggressive.
Like the one thing he's afraid of is being burned down from here, because he never loses board again, realistically, given that he knows what all the discovered spells were off of Tooth. And that becomes a little bit scary because he overdrew the Desperate Prayer. So now the actual heal cards left in the deck are kind of limited. But the Light Shower Elemental, once that comes down and it can be killed off, like maybe even in the same turn if you really have to with Light Shower plus the light it burns, at that point I think you're fine.
Well, the only upside that I can think of for saving his hand size would be in case of needing healing, he might just top deck Sir Finley, and then he has more access to healing at the bottom of his deck, and that's it. Sometimes Blackwater Behemoth, sometimes Gift of the Naru. We've seen 2 Desperate Prayer being gone, and the other last one would be Zyrella, the Devout.
Indeed. Or the Scorpid, actually. 2 Venomous Scorpids. There's a lot of healing spells you can discover.
You can't always.
All right.
By creating this graveyard minion, there's 2 minion on board, infusing Door of the Shadows, important for Possessi. Maybe he'll hit 2 Wicked Stab, which will cost him 10 mana exactly. And dealing 24 damage, if I'm not mistaken. Including Dagger will be 25.
Well, that's an out, right? How many spells has he got left in his deck? Like, there's not... that's like... What's that coming up to? It's probably like, what, a 1 in 50 or so chance?
But there is also a way
Maybe
for Superfix to play around it a little bit, I think. You play the Elemental, you play the Light Shower Elemental just out there, and then you don't kill the minions.
Ooh.
And if they want to suicide and infuse the door, they have to give the healing of the Death Rattle to you.
Oh,
but if Superfix can block that, it's quite important.
All right, he's got to go quick. This animation takes a while. We get the Discover Zyrella for the extra heal. Love it.
And he can just heal himself and then toss away Shard of the Naru. But if he plays any of these, well, the opponent can really infuse these cards. And now it's not only Wicked Stabs, it can go Wicked Stabs plus Sinister Strike. We've seen Double Tooth of Interference, so Wicked Stab, Sinister Strike. At least we need to get with 1 Wicked Stab. Shadow Stab draw, pretty important. No, Bone Stack. Oh no.
I think
that's not it.
Oh, so close.
Oh, he's scaring Superfix. He's scaring Superfix. Oh.
Tried for the bluff. It was a cool spot by you and by Possessi to realize that was the out. And I think, has he just got the information that he won the game?
He thought the serrated bone spike because Possessi just pointed at his hero and then scared him a little bit, trying to kick him out of the game. In case of a rage quit, you never know where your opponent's at. So
yeah, damn, an interesting game. And I've got to be honest, not a way I would ever consider playing Rogue, because I am a reckless fool.
Well, you don't
'Cause
even
it's
get the chance of getting reckless because you don't have Sinstone Graveyard this game before
I mean,
you.
kind of, but there were much more aggressive avenues in that game. Like there was Edwin Step on turn 3, which probably wasn't correct given you had the Shroud in hand. But Edwin Step on turn 4, on turn 5, all of these plays were just a little bit quicker. And it's the classic problem of playing versus any kind of control priest or control deck in general. Like, if you wait longer, your pop-off will be bigger, but they have more mana, and they're more likely to have found the removal pieces. So, you know, if you try to go in on turn 4 or turn 5, they might not be able to play Light Bomb or Whirlpool, or they might not have drawn them at that point. But if you wait and just drip out your threats one by one, it can potentially give them the time to find those removal pieces, even if you don't necessarily lose on the spot once they hit one. It's a very tough balance, I find.
Yeah, exactly. And for this first game, it's very important for Superfake. He got the right matchup, and things turned out well. He got the Theotar. It would be very unfortunate if he chose this. We can say that he chose to burn a card. If that burn card would be Mutinous or Theotar, things might turn out differently.
True.
It was a minor difference, but I think there can be improvements on that turn. And now we are heading into the second game of Hunter from Superfake, a regular quest hunter versus Possesses Warlock, the Imp Curse Warlock. My favorite Warlock, my favorite Imp version of Warlock.
Yeah, and for Superfake on the Quest Hunter, I can report from personal experience last night that it's good enough to beat me on Mage. I can't report anything else, but he did absolutely dumpster me with this Quest Hunter in that matchup, I will happily admit. But in this one here, where Quest Hunter is obviously the absolute king of clearing early boards, it's what like the entire deck does, with every spell that does damage being stuck in this deck, all of them doing one job of clearing the board, and I guess completing the quest as well, actually, so 2 jobs. But when you factor in the curses as well, making this not a pure board-based deck, does that flip the matchup on its head?
Well, it's actually the opposite.
Oh,
at
no.
times, because for this matchup, your curse cards are just wasted hand space and wasted chances of drawing board-oriented stuff to fill in early turns, because it helps do the quest for your opponent. That's very unfortunate.
That's a draw and a half for Superfake.
Because if you put curse in your opponent's in your opponent's hand, and in your opponent's turn, it's a spell that dealt damage, so it progresses the quest for your opponent.
Okay.
So curse cards are just not very pleasant in this matchup in the early turns.
Oh yeah, of course, I forgot about that interaction.
Well, so this matchup is also one of the worst matchups, as Imp Warlock can see. Imp Curse, the Curse variant, you don't want to see Quest Hunter. I brought the Quest variant in the Masters Tour 5, the previous one, and I chose the Curse version, of course, intentionally, and then I plan to either ban the Warlock from the other side, Imp Warlock, or ban the Quest Hunter, because that matchup was very, very bad.
Well, to be fair, this is a decent enough start for Possessi. He managed to hit the bunch of imps at the start, impending catastrophe as well now to draw, even while his mischievous imp isn't infused. But now that's Rafarm in hand as well, alongside a whole bunch of extra board. And I mean, you say the curse is a dead hand space. In this situation,
not anymore.
Not anymore,
I
yeah.
said it was, only early turns. In later turns, once quest is close, is in closing finish situation, or in late game, like 8 to 10 mana turns.
Yeah.
These curses are definitely gonna do some work.
Ah, look at this. Very cool.
And from the Hunter side, the Superfake side, they have to recognize if they go into really late game and if they expend all their resources into just clearing boards, they might not get there because the curses are gonna act as direct damage and be a really big problem. So they really need to think about how to win and how to manage their damage resources.
All right, we were talking about multicaster in Quest Hunter just before we started. What are we at now? We've got Arcane Shot.
As an arcane.
I think that's it.
And yeah, there's Explosive Trap and Freezing Trap. That's very good in terms of getting your multicaster activated. But if he is afraid, I mean, Super Fake is afraid of some very hard buffs from Possessi, like the location card via library. He's gonna be thinking about whether to be greedy or just trying to kill as much, remove as much as possible this turn. But luckily for Super Fake, Possessi doesn't run the Bartender.
Interesting.
The Shady Bartender, which is very, very important in this matchup.
Look at this.
Exploiting not bringing the Bartender from Super Fake, recognizing that he doesn't want to go long and he has the liberty to, I think it's a lovely play. I like it.
Which means now for Possessi, we need to see this game ending quickly, because it's going to end quickly for him, one way or another. Ramping up the damage is by far the most important thing right now. With those imps dying, I think that infuses the refarm, right?
Yes, exactly.
Oh, look at this. How's that for a Shady Bartender?
It's gonna be, well, then it's just gonna be a 2-turn clock if the board went unanswered.
Okay.
I don't think there are any card combinations. Oh, there is a very niche combination. Oh, there's not. The best a Super Fake can do without activated quest reward is just a 12 damage combination. So I don't think Possessi is in any lethal threat right now. He shouldn't be too scared. And then he will know he has some time.
Doesn't have time to get Tavish down, does he? It's too much. Counting up the damage once again, what are we at? 10, 22. He's exactly dead if he doesn't clear something. I think if he was at 23 right now, he'd send this face and just hope for a random lethal out. But at this point, there's just no chance.
I think the Rafam is something that Super Fake knows is going to happen, but he's not super happy about seeing, obviously. And because that's the only buffing board card other than the location. But location is not as scary, and you can't really play around location as much because there's so much ability from the Warlock side to put imps on the board. So I really like Super Fake's idea because you're only just playing around Rafam. And maybe he was mad at himself by thinking about, oh, if he didn't play that explosive trap, Rafam wouldn't be infused, right? That's a big difference. And that explosive trap might not have been as necessary as he would think at the turn.
Oh, was there some... Oh, there probably wasn't. I'm trying to find if there was some weird lethal you could get here by, like, attacking with one of your imps, attacking with Refarm, and then, like, destroying your own Refarm with Grimoire to make room for more imps, because he was just very, very narrowly missing lethal there, but I don't think there was the mana to get that plus a curse in. As Possessi does top deck one of the highest damage spells in his deck. If he had been able to sneak in just a little bit more damage, he could potentially have been getting there, but this is just game over.
Well, pushing through this hard matchup is insane for Possessi. Drawing Imp King, Rafam, the best card in the deck, just clinching him the win, which is very important for him. Every win matters.
Yeah, it was huge, undeniably. Almost bigger than that was just the the summoning circle, right? The bunch of imps that he was able to get on turn 3. Without that, I think he was in some real trouble because he had no card draw, he had no chance to get through to a farm, the rest of his hand was super clunky, he wouldn't have been activating the mischievous imps with the infuse, but that one fiendish circle just ties the whole deck together, or the summoning circle, sorry, to make everything work so cleanly. And like you say, with the Warlock out of the way now for Possessi, things are starting to look a lot closer because with the Druid band, Warlock out of the way, he's got Rogue, Mage, and Priest left over. Do you think the Hunter's going to be in a tough spot to get a win from here on in? Has it lost its one good matchup?
Well, supposedly, according to the data, Miracle Hunter is very good versus Spooky Mage, and from the Possessi side, as confirmed by Derek yourself, right? And Hunter is still quite favored versus Quest Priest as well. So I'm not seeing Hunter having a problem so far.
Yeah, when I faced against Superfake yesterday with this kind of matchup, I was playing a different build. I was trying out the I don't know if you remember, it was brought to the Master Sword, like the 30 card version that cuts Kel'Thuzad and cuts the Deathborn and just tries to run like a more burn and stall package. I was thinking, like, with a lot of Rogue on ladder, maybe that would be good because you can stall them out and just burn them, which, you know, I still think there's something there, but of course as soon as I queue it, I don't face a single Rogue and just get dumpstered down to out of top 100.
Well, the 30 card ping version mage is very popular in the Chinese server and Chinese region, and it's been seeing play in the previous tournament they just held last weekend. So it's great. It's great. There's recognition out there. It's just different region.
Yeah, found my people. They understand. All right, nice aggressive curve available for Possessi with the Sorceress and the Dungeoneer. Is that what you're looking to do as the mage in this matchup, to populate the board early on, or does that just allow them to complete quest quicker?
You just have to. You can't wait, and now it's a little bit different in terms of the putting minions on board and stopping Quest Hunter from completing the quest. It is not as relevant these days because of the nerf, from the 2-mana card, I think, the dragon.
Oh, Dragonbane shot, yeah.
The Dragonbane shot was important, was a crucial part of completing the quest for Hunter, but now it's not seen played anymore. So putting minions on board doesn't matter as much. Most of the spells can go face, except Mark Shot and Piercing Shot, and those are 4-mana cards.
Oh yeah, of course. I was looking through the list for it, but he discovered it off the Mark Shot. That's why we saw it last game. Yeah, you're right. It's definitely not seeing play anymore. But straight up here, Possessi just going board, turn after turn. Now deviating away from the Prince Renathal to draw some extra cards. Is this a changing game plan, or is it just a straight up example of the best play?
Well, he just didn't want to run into turn 4, right? Turn 4 is a spot that I mentioned that if you can play around it, then fine. You don't want Hunter to spend their mana too comfortably, I would say, with the different types of spells like Mark Shot and Piercing Shot mentioned.
Look at this, my man Possessi, in a deck that runs Wildfire and Flurry for that matter as well. He just insta-slams the Evoker and hits Rune of the Archmage for 9 healing. That is huge.
Well, don't forget Solid Alibi there.
Oh yeah, true.
So it's just the maximum amount of healing matters a lot versus in this matchup, and unless Superfake top decks the hero power, the different hero power Tavish, and
yes,
then this 9 armor is gonna be huge in later on.
Well, Barrack Codabane is the obvious play to me because it looks a little mana inefficient, but you're of course going to get yourself a 1-cost spell as well, just for quickest quest completion possible. But it looks like he's holding back on it for a few turns here, actually.
Well, still a little bit away from quest completion, and trying to calculate, I think, from Superfig is, oh, this decision means he doesn't want to wait for Tavish. We've seen some Hunter in certain situations trying to wait for Tavish a little bit before they turn their hero power into 0 mana. But now it's all just face plans, which means the 9 armor right there is gonna be we'll see how impactful it is.
Oh wow, okay, big draw for Possessi, because it obviously powers up the Evoker, but also can deal with this Ice Trap. That does need to be answered before turn 9 knocks around. As he hits the second rune, yeah, okay.
You see from Superface's face, oh, that's just math. You know, yesterday Fino said math is fake. Probably.
Math is fake, yeah.
Superfig will definitely agree now.
All right, explosive, definitely not what you want on the 2 cost, because Mage is probably not going to activate that for quite a while. But most importantly, Tavish available next turn. Can come down with the Barb Nets or the Stag Shot, whatever you need. And it's unstealable with the Theater, very importantly.
Yeah, I'm very interested by the decision from Superfig that he chooses to quick shot a minion instead of trying to go face.
Oh.
I thought the armor is gonna make him feel more urgent about going face. Instead, he still went for the more patient route and then trying to keep himself from taking damage and drag the game a little bit longer. He doesn't mind, it seems, because we all know the upgraded Tavish hero power is gonna be from the quest.
Yes.
It's gonna refresh hero power, and it allows Hunter to drag those matchups long.
And so you don't think it's going to be Beaststalker Tavish on this turn? It's just a little bit too late in the game?
Yeah, the thing is your hero power is already 0 mana, so there's no turning back from there. It's always gonna be in your hand. In case you need that 5 armor, probably 5 to 8 turns later.
All right, well, there's other Tavish, the big Tavish, the correct Tavish on this turn to just start piling this damage on face. And believe me, this racks up incredibly quickly, demanding an answer in the form, of course, of an 8 mana box. Let's go.
Let's go. 20 mana, 17 left.
Ooh.
Usually in the last few turns when you see there's like 2 or 1 mana left, that's when you see a lot of 0 mana being played, and maybe I think Possessi either is hoping for some phase damage or some wildfire to upgrade his hero power.
That was awful. That was one of the worst boxes I've ever seen. They were like 7 mana on Shattering Blast and copying spells from his deck that didn't exist, double counter spell so his opponent knows what it is, and then only just barely clearing the Tavish.
Well, I think it's you lose some, you gain some, right? You gain the 9 armor, and then you lose the copying spell ability, right?
Maybe maths is real. Because that's how stats work. If you're lucky, you have to be unlucky.
Yeah, your luck just comes and goes. That's what they say. Well, we're now seeing Superfig being patient, knowing the matchup that as long as I have my 35 to 40 health intact, I can do a lot of things with this hand, especially with the Ferocious Howling in your hand. You know that you can be patient and you have enough resources to keep jamming that, keep weaving it in.
So what spells are we looking at that have been played for Dawn Grasp? It's just Wildfire, I think, currently, right? Because, oh no, and Deathborn, sorry, Deathborn as well. Which is pretty big.
And also Arcane Intellect in early turn.
Oh yeah, of course. Okay, so he gets the full 3. Would be overdrawing though, unless he was to play the Wildfire as well, which is fine. You could do that. Oh, but then it would get ice trapped. Yeah, okay.
I think it's hard this turn because you know the lethal is probably coming, and then yeah, you want the Dawn Grasp, but it's not over yet because Possessi plays the solid alibi, and then he needs to look for those alibis. Of course, I think he's popping the trap, and then he's gonna toss his hand away for alibis. No, not this turn yet. Okay, he's gonna be patient for one turn.
I mean, you do have the wild card here of just being able to go para or rune if things look really, really bad. But like you say, alibis and cold cases seem a little bit more important right now.
Yeah, so for maybe he's trying to extract the rune, as you said. There are alibis and cold cases in the rune as well, so
True.
it's gonna be very dependent on the situation. However, it's definitely more likely that he hits those cards, especially with alibi, by playing the full hand Sir Finley. I'm very sure of that.
Down to 9, down to 7. Oh man, it's close. It's really close. A good Furious Howl could close this one out.
These are the moments where multicasters are great. It's gonna draw a great amount of cards, and it's gonna benefit from the nature spells in Wild Spirits and Shell Shot, and draw even more cards than we usually see. In the previous, seeing, he was mad about not having damage. What about the second tracking? Any spells?
This has to be lethal, right? Oh my god, it's not! It's actually not lethal! How?
But he's putting Possessi low enough that even solid alibi is not gonna help as much.
Alright, box me, dude. Let's go.
Cold cases and solid alibi at the same time?
Yeah, it's got to be both, I think, for there to be any chance. Which I guess is more likely from your deck than it is from the rune.
Okay, it's gonna be both cold cases and solid alibi. And from there on, there are also some other chances coming from Sire, which Possessi plays.
Yeah, it does miss though. The Kael'thas could have activated that, got you 5 healing, and then the solid alibi could be enough.
There's still
to
a chance. There's still a chance. Cold cases coming from Frost.
Yeah, that was the out, wasn't it? You had exactly enough mana.
And that's gonna be it. There's no way that 2 HP is gonna survive, even though you can freeze the minions on board.
Sun sets.
Well, that's how bad of a matchup this is.
You need to chill out.
Yeah, that really did feel terrible. Possessi having a pretty good hand, right? All the way through. He had early development. He had Dawn Grasp as soon as you want it. A box as well, gaining 18 health off of the evokers, and still not even coming close to being able to survive there, as the damage just, it feels infinite from the Hunter.
Yeah, but as the matchup drags along, Hunter just shows why this matchup is so lopsided, and yeah, that's what we're seeing for this matchup.
That's right, which means with the Hunter out of the way, it's the Rogue and the Mage left over for Super Fake, which, I mean, I would argue he's one with the 2 weaker classes, right? The top 3 of Druid, Rogue, and Mage. Druid's been banned. Rogue and Mage are the only 2 left over for Super Fake, which surely cannot struggle in the rest of this series.
Well, we'll see. Or you were talking about deck to potentially struggle for Super Fake. I think that's Miracle Rogue that has the most struggle potential. It's pretty unfavored versus Quest Priest still in general, and there is a mirror, and so mirror and Miracle Rogue mirror. So who knows? And Possessi's version of Spooky Mage plays all these solid alibis, so within a lot of blizzards, so that might give him a lot of time. It's 50-50 on paper, and it's probably a little bit favored for Mage potentially, and that's when I can see how Possessi can come back from. There's always hope for Possessi at this point still.
Oh, there's always hope for Possessi. We've seen him get out of the worst situations imaginable. As Super Fake is lining up his own XL Ping Mage here, which, taking a quick rundown as to how greedy this is, you've got the double rune, you've got a mass poly, which Super Fake is pretty partial to, I believe, as a kind of a rogue counter for the most part, and, you know, also against a couple of the buff priests can be good. And then the Denathrius Kael'thas Bran package slotted in there as well. So up against a Quest Priest, which I believe is what Possessi is going to be queuing up now, it feels like, aside from the obvious one-card win condition of Arcanist, the Dawn Grasp that you have in there, there is some extra tools that Superfake has access to try and outlast or outvalue this Quest Priest in the mid-game.
Yeah, definitely. And for that mass polymorph, it's gonna hurt the Zyrilla heal a little bit from Possessi, Zyrilla the Devout, because you might have the chance to polymorph the Light Showers Elemental, but it's not gonna. And also the Spirit Guard. Spirit Guard is gonna lose its drawing. Why I mentioned that card? Because it was the Tensoku tech in the previous Master Sword, where he brought Mage and then he had that tech in, and with the field bringing a bunch of Naga priests at that tournament, and his Mage just farmed all these Naga priests and even became the Master Sword champion. That was huge.
He did indeed. It was world first for APAC. They're doing it in style. So right now for Superfake, obviously we're holding on to the Dawn Grasp, right? That's like the one card you want to see in this matchup. But the rest of this hand, it's also fairly tempting to me.
Dawn Grasp already has it. Theotar plays around the Theotar from the other side.
Yeah.
Sanctum, #1 mulligan win rate card in this deck. Other than Dawn Grasp. Yes. Because Sanctum and the Dawn Grasp at hand is just the top 2 mulligan cards for this deck for Spooky Mage. So what else can you ask for?
Yeah, the stats don't lie. Or do they? Fight, Twitter.
Or do they? Let's go. Because Possessi also has the #1 mulligan win rate card in his hand in Cathedral of Atonement. So we'll see. We'll see. A lot of draws from Priest as well. And then a 4-drop might just give the Priest. Oh, Possessi's not going the 2-3-4 route as he's trying to set up the location cards, maybe playing 2, and then once he draws a minion, he can draw 2 immediately. I think that's his game plan.
So in these setup turns where not much is really happening right now, like Superfake can play the Theotar if he wants, he's not going to get anything especially interesting. We know what Superfake is setting up for, right? He's trying to get Dawn Grasp down, upgrade that hero power with the honorable kill, and then just go again and again and again, and just kill the Priest with huge damage pings. What is Possessi looking for? What is his real game plan other than just try and cheese out a quest as soon as possible?
Well, besides cheesing out the quest, you just have to try to Theotar your opponent's Dawn Grasps, and that's almost all you can do. So
wow,
it's actually not a cheese. Although Quest Priests seemed very finishing the quest seemed very long. The process is long, so sometimes we think, oh, it's something on the side, right? It's something that we want to do as a side project for this for certain matchups, which is true. But in this matchup, it's the main and only thing that is gonna get you there. So actually, finishing the quest is a top priority stuff for Possessi, and now it's not looking as smooth.
And I do like as well for Superfake that as much as is reasonable, he's keeping his hand very, very full. So that even if there is a Theotar that is top-decked from Possessi, it's far from guaranteed. You're giving them like a 50-50 or worse to find the Dawn Grasp.
Interesting. He doesn't want to buff his own Zyrilla. I would imagine he wants to play his Zyrilla this turn. For a 4-mana cost card, as well as buffing your minion. But maybe he's seeing something that I'm not seeing.
I mean, it's a very clean the scenes if you wanted to take it here, but like you say, it doesn't progress the quest, which is probably his biggest concern right now.
Yeah, I would love to see Zyrella, but that's the mana distribution that is very awkward for Possessi. If he plays a 4 mana Zyrella this turn and plays the 2 mana Condemn next turn, is not going to allow him to do quest faster because he's only left with 4 mana next turn and not 5 mana, right? You want to progress the quest as quick as possible, but 5 mana, 6 mana, the second stage of the quest, not looking so great.
So for Super Fake, even though I imagine he's got a decent read that there isn't a Theatar in your opponent's hand, do you just play it here for the chance that they're waiting until turn 6 to snipe it on that one particular turn? Because honestly, aside from that, I'm trying to think how Theatar could actually be useful for Super Fake that much in this matchup.
Well, Theatar is actually very important in this matchup as I mentioned, if in this matchup, the best way, the normal way for Priest win is to complete the quest and then just beam the mage down.
Oh! Oh! Off the top from the quest!
Off the top from the quest. Do we
Let
have
us see
it?
the discovers, please!
Please.
No, not now,
Maybe he can,
spectator.
even if he steals the
Whoa.
Theatar, it's actually good. Oh. Super Fake's like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care.
Take whatever you want.
Yeah, people say Maldrish is a card. I don't think so. It's the worst card in my hand. Let's go.
Yeah, 8 mana, 8/8.
I don't care.
Deleted. Thank God. Just freed up hand space.
Yeah, so for Super Fake, he saved the Theatar, obviously for chances that Possessi might top deck Theatar. That's
Right.
the first thing. So that he can steal his Dawngrasp back. And the other thing might be the Theatar is huge to disrupt the quest.
Oh, okay.
Because the priest has to play a 7 or 8 mana cost card to complete the quest, which means the quest reward will be stuck in hand for 1 turn, the 5 mana.
Very true.
5 mana quest reward will be stuck in hand. So that is the best Theatar turn you can get versus a quest priest.
Okay, so in terms of upgrading the hero power with no wildfires having been played, it's an easy skeleton ping if you wanted it on the location, which is probably where his head is at. Rest
That's
of the
always
mana,
the juicy one.
yeah, like, would you ever consider Binleying this hand? Because, I don't know, even though your hand's full of like the nice big juicy minions, they're not doing that much right now. And I kind of feel like I'd rather find Wildfire, Reckless Apprentice, Bran, these cards that actually work with your hero power.
I can really see where you're coming from, but I think at this point, Super Fake knows. Yeah, it really depends on how much he values Theotaring the quest reward, right?
Okay, okay.
Because if he doesn't want to allow his opponent to, yeah, because attacking or just being on the aggressive mode, he's also not very sure, I don't think, how fast he can kill the priest, right? But that is definitely a great argument and a great decision to make.
So now we're at 4, which means it's a little tricky to upgrade on this turn. No like frozen touch or anything to damage this mutinous.
But there is a middle ground where he can try to play the Theatar to take away a 8 mana or 7 mana card from his opponent's hand.
Okay.
Because six mana card is usually pretty popular. There are 4 of them, and then 7 mana cards has already one of them has already been played, and Possessi wanted to go for some value turn. He didn't just progress the quest on turn 7 as Rushly. So that can be Theatar can be played to disrupt the quest completion process.
Yeah, you are pretty specifically looking for the behemoth then. Outside of that, there's not much that would heavily disrupt the quest.
Yeah, this is a pretty clean light bomb turn with a great and I mean, the clearing is not as clean. I'm not saying it's a full clear.
Sure,
However,
yeah.
you complete your second stage of quest, which is
Okay.
important. So
That makes
that's
sense to me.
what I think is important. Yeah. Gonna buff that one.
Ah, clever.
All right, discovering another card. Theotar is gone. Nothing too much going on with the quest completion process, and it's just up to Superfig if really deciding whether he wants to Theotar early or late.
Or, I just thought, the Mordresh, we thought it would be useless, but what if he gets himself the hero card Zyrella to play? 2 pings with that? All of a sudden you're looking at Mordresh for a clear as well.
Oh yeah, but that really has to be that really has to be a situation where he completes his quest, but the final quest reward gets at the bottom of the deck for like 10 cards.
Sure.
Sure. that might happen. Yeah.
You never know. Still struggling to find that crucial health breakpoint to upgrade the hero power again. And it is getting a bit awkward now because Superfake is just moving really slowly. He's lumbering through these turns rather than charging ahead as you'd like to do. And I think he's starting to feel that he's not outspeeding his opponent. The quest is moving along very quickly for Possessi.
There's like 3 more turns or like 2 more turns if his opponent has the right cards that he can keep waiting and be rewarded with this Theotar patience turn. Oh, he's really trying to make use of this hand in any way possible just to be patient with the Theotar. I think he is very, very much looking at the Theotar as his win condition. Oh, he doesn't mind, yeah, because he saved the Theotar for the last. But like you very smartly mentioned, Derek, these situations are when you are really trying to make difficult calls for a player, whether you want to be a little whether you want to stick with your game plan, as in keeping the Theotar for the final quest for the quest reward, or trying to be flexible and then look for more aggressive tools instead of getting stuck with this very defensive hand.
Exactly, because again now he's got Blizzard Ping if he wants to upgrade the hero power, but he deviates away in the end to just Rune of the Archmage, saying, right, I'm tired of thinking in this game. Let's just hope something good happens. Yeah,
he's trying to just draw some cards, I believe, and looks. That's fire cell.
Oi, oi, oi.
Minions, so there's no target on board. A pretty normal box with some clearing spells, and 8 mana Whirlpool or Mordresh.
Yeah, Mord on the board, and then you've got a full 10-card hand, right? Honestly, I would consider just overdrawing. Rather than playing a card, because all you care about is not being Theotard.
Yes, that's definitely true, and that's what I believe Possessi can smartly spot. He'll keep his hand at full, trying to play around Theotar as much as possible, and Theotar might not hit. Yes, a very quick hero power, great recognition. And he's in praying mode, and he sees there's a mulligan card in Superfig's hand, never been played before. And what else can it be than Theotar the Mad Dude?
All right, this is for the game, pretty much.
Here we go.
Oh! Take the clean the scene back, you filthy animal.
Well, you see, Possessi whiffed on his Theotar and Superfig whiffed on his Theotar, so nobody gets mad, right? Nobody gets mad in this game.
I think one player might be a little mad.
Well, at least I should say nobody gets to be mad, right?
That's true. No one's justified in their anger, but I mean, come on, we're Hearthstone players. When have we ever been justified in our anger?
But in the real world, everyone is mad.
Exactly.
Wildfire not gonna do a lot, and I think this game is in Possessi's hand. And the worst burn he can have is Sir Finley. I think Sir Finley helps to get the last quest piece the quickest. So Sir Finley is like drawing 9 cards with 1 card.
Yeah, that's the absolute nuts draw at this point. It was obviously a very good second steal that Super Fake was able to get the Thrive in the Shadows, because that's like ups Possessi's win percentage drastically if he has that to just be able to clear off the board. Sorry, to be able to draw the shard and end the game immediately.
Well, for now, Super Fake, I don't think he has a lot of aggressive tools. And whatever he does, he's gonna get sharded. And I think it's not happy hour for him.
Not indeed. All right, drawing. Way, there we go.
There.
So we need Rune into Counterspell is the out to survive for a turn here for Super Fake, right?
But yeah, it's not like Possessi is working with 15 HP here. He's on full HP with Renathal buff.
Yeah.
What else can you do?
All details, all details. I mean, I think realistically, Super Fake just needs to hope that the Purified Shard is the bottom card in the deck, so he's going to keep upgrading the hero power here. Possessi dangles a juicy Light Shower Elemental before him, being like, yeah, ping this, don't play Rune.
Just I'm happy with you spending your mana, upgrading your hero power.
Exactly.
I don't really care at this point. I'll give you these hero powers. Don't do anything else that I'm not expected. Don't do any boxes that I'm not expecting. Just do the normal stuff. With 40 HP, I'm very happy with the results.
Man, interesting game. Very, very interesting game where Super Fake decided, I mean, he essentially decided with Theatar, I think it's fair to say, as he does end up losing the game here, that he would like to take what in almost every situation is going to be like a 30% chance, right, around that point, because your opponent as the Quest Priest is almost always going to be having Xyrella in hand when they have a full hand. That's pretty easy to maneuver as the Quest Priest, I think. In addition to the percentage he by default has of just winning the game through his normal game plan, which is not insignificant. But it still begs the question as to whether that was better than getting rid of your hand with Finley and just trying to double down on actually killing them, upgrading the hero power, doing a bunch of damage, instead of trying to cheese it with Theatar. I think his instincts were correct in that instance, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, like I said, if he is expecting his opponents to be finishing quests quite quickly, which means he'll have his only other 7-drop in hand, he can try to just do a middle ground play. He can
That's true.
Try to look for the Behemoth or some other 8-mana cards and take away that, and then Finley and search for aggressive cards. Or you can just Theotar the Modric back and then try to be a little bit more aggressive, because Modric is also an 8-drop, right?
That's true. Yeah, does help with the quest completion for Possessi. But that is the Priest ticked off once again. Didn't even have to win versus the Rogue, which is a very big deal. And the Rogue is still on both players' sides, actually. Neither player having won with it so far, with admittedly only having been queued once by Possessi. But now Super Fake going with his own version of Rogue, 1 backstab as the 30th card, as opposed to the Reconnaissance or the Sprint that we've seen from a few different players' lineups. But it's the very standard version of Rogue, essentially going up against, again, the Ping Mage from Possessi, which, I don't know, it's arguable about how well this is teched against Rogue on Possessi's side.
Yeah, this matchup is going to be interesting, and with the Renathal decks, you never know what your hands are, and sometimes you draw the bad ones, probably like Frost Weaver, Dungeoneer, and then you don't get the spell you want, or you get the Frost spell at the wrong time, giving more minion on board, allowing Rogue to have a bigger pop-off turn. or you don't draw your Theotars, you don't draw your Blizzards, that's gonna happen because Deathborn, Grey Sage Parrot, Kael'thas, all these cards are just, or even Kael'thuzad, Mordresh, they are just useless cards in this
You
matchup.
asked for it.
Well, if you see them, you toss them away. That's for sure.
And so am I right in saying that it's kind of a similar dynamic to what I was anticipating from the Quest Hunter, where as the mage, by playing cards early on, you're kind of helping them with their game plan in a weird way? So do you want to be going for early aggression as the mage, or do you want to play purely defensive here?
Well, it's not like Mage has a lot of options to be aggressive, other than Shivering Sorceress, which possesses Mulligan Away, which clearly shows his stance on whether he wants to go aggressive or not. So I'm pretty sure you don't want to play any minion to allow the backsteps to be played, to allow sometimes even Extortion to be played, or Serrated Bone Spike.
Makes sense to me. But like, in this instance, where the hand is just screaming to curve out with Snow Flurry, Renathal, Evoker, whatever else may come afterwards, surely this feels justified, especially the Snow Flurry, which sets up for such a crucial freeze once Draka comes down.
Well, if it's a curve, I think Possessi is having different thoughts in a sense that, well, it definitely forces the rogue to play their cards early, right? And that is something really valuable.
Alarm bell's starting to ring for Superfake, though, who has no location, no Draka, no Edwin, no Shroud, no guaranteed way of finding any of those cards right now. He's just used a Gone Fishing before he used the Vessel as well, so that as a potential board spike is out of the running as well now. He needs some good draws, and Prep is most certainly not one of them.
Yeah, that's why Superfig had this little disappointment of expression when he saw after he played Gone Fishing and see none of these cards that you just mentioned. He chose Door of the Shadows, trying to not even be trying to be patient and infuse it. I thought after playing the boat, he might the Vessel, he might just have the option to be a little bit more patient and infuse the door before playing it, because even infusing the door and then you get a Shroud is pretty huge for your chances this game. But now it's not looking great for Superfig. His hand is a typical hand that a sprint might help. That's why people play
True.
But now he really needs to bank on a big Edwin turn, or at least a Shroud to start with.
Yeah, Shroud or Edwin, those are the top dogs. I fully agree. And Possessi sensing so little trouble in this instance that he's actually willing to just freeze on the Null instead of saving it for a big Edwin, as we talked about, a big Draka weapon instead as well. As Superfake gets a very interesting top deck of his own in the Gone Fishing, which, to be fair, can work with the Vessel, right, to get him a little bit more card draw and board advantage.
Yep, bottom of the deck, not anything too sexy. Trying to draw extra cards. Not good enough. But this step is okay in a sense that it's gonna set up your Edwin much better.
That's true. That's true.
So, at least it's a card, and as we can see, or even from Superfig's perspective, he knows he has time. It's not like Mage is gonna kill him in 3 turns. So he really knows, well, even though my hand is bad, it's very salvageable this game.
And this is kind of, still salvageable for Possessi, because, I mean, salvageable is not the right word. That was looking a little bit scary there with all those minions on board. There was like 15 attack in play, which you did need to clear up. He's done that for the most part now. He's only tanking 3. And now with freeze, health gain, coin rune, double parrot. Yeah, that feels like the kind of hand that's clearing up any kind of board Rogue puts down.
Yeah, so Superfig has to pair his Miracle turns with Draka in order to have a great chance.
Yeah.
Judging from what defensive tools Possessi has. Wow, another Shivering
Ooh.
Shattering.
Sorceress.
Pretty big.
While putting the Rune of the Archmage down onto 7 mana. Very convenient.
Oh, okay. There we go. That's the draw. We just need to hit Edwin now. There we
Got
go.
it.
Once
Got
again.
it.
That's
a
big.
start.
Are we playing it and stepping it this turn?
Well, I think that might... Yeah, that's the dilemma, right? Him playing Maestra can be also a choice. Maestra is just gonna be a 2-mana dummy in his hand anyways. Spending the mana, talk to yourself that, oh, it's okay to do that, but it's really hard. This Edwin is very juicy this turn, as we really want to get our early burst turns. He knows he knows he's on a clock. He wants to be as tempo oriented as possible. Let's see what he does.
Go Bone Spike as well first, I guess, to free up 1 extra mana, but I feel like that's better saved for a potential Draka turn, which you have a reasonable shot of finding next turn.
Yeah, he doesn't want to draw Draka from Edwin.
Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, that's great.
I know
Take that.
all the steps.
Oh, I think Possessi knows there's an extra Shadow Step in Super Fake's hand. That's pretty obvious from that play.
All right. Insta Rune for 7 mana. Ice Barrier, pretty good. AI,
7 mana left.
okay.
Solid
That's good.
Alibi, not bad. So the Solid Alibi is huge in the sense that the next Edwin turn, all these Sinister Strike or Wicked Stab that the Edwin runs into is not going to be dealing, is not going to be helping with the lethal later on. So
That's true.
I'm not sure about whether Super Fake wants to go for it this turn. It's going to waste a lot of damage, a lot.
Well, that's so true. But what do you do if you wait? If you just give them a turn to, I don't know, even if they just like play Kel'Thur's Hat, get a big minion down, it's still kind of scary.
Yeah, I think in this position, Possessi is already slightly favored. He's at a health total that I don't think Super Fake can just burst through by just playing spells. And any minion on board, I think he has the parrots, right? The parrots, he need to rely on the parrots a little bit, but I think he's pretty safe. He has the Sanctum to freeze the Edwin. That's 100% a freeze, and any big minion coming from Sinstone Graveyard is gonna be healthily dealt with by the parrot and the box. That's what I believe, at least.
Man, I guess you do just wait another turn, don't you?
Ooh, the Draka draw, pretty huge, because the only bad draw from the deck from your Edwin is Draka. You don't want to draw your Draka early and then kind of it stops the drawing train. This is still anyone's game, I think.
Leaving it stealthed, he could then use it to like attack face and then target it with his own Bone Spike or something like that next turn. There's tricksy players you have access to. Okay.
Being impatient.
Kind of a bad
He's
overdraw.
gonna be playing one parrot first and see how it goes.
All right, rune number 2.
Ooh,
Oh.
Ice Blood Tower. I
That's
don't
not
know if
good.
it plays another Alibi. It's gonna stop Super Fake from popping up for another turn, potentially.
0, 0, and then the final one. Okay.
Oh,
Ah, this hero power is getting big.
yeah. I was about to say maybe the Dungeoneer is not as. Oh, he played the Wildfire from the deck.
Okay, and drew the rune off the.
So now it's the
Dungeoneer.
turn. Super Fake needs to be really, really quick.
Yeah, it's time to go right now.
Have to go right now. I think those seconds that he's thinking about are precious seconds. Can we just
Exactly.
go a little bit faster?
Well, he's worried about the threat of explosive runes to
Or
kill off his Edwin.
oh yeah, he's trying to test.
Stone by stone.
Okay, I think he knows it's ally now.
Shall fall.
because it couldn't be Visage as well with the Pirate having already attacked face at this point. So still, we got to keep going. Mana getting a little tight now if you want to fit in Draka as well. We really want to see that final prep as the next card.
Well, now, I don't think he...
Time's ticking.
This is very, very hard. All right, Draka, starting now. Gotta go.
It's only 6 attack. It's
Yeah.
up to 7. Okay, sure.
Oh, he even want to just to squeeze that extra attack. An 8 attack dagger, actually.
Yeah.
But great counting by you still. I don't even know where it is now. All right. Board presence with Draka, a medium-sized pop-off turn, still great enough. And Possessy needs to rely on the parrot, and the parrot can really go bad.
It can go bad, but it could just win him the game on the spot. He's still got like a 5 damage ping ready to go. But that
like,
is
no taunt.
a bad way to start. That's a terrible way
Alibi.
to middle.
Oh.
But then the alibi as the final card. No way.
I think the hero power is 5, right? Oh my god, the hero power is gonna clock super big. And even adding more board pressure, taking away some board presence. And yeah, this is why people opt into playing Rune of Archmage even in the quote-unquote skeleton version, because they want more win condition basically. And that's why we call it a win condition.
Possessy is what we would call in the UK a right jammy dodger, because he is lucky in the most unbelievable of ways. Yeah.
Right jammy dodger.
Yeah, I mean, well, we'd actually say something else, but it's not suitable for broadcast, so we'll go with that instead.
Okay. I get the vibe.
You get the idea.
Now, Possessy doesn't even have Blizzard, because in Super Fake's mind, he can work with Blizzard, right? There's not like super huge pressure on board. I think he's okay with his board getting freeze, but he can still start swinging with the weapon and then create a 2-turn clock by swinging both of his weapons and some direct damage from the deck. But now with
how does he not just die?
Yeah, but now with the alibi, it's pretty much impossible.
And then he has to
Put that on board. He needs to
yeah, he's just dead. Yeah, exactly.
Accept the Cobalt.
Correct. Yeah. Means he's just dead. He throws it down. I mean, he wasn't winning that game anyway, let's be honest. There was essentially nothing he could do at that point. But for Possessy, oh, there's what we love to see. That little smirk that he gives whenever he knows he's cheesed out another game of Hearthstone with 3 boxes in a row. Some of them less good than others, but all combined good enough to take the win and good enough to bring him 1 game away now from going through to the winners bracket match against Belize. The only remaining deck left to win with the Priest, the Mage, and the Warlock having won, is the Rogue, right? Is this just coming down to what many people argue is the best deck in the game, just losing every single time until we go to Game 7?
I think we had the conversation of what's the best deck in the meta, you see? Rogue struggling a little bit, right?
Yeah.
And then both Druids got banned, so...
And here it is, the Rogue Mirror in Game 6, the potential winning game for Possessy, and what this really all comes down to. And a matchup that I have played just an ungodly amount over the last couple of days, as I've been jamming an awful lot of Rogue. And it's a matchup I like a lot, because it feels like it's definitely not solvable, because there's a lot of different moving parts that are out of your control, but there's a lot of very common play patterns that you need to be able to recognize and capitalize upon that you will see in most games when you are playing the mirror. And I think for me, the biggest thing that I've learned over the last couple of days is I've been focusing on the wrong things in terms of my pop-off turns, because it's such an explosive matchup where there's so much burst in both players' deck and only 30 health for both players. I've actually been kind of moving away from focusing on the Sinstone graveyards and more just focusing on trying to get a little bit of board control at the start, a huge weapon if possible, and then just kind of bursting them down through all the burn spells.
Yeah, other than that, like you mentioned, not only like a little bit of board is important, little bit of board means chip damage, and chip damage matters in this matchup. But as we were talking about in the I just want to go back to the last match a little bit. Yeah, because for the last few turns, it looks like the mage is cheesing out a win. But if it weren't for the box that he has in his hand, he has 2 solid alibis that he plays in his deck.
That's true.
And also a mass polymorph, and also a blizzard in his deck that he is definitely happy with, and is gonna help him to save the to probably very much stabilize. So I don't think Superfig was even in a winning position by any means at that point. So even though it seems like the mage cheesed out with box, but I believe it was a very highly likely win for mage at that spot anyways.
Well, Possessi, after much deliberation, ends up on the Shroud, gives him 0 mana nulls. And when it's in stealth form, are you a tempo null gamer in the mirror? I've seen this more and more as the meta's developed.
I think your draw card is not good enough to wait for 2 turns. The going first draw card.
Right.
If it were me, I would at least play 1 of it.
I think I would too. Like, one of the things I've realized is that I always talk about how you don't want to develop board because it allows your opponent to pop off even more. And even though that is true, it's not that true. Like, a lot of the time, they just leave up the null, right? And then you're able to just do 3, maybe even 6 chip damage, which really does rack up because they want to save up for a bigger pop-off turn.
But now Superfig is in an awkward spot where he doesn't see any pop-off things that he can do, like double Sinstone Strike, a Sinstone Graveyard.
Prep Shroud leaves you still back at 10 cards.
I think he can play the Gone Fishing just to dump 1 card out of the hand and then try to discover, like Dredge, right? Dredge a good card from the bottom and not waste the prep combo.
It would slow him down a lot, but yeah, interesting.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a really big slowdown, because now you're playing a null in later turns, which loses the purpose of playing null, in my opinion. And
true. I mean, here the null is absolutely fantastic for Possessi. This is the reason why you don't want to play null, because as I said, now we're seeing backstab active, 1 mana bone spike active, null, Draka on the same turn. I think this is up to 7 at this point, or at least 6, which is more than good enough. 8 even, my mistake.
Yeah, the Cutlass
discount.
Yeah, the Cutlass discount was huge for this turn, as he played 1 more cards, discovered a Shadow Step, which allows the weapon to have 3 to 4 more attack from the reduction, and that makes keeping the null worth it.
And so for Superfake, he is dead in 2 turns' time, essentially 100% of the time, because there is only 2 damage needed to close it up in addition to the weapon. So he needs to set up to kill his opponent on the next turn. That's the only way he has a chance in this matchup.
With all these Shadow Steps and these Serrated Bone Spike, I actually think there's a potential that he can reverse the table here.
It might be there. It's a very, very powerful pop-off turn.
Just keep stepping, and then he can. He really needs to calculate the damage. I don't think he needs to do all 3 of them and use the Wicked Stab on a minion.
I agree, because you're dead in 2 turns' time anyway. I don't think killing off a minion makes any difference here. I think that Wicked Stab was supposed to be saved to go face next turn. Because even if there was mana at the end, I think, to go to fit in the Wicked Stab face, right? Well, yeah, it worked. You could have just pointed the Wicked Stab face instead of at a minion. But you still get 1 more damage by just sending it face next turn once it's upgraded.
All right. Let's see.
Oh my god, this is so close.
This is so close. And then the Tooth of Nefarian can be used to clear.
Yeah, you always do that, because you just win the game next turn.
Oh. If he's
Always clear.
Yeah, if he saved the Wicked Stab and he was able to keep the Drakka and the opponent doesn't kill the Drakka, it would be exact lethal.
It would be exact lethal, yeah. I think that's a pretty big misplay. Because with 3 extra, if he'd left 3 extra damage on the board, he'd still be alive at 1. He would only have died to exactly Wicked Stab plus.
Wait, no, it's not enough. It's 29, right? It's double 11 because you play 1 last card. So,
oh yeah, okay, sorry.
So, so it's 11, 2 11s. That would be 22 plus 3, 25. So okay. It'll be 5 off for this turn. And
okay. Yeah. So either way, he needs to top deck a little bit of extra damage. And he's just wondering, is it better off Cutlass or off Edwin? I was going to say Cutlass because I think you can hit Door as well and still have mana to play the expensive ones, but disagrees. Oh, that's a Door. We need Sinister Strike. Oh, no, there's no mana. No way.
Sinister Strike still?
Trade into Sinister Strike and discount it in a 1 out of 3. He misses.
Oh, the 2 Drakka. Grabbing each other's throat at the last few turns. Wow.
That was
close.
Such an interesting rogue mirror, because I think you're absolutely right. Like, for Super Fake there, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say he had calculated it, that he would still have been a little bit off if he'd saved the Sinister the Wicked Stab until it upgraded 1 extra turn and realized he still needed a little bit of extra damage. I still think it was supposed to go face rather than into a minion at the end there, because there are hands from his opponent where clearing off that extra minion does mean he doesn't die the next turn and he dies in 2 turns time. But I think on average I would rather increase my outs by sending that damage face, even if it's on that 1 turn, whereas I think the damage ends up about the same whether you wait for it to upgrade or not.
Yeah, if you send the damage face and still play it at your pop-off turn, it's gonna make a slight difference. Definitely, I think there's gonna be a slight difference, and the only difference from your, a slight difference in terms of lethal, and then the other difference would be how leaving up a minion can potentially sings the lethal for your opponent. I don't think it needs to be like 3 to 4 damage cards, and I don't think Possessi had that. You can have a pretty good read on that. The hand size doesn't support it anyways. So Wicked Stab going phase, a slight difference, but we've seen in the last Edwin turn, I think he used both Shadow Step and 1 preparation. I think the upside of playing Edwin that turn is if you hit 0 mana cards, it'll be starting the train a little bit better. Yeah. Including nulls and stuff, but they are all played, so maybe the Cutlass was the answer.
It's one of those really tough situations where you just have to calculate it as best as you can in your head, look at your decks, just do some napkin maths, but in the end, it was not enough for our good friend Super Fake, who does have to scrap it out now in the elimination match versus Fury Hunter, who's already down waiting in the wings for him, having finished in that bottom seed spot and therefore taking a death loss. Whereas Possessi, much brighter news for him as he goes on to face Blaze in the winner's bracket match, which is going to be happening very shortly after this. I'm guessing we're going to have to go to a 10 or so minute break in order to give Possessi a little bit of time to think about picks, bans, and maybe have a bit of a breather, because that was a nail biter of a series there. But when we come back, plenty more action from Grandmasters Last Call playoffs.
Hello once again, and welcome back to Mull It Over. This one is about Ramp Druid, and I know what you're gonna say. This will not be all about Guff. Wait, no, stop showing these clips of players keeping Guff. I said it's not all about Guff. I mean, look, Habu Gabu played Guff here, and Lovex still beat him. Like, Guff's great and all, and he may be the #1 best card to keep in every single matchup, but he still needs the usual suspects to support him, right? You always want your Jerry-Rig Carpenter on 2, and your wild growth on 3, especially when going first. The newest member of the ramp crew, Widowbloom Seedsman, is also a great keep. When going second, it's pretty common to coin out wild growth when you can follow up with Seedsman. Another clean curve with coin or innervate is on 3 mana to get an early Seedsman, and then follow with Nourish on the next turn. We see Chunsu keep that combination because he's going second, but Nourish is actually a debatable keep. You'd much rather draw and split it with Jerry Rig, and keeping it often makes your second Jerry Rig do nothing. When you have nothing to support the Nourish, unlike back in the old days, it's definitely a toss. There's simply too many other earlier options you'd rather draw. When facing aggressive decks, in addition to early ramp, you can keep removal like Druid of the Reef or Living Roots if you run it. We see Levick with the unusual Theatar keep as well, which potentially steals an important pressure option from Dmitry Kazov like Imp King Rafam or Shady Bartender. However, I see the Theatar keep more often in the mirror or versus mage to steal hero cards and other heavy hitters because the low tempo you get from the 3/3 body isn't punished as heavily. You can also argue for the Planted Evidence keep against aggro because there are many good cheap options. Proactive cards like Living Roots, Sow the Soil, Natural Causes, and Thorngrowth Sentries help fight for the board, so Blythe places first evidence on turn 1. You can also get removal like Seaweed Strike, which comes in clutch from Blythe's second evidence on turn 2. Feral Rage and Frostwolf Kennels would have been good outcomes here as well. These cheap cards are way less impactful against slower matchups like Mage, Quest Hunter, and the Mirror, however, so it's no surprise to see Fury Hunter toss double Druid of the Reef here. An exception is against certain lists of big Spell Mage, which run double Far Watch Post. We see Pun keep a Druid of the Reef to respect that one card, which is extremely punishing against Druid because they have no other removal for it in the early game. Even one turn of delayed ramp, Care of Watch Post, can ruin Druid's game plan. By turn 3, Pun hasn't hit any ramp cards though, which is usually a disaster for Druid, but he makes the best of it by using Planted Evidence to build a composting board and cycle closer to ramp. Even without the coin, he's still able to play Theotar on curve next turn with some low-value options in hand that he's not too sad to give away. On the complete opposite end of the mulligan spectrum, we have Judgment keeping Sire Denathrius in the mirror. I personally do not make this keep often, especially not without the coin, and against an opponent whom you know runs Theotar. But it has its merits. Infusing the Denathrius right from the get-go can catch your opponent off guard, though you run the risk of missing ramp. The only greedy keep I see players consistently make against these slower decks is Topior, like Bunny Hopper does at the beginning of his full Druid sweep against Okashinsuke. He was under tons of pressure and hit no ramp until coin Nourish, but the Topior allows him to stabilize right on time. He doesn't play it straight away on 7 mana though, because Ivus represents more immediate stats, and big taunts are actually quite strong against Ping Mage early on. On the next turn, Topior is stronger than Miracle Growth because of the immediate evidence to follow up. With a perfect Discover of Earthen Scales, he still stabilizes and can go for a clean Miracle Growth next turn to run away with the game. Against Wig Priest, Bunny gets what looks like a full auto keep, but he tosses Widowbloom Seedsman. That's because with Jerry plus Wild Growth, the curve is already spoken for until the post-Nourish 8 mana turn. At that point, he would rather have an expensive card like Topior, Scale of Onyxia, or Miracle Growth to follow up. After ramping with Nourish, it's pretty funny that Seedsman would have been playable because of the 2 innervates he drew, but that's rarely the case. And even if it were there, spending the last 2 mana on Moonlit Guidance would probably still have been better to dig for Raid Boss or Scale of Onyxia. In this case, the best option is just Miracle Growth to keep cycling. On the next turn, there's a temptation to use Starfish on this buffed up Wig Priest board, but Bunny knows there's a Wig in hand and the Starfish doesn't actually remove anything, so Okashinsuke could easily rebuild the silent stats. So Bunny goes for Miracle Growth, and if he isn't dead to a big Bless this turn, he can swing back fully. Using the Innervate he saved, he gets to remove the board with Starfish plus Scale on the same turn. The Mana Giant is also free by this point, and Okashinsuke simply cannot come back. Finally, we have the Tempo Rogue matchup with a standard Wild Growth keep. Since Bunny's drawn Widowbloom Seedsman, the coin Wild Growth curve is looking great for him, and he can get up to 6 full mana crystals by turn 4. So here, Bunny knows Okashinsuke has plenty of minions in hand from Shroud, and if there's a location or Draka, he could die very quickly. Without a Nourish, it's still going to take a while to get to his Onyxia, so he searches for more ramp with Moonlit Guidance. Among these options, Seedsman lets him spend mana efficiently by playing it now, and draws the other copy, which he would then play next turn to get to 10 mana. But he takes Guff instead, mainly because of the Bran in hand. Bran plus Guff, which would immediately give him 2 full crystals, lets him hero power again for 3 total ramp, not to mention the 2 draws and 5 armor. This means he'd go to 12 mana next turn, enough for Onyxia and the Earthen Scales, which gives an extra layer of safety. This line also meant that he didn't have any Seedsmen on board for Okashinsuke to potentially target with backstabs and serrated bone spikes to fuel his combo turns. Sure enough, with 12 mana, Onyxia for board clear and Scales to stay out of range of Burst seal the game in favor of the Ramp Druid. And yes, I know, this was mainly thanks to Guff, but I did say he needed his support cards, right? Bran did a lot of work there too. Just look at this game between Possessi and Judgment. Possessi keeps Guff, because it's Guff. On turn 2, he starts with Aquatic form, a bit earlier than you usually see it, but it makes sense with his list and situation. If he hits Innervate or Seedsman, he could curve cleanly starting with Coin Wildgrowth this turn. Jerry-Rig Carpenter, Living Roots, or Natural Causes would also be good hits. As it turns out, he's offered Innervate, but passes up on that immediate draw to dredge his Scale of Onyxia instead, anticipating that he would need a big board clear after his slow ramp turns. In theory, he can still curve cleanly with Wild Growth on 3, Guff on 4, and Scale on 5. However, because Judgment had a high-pressure opener, Possessi is forced off of Guff and plays Flipper Friends to stay alive on board. This line still allows him to coin Scale next turn and stabilize the board, unless Judgment has good refill. But Judgment had good refill, establishing too many stats for even Scale of Onyxia to remove and winning the game. See? Guff's so bad he never even got played, and all Judgment had to do was draw the absolute stone cold nuts playing a deck with a highly favorable matchup. Alright, episode's over. I'm done being in denial. Guff is really strong. Hopefully as strongly as you enjoyed watching. See you next time!
Welcome back, everyone, to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. The second match of the day coming up right now, and it is for a spot in the semi-finals, the winner's bracket match of Group B between Expelize and Possessi. Possessi, as I've mentioned a couple times, already has that spot booked for himself in the World Championship. So playing for prize money, and as I said, as the Terminator himself would like to do, crushing some dreams and taking down some noobs along the way. Whereas X-Blize, it's all on the line for him as one of our premier ladder grinders and one of our most impressive competitive players over the last couple of years, with his back-to-back victories in Masters tours very impressively. He wants to get that spot at Worlds and really solidify himself as one of the all-time top-tier greats in competitive Hearthstone.
Yeah, I really have a personal aspect of this, in that back in Masters Tour Arlington 2 years ago, when he won his first Masters Tour, I lost to him in the semis, and and I wish and obviously it was an impressive run from him, the two back-to-back. And also for this time, I really have to say, in a meta where a lot of standard lineups or aggro lineups out there, I mean, aggro to me is not that special. I've tried several aggro lineups in my own GM chances. So to me, this Demon Hunter deck is really dragging me in. I tried it on ladder for a few hours already. I got a lot of games in, and I really like the feeling that it gives me as the aggressor.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's a very powerful deck. I did humiliate myself yesterday when I was playing against Fino, piloting this deck, I believe. Left myself dead to like Starfish killing me because I froze the board instead of trying to clear. And Blize was very quick to mention that in chat and lull at me at the same time, which was thoroughly humiliating. But it does at least show that he has, I think, put a lot of time into this deck, knows its ins and outs very well, which is the main strength that I think Blize has as a player, is that he seemingly has limitless time to just grind away on Hearthstone day and night, ending up right at the top of ladder the vast majority of the time. And also, not only is he playing Hearthstone for a long amount of time, the number of games he can fit into the same space of time as other people must be like 5 times as high, because he's the quickest player I've ever seen play Hearthstone. And it's quite intimidating to play against, honestly, when you do face him on ladder, just because you have so much less time to think about what your next play is going to be.
And he's going to start with the mage that he plays, which has a similar build with Super Fake, having the mass polymorph tech, having the double rune of Archmage, and in general, just all other stuff is just the regular ping / skeleton mage synergy cards.
Yeah, exactly. Apart from that, just the very much standard stuff. And it is going to be going into the Warlock first game. Again, the hybrid Curse Imp Warlock, which against Mage, we talked about at the start of the expansion. I've talked about it in previous weeks of GM, where the meta kind of went Imp Warlock day one, because obviously it was going to be busted. You just had to look at the cards that they'd printed for it. And then everyone very quickly realized Mage is good, and it's very good against the Imp Warlock, right? Because it just locks down the board. You get too many skeletons, too much freeze. It's so difficult for them to pull ahead on the board.
The early versions, they play Fire Cell even. Just
exactly. Yeah.
Warlock.
But in the Curse one here, again, I have to ask, does that hold true when the curses become a factor as well?
Yeah, when I saw Possessi's lineup, I was having this little question mark in my head, in the sense that, well, he brought Quest Priest, which means he doesn't want to ban Rogue, but he brought Imp Warlock, which means he does want to ban Rogue. So I'm not sure which one. And also, Quest Priest means he want to ban Druid, and Imp Warlock says, leave Druid up. I wanna beat Guff to the ground. So I was a little hesitant on whether the strategy would be, but it turns out he chose to ban Druid, which means he's willing to sacrifice the favorable matchup of Druid and still think Imp Curse Warlock is a good enough bring versus the field.
So we were liking this starting hand from Possessi. I imagine not the dragged below, but wow, everything else I was tempted by, but Flame Imp tossed in the starting hand. That is interesting.
Yeah, I was a little bit of surprise. I was a little surprised as well. But in this matchup, I think the curse synergy is gonna shine, and
Okay.
you're gonna try to go phase with your board a little bit in the early turns, and then finish it off with all your cursing cards.
Point out the catastrophe. Yeah, I think so.
Job's done.
Got a good chance of finding a follow-up play with a couple of 1-drops, the summoning circle. Even just tap 1-drop is not bad.
Possessy is really heavily relying on, or like he's putting more card slots into his cursing strategy here. Usually in decks like these, you don't play as much of touch.
Okay.
And you don't. People just toss away touch these days because they don't think they are as valuable, and people play starfish to sometimes make your to disrupt your opponent, and sometimes to make your board movable. But Possessy just chooses almost all in on these tech choices with the curse synergy cards, especially with the brand edition. Pairing with a cultist, I think that was what's special about this list.
And boy, this is looking to be a close game right now. Blyze is holding the line right now, keeping the Barbarians at the gate. And it looks like help will be on the way soon because he's got himself Varden to stall. Deathborn could be a monstrous swing once turn 6 rolls around. So the question for Possessy, who knows that these kinds of cards are going to be the big threat to him, how does he play around that? What's the plan in the next few turns? Is it double down on the board? Or do we start transitioning more over to a curse game plan as soon as possible?
Well, the curse game plan is easily shifting. Wow, this is very interesting. He's trying to take advantage of a turn 5 gap, but this is going to be punished by a good skeleton hit.
Wow, 2 misses.
I don't think this skeleton hit is very bad. Okay,
nice play.
Trying to stop the damage from coming. That was very interesting by Possessy. I would think. Oh, I think he went for this play also because his library is gonna be re-alived this turn. But Bly's spotting that, trying to freeze the board. Yeah, that was a very interesting turn as he already has a lot of spells in his hand, the cursing spells, and I thought Tamsin would be a great addition in the future turns, but he chooses to tempoing out along with Tamsin, not playing the Mischievous Imp. We'll see how it goes.
Okay, so in terms of curses that we have right now, we have 1 with Zakul, 2 with Dragged Below, 3 with Abyssal Wave, and then up to 5 with Lady Darkvein if you were to go Wave and then Darkvein Dragged Below. It's very slow, all things considered, but that is, that's enough to kill your opponent if they're not playing these spells each turn.
Especially along with the board damage potential that the situation provides. But now with the extra Sanctum on board, I think the mage is going to be chilling. He's very happy about the state of the board and having Dawn Grasps and the 2 Sanctums on board. He's very safe.
Oh man, this is getting so close now. You've got so many options available now because obviously what I'm looking at is Abyssal Wave first, and then you set up for Bran plus Lady Darkvein, I guess, is potentially even better than Bran Zakul. But it's just awkward mana break points because that's an 8 mana combo with Bran Zakul or Bran Darkvein. And so for the next 2 turns, are you just going Tamsin Wave as your potential plays?
Yeah, just for this turn is Mischievous Imp. It got infused right away last turn, so it's the best tempo play. The only thing is you need to tab. You have a lot of 6-drops in your hand. It looks a little bit awkward, but I think you go for it. For this turn, the Mischievous Imp, trying to push a little bit board damage. And then also, it's not like it will forces your opponent to do something else instead of instead of trying to just say play, it kind of punishes the Dawngrasp play a little bit, right?
Hmm.
By having the ability to put damage on the board.
It does, yeah, because it's a lot of health gain off the Varden with the Cold Case coming down again. But 9 damage does immediately eliminate that armor. And all of a sudden, we are looking at these combos becoming more and more doable because these quests are going to rack up these curses are going to rack up so fast with Abyssal Wave this turn. As I said, Brand Dark Vein, Brand's cool, another Abyssal Wave. Like, the world's your oyster here is Possessy. You just need to not die.
Yeah, but that's the problem. It's a little bit clunky, this hand. He really need that Grimoire of Sacrifice, I think is what he wanted. All the AoE effect he has in his hand also blows up his own Mischievous Imps and all other stuff on board. And also sends the skeleton damage into his face, which is very not ideal.
Yeah, that's super scary.
Wow, he went for the aggressive line and just doesn't care about any potential like a Deathborn, like a Blizzard with the skeletons going face. Blocking out Brand is pretty good because Reckless Apprentice was about to get out of hand.
Oh, and look at that. With that perfect skeleton hit, that means we've got a full clear available. Summon another skeleton first if you want, sure. That's probably not going to get all too much use from here on in. And then we're up to a 6 damage hero power next turn after this gets the upgrade on the Bran.
And with all the skeleton attacks and also death rattle potential, it's going to be very tough for Possessy, it seems.
So in hand right now, there is 2 and then 3. So that's 5 damage.
Yeah, Blaze is opting into not playing the curse. It seems a little dumb at first, but he's trying to prevent his opponent by putting more damaging curses into his hand.
Exactly, yeah. No,
the Fell Rift is gonna block a lot of damage.
Huge.
Block the skeleton damage. Yeah. A lot of damage off.
And the heal as well. Up to 18 now on this turn, which means, what, 6 damage ping? It's not lethal here.
The 6 damage ping, it needs a little bit more turns, but Blaze also plays solid Alibi, so I don't think he's in a big trouble. But solid Alibi doesn't work as great with the curses, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So the skeleton death rattle, what is Blaze looking at?
You're at 19, 3 hand spaces right now. You have Dark Vein plus Grimoire, which would only kill off one of them, unfortunately. It's not going to kill off the other one. So maybe it's just an Abyssal Wave?
I think it's Abyssal Wave to make the Dark Vein, to activate the Dark
Exactly,
Vein next turn. Possessy is going to be really scared because he's going to take the 2 skeleton tick damage.
Yeah.
If he went for that play. And that is guaranteed to his face. Abyssal Wave is going to clear his own board as well.
Which means he'd be 2 damage off dying, which, I mean, admittedly, is kind of niche for X-Blaze. Like, there's not that many cards that do that. Wildfire doesn't get the job done, obviously. We've seen one Apprentice. It would need to be second Apprentice, Mordresh, or Kel'Thuzad. Or Denathrius, I suppose, would be... Oh no, Denathrius, you don't have mana as well.
Alright, it's time to push all the chips in and hope your opponent doesn't have it.
Pretty much.
But if he does that, the opponent has lethal. Blaze can play a minion, freeze the minion, summon a skeleton, and then kill it with Deathborn.
Oh, clever. Very clever.
From our perspective, we know that Blaze is lethal if Possessy go for this play. But he also has the Zakul.
Wow, okay.
Okay, he chooses the safer play. But now it's when the Brand usage and the Tamsin usage comes in a little bit awkward, right? He uses the Brand, not pairing it with Zakul, maximize a little bit more heal, and he uses the Tamsin early for a tempo turn, but successfully got countered by Blyze's Varden turn. So now it's gonna be very different. Alright, killing the Zakul and keeping your hand as full as possible with the 10 card hand. No more curses can penetrate. Very tough for Possessi now.
In terms of lethal, still not necessarily set up if the board can be cleared here, which it can. And then at that point, there's no more location because his hero power is still at 6, right? So with the skeleton damage going face after the Abyssal, he would be 2 off and have no way of getting that guaranteed that I can see.
Yep, I think this is a simple just making a board and then play the spell, the drag below, and take out some power, the damage on board, and then try to hope you survive.
Well, I mean, if you do that, leaving that on skeleton on board does give outs to your opponent for potential lethal.
Yeah, but that's the only choice. And playing the drag below also increased the curse count, even though it doesn't put the curse in there. Looking for the second touch, I believe.
Now he has to just go Abyssal Wave or he's just dead, yeah.
Oh, let's see.
They're not technically dead yet.
Yeah, I thought the drag below was gonna be the pick from Possessi, but now drag below Imp King.
Yeah.
Because if he doesn't play Rafam, your opponent can choose not to play any cards and then hero power pass.
That's true.
What are you gonna do about that? He has the location card, but is it gonna be enough though? Taking 1 curse. Taking 2 curses? Okay, keep the hand full, yes, with the Savara.
Okay, that's
very, very smart by Blyze.
Nice play. And yeah, as you say now. I mean, I guess, yeah, either way it was looking grim because there's a play with the... like, if the board had been developed and Blyze had still just gone for that exact same play, I think Possessi does still just end up losing the game. In a very well-played game by Blyze to lock out all the outs one after the other.
Turn, I think it was amazing. People, sometimes me as well, usually want to be a little bit more greedy with Varden. Is like, I'm gonna wait for my opponent to play like 6 to 7 minion and show how powerful Varden is as a card, and I just kind of lose to this early chip damage and kind of, it's not like you get chipped down too much, but in this matchup, if you take too much chip damage earlier, the curse is gonna look much better. But that turn, I think the Possessi was refraining from making a board as he knows the solid alibi is gonna be there anyways, so that's probably what he was thinking. But in my mind, I thought, well, you gotta do something to make your opponent play cards. If your opponent is allowed to keep a 10 card hand, then you're gonna be in a big trouble.
Well, that is bad news, undeniably, for Possessi, but it does still feel like he's got the chance to target the Rogue, which is what most players have been going for so far this weekend, it feels like, despite everyone proclaiming its power over and over again. But Possessi's going with the Rogue of his own now, and he's got himself a pretty bad matchup, as Blyze is going with his own Quest Priest. Pretty standard stuff so far as I can see. You've got all the usual cards in there to get yourself quest completion all the way up to 8 mana. And as you can see, right, Shadow Word Ruin, Whirlpool, Light Bomb, even the Light It Burns. All these cards just absolute rogue killers.
Yeah, exactly. And as we talked about, this matchup is all about the rogue player trying to finesse their way, creating a big weapon from Draka, or having 4 mana, a 4 mana 4/4 on the board, and trying to escape any clears, chipping in the damage. 3/5s nulls are hard to clear, at least in the initial turn, and there's your chances as the rogue. But you really need to be smart about your resources And of course, you need the help of Edwin.
Edwin can help. Yeah, definitely the card the Possessor is going to be looking for to give you the draw engine, the board, everything all in one handsome package. But number two, I think they're definitely the Draka, as you highlighted, meaning that you are looking to get a little bit of a balance of a bit of board and a bit of weapon as well. You want to have a dual-pronged attack up against Priest, I find, where they can't defend against both at the same time necessarily. Because if your minion is like 9/9, 11/11 on your Edwin, Zyrella becomes a little bit shaky of a board clear. It can do it sometimes, but it's definitely far from guaranteed. And then if they clear that, then they're maybe not healing up from the weapon damage as well. It's hard because it's a bad matchup, but it's definitely not undoable.
Yes, especially if it's just weapon. Light Shower Elemental is going to be a big blocking road for that game plan. And it's not like you're attacking into the thing, but you at least need to spend some resources and just dumping them onto clearing the 6/6, and that's gonna be a 8-mana heal, 8 health heal, healed for the Priest, and that's not gonna be a big threat. So only weapon is not gonna cut it. Only board is definitely not gonna cut it, and you need to have a balance of both.
Oh, would you look at that though? Quest tossed away by Blythe. How are we feeling about that?
Well, that's probably and also a nice idea in the sense that, well, in the matchup that you don't need the quest, especially in versus like pure Imp Warlock or Rogue, where you can exhaust your opponent's resources as the controller of the matchup, or on the defensive side of these matchups, you can really toss your quests.
What now?
The Possessor with an interesting hand. It's the kind of hand for me, whenever I'm playing these kind of matchups, that looks good, but never actually wins you the game. Because you go all in on this big Sinstone Graveyard, you get a 8/8, a 9/9, something in that region.
Yeah.
And then your opponent has 40 health. You have to attack 5 times to actually kill them, which never, ever, ever happens.
Well, you need to dodge double the light it burns. You need to dodge the one of Shadow Word Ruin. You need to dodge the one of Light Bomb, or heal plus Zyrella. You need to dodge a lot of things for 3 turns at least.
And
that doesn't sound like the odds are on your side, doesn't it?
Exactly. Discovering a card in the deck. I think that looks like a Light Bomb to me. Yeah, 100%.
Extortion, you can trade it away, but you can also play it on your opponent just to make the graveyard 1/1 bigger. That doesn't sound worth it at this point. We want one more card.
I think you just need Draka before you go in.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen Possessor playing this matchup earlier by knowing how to be patient. So let's see which route you want to go, having this hand. Because every hand is different. And
wow,
he is going for it, it seems, but he's leaving some doors open for future pop-ups. He's not using everything for a minion.
It's kind of smart. It's big enough to play around the around clean the scene, and that's the only real available play on that turn. It's also small enough to play around the Shadow Word Ruin, which is a potential play as well. Finds the Shroud off the top, finds Edwin and Draka, and now this half measure for Possessor is looking a lot better because he's got a lot of follow-up now as well.
But you know what they say about half measures? I really wish he was a bit more patient last turn, because what are these boards are gonna do with the versus the Priest that has a full hand? I wasn't sure about just trying to go for a little bit of board earlier, but he doesn't know the next card is Shroud, right? So it's very tough.
So is this the turn to carry on with that aggression? How much can you get with a Draka? You could step the Draka at the end, I suppose. You kind of want to save that for Edwin. Tough. Wicked Stab, Prep, Tooth.
So preserving. Well, if he's doing Tooth, I don't think this turn is gonna be. Yeah, Serrated Bone Spike is probably more appropriate for a pop-up turn.
Or and just thinking about wanting to get the Tooth activated at some point, because that feels like it could be pretty big.
Yeah, and if he wants to be cute, he can Shadow Step the Draka if that's what he's looking for.
Yeah, that's where my head was at too.
Well,
oh wow. Shadow Step Null, the third option.
I think the preparation will be kept.
Yeah, for an
Okay.
edit.
Weapon and board. That's
Pretty
the
good.
situation we're looking at.
Yeah.
And Light Bomb even leaves 6th power on board. Wow. All of a sudden, Possessi has some chances with Edwin in his hand. Popping up this turn. Also with Prep, if he draws anything. Ooh.
It's not bad. You can kill off one of your
kill
own.
the Draka, though. You want to give yourself a better...
Would you rather kill
Yeah,
the Null?
he's thinking about it. He's thinking about it. Which one is the better Shadow Step target?
Probably the Draka, yeah. And 1 versus 2 health is essentially irrelevant at this point.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. You can target yourself with that. That's okay.
Keep going. Keep going. Shadow Step,
okay,
a better Shadow Step target.
Now we're talking.
But I don't think there's a lot of low cards.
Now we're not talking. Swing
I
face
think-
and then.
I think he
Cutlass.
wants to keep the train going.
You swing
but
face,
it-
Cutlass, and then you can end Draka.
And that's going to be an 8 attack weapon.
Okay,
Is that worth it, though?
sounds worth it.
Alright, he's
to
going
me.
to go for it. An extra draw. Maybe even a 0 mana one. Nope. But... Oh, not playing the Draka? Not
Really?
playing the Draka?
Wow. Are you hoping to get better than that?
This is not a very hard board for the priest to deal with, so... What is Possessi looking at here? There's no way he's gonna generate a turn with 3-card hand size better than a 8 attack weapon. I think this is a misplay, I believe.
There's no shot that that was correct, right? Like, no shot.
Yeah. By playing it this turn, I definitely believe that.
Yep, thumbs up from X-Blaze. I think he knows that this one is ready to be closed out now. He's got the Behemoth in order to heal up. He can even buff it if he wants to for even more heal.
That was definitely not very smooth from Possessi. There's a lot of improvements, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I agree. I just... it was just strange. That turn was looking so good up until that point. Like, I agreed with everything he did. Like, deciding to kill off the Null rather than the Draka, that was a good deviation, even though he was close to making the killing off the Draka. Carrying on the chain with the Cutlass, like attacking, equip the Cutlass, but just not ending on the Draka with no minions left in the deck as well after he just drew the Shroud. Like, what are you expecting to be able to do on the next turn? This anywhere close to 8 attack weapon.
Yeah, exactly. And with that turn, the earlier turn that he first played the Draka, I think there was also a little bit improvement that can be made.
Okay.
I'm not super sure, but he used the discount from Serrated Bone Spike on Tooth of Nefarian, but the Tooth of Nefarian can be prepped out. So he could probably first prep out the Tooth of Nefarian and then play Serrated Bone Spike as the last card before Draka. So he can get out the 2-mana Draka with the prep included in that turn. But that's not a big improvement and a big difference. Here we go with this Demon Hunter.
Exactly, yeah. This is... Oh, did I... Oh, I think I misspelled Demon Hunter. It's Demon Hunter now rather than Demon Hunter that Blyze is playing here at the top. But this is really the big question
It's
mark,
just different.
right?
Bly's decks are just different.
Exactly. You can't even classify it as Demon Hunter. It's Demon. And with your limited experience on this deck, like I've played a bit of Relic Demon Hunter since the patch, which does seem an awful lot stronger. I haven't played any Renathal Relic Demon Hunter myself. How is this going to be faring against the rest of Possessi's lineup in your estimation?
Well, I think very little of our audiences play the Renathal version because I don't think it existed before Bly's discovery in this tournament. And I like that it has a lot of tools as a mid-range deck to be aggressive. When you're on the aggression, you really have the Death Rattle synergy that you can work with the Boar, with the Beastmaster pulling out Crixus. That's amazing, right? That's how you want to play your Crixus. And other than that, you have all these relics pairing with each other. And also, most importantly, I think with Scorpid and School Teacher, you can discover a lot of extra relics. So that synergizes very well. So that's how I'm looking at it. A strong mid-range deck that's gonna perform very well as the aggressor.
Okay, interesting. Because I can spot a couple of potential weaknesses that XL Quest Priest could line up pretty nicely into, given that a lot of the threats that you're making as the Relic Demon Hunter, there are just standard threats in the deck, absolutely, like Zillag, Devourers, Denathrius, Deathspeaker Blackthorn. All of those are at slightly weirder health totals. But the main one that you're really looking to consistently pile out threats one after the other is the Relic of Phantasms, to double that up as much as possible, and then Zymox as well to double it up at the end. That's all very weak to Light Bomb, Shadow Word Ruin, Whirlpool, the Light It Burns. Everything you're intending to hit Rogue with does feel like it doubles up pretty well against this Relic DH.
Well, when I played Priest versus Relic DH, every clearing spell matters. Really? And my clearing spells got exhausted. There's just so many stuff going on. You can pair your Relic Vault with a Relic of Phantasms, and that's great. And we'll see.
Shall see. Good starting hand, I would say, for Possessi. All things considered, he can start completing his quest with the Scorpid and the Lightmore. Whereas for Bly's right now, I don't anticipate to see Crixus on curve, but he has some reasonable other options at least.
Yeah, I really love this deck. It also has the Crown card to beat Mage in Zyre Denathrius. In the previous meta, and when in Shaman versus Mage matchup, Zyre is like 5% better than the second best card during the mulligan in these matchups. So versus Mage, Zyre is really gonna make a big difference. So
you mean versus Priest?
Oh, versus Mage. That was I was talking about.
Oh, about Mage. Oh, okay.
In general, how this deck can be the aggressor and just outpowers a lot of defensive decks.
Got you.
It's just a very, very heavy aggressive deck. Bly's being a little bit patient with his relics, being a little bit tempo-oriented with his relics and just tossing them out there first.
Yeah, I think it's fine. You're just using it to juice up the potential top deck of the Relic of Dimensions, the 5-mana one, to draw a little bit more. A whole bunch of kind of trash, honestly, off of the School Teacher there.
But it's okay. You know, you can always with School Teacher. It's not like always gonna be the Relics of Extinction or the other Phantasms. All right, lacking a 5-mana card for Possessi. 5-mana card, clean the scene. Is he what he's looking at? Just finishing the quest as quick as possible?
Yeah, I think so.
I think he cannot try to out-resource this Demon Hunter. This is as thick as you can be in this meta, I think. This is the heaviest deck that I've seen. Maybe Dawn Grasp, Ping, you can say it's more valuable, but I still believe well, this deck has more juice just from the hand, right? Dawngrasp Ping is like, well, it's just one card for all the resources, but this deck has more resources in general.
Ooh, some very tempting options actually on the bottom of the deck there, off of that dredge, as he does end up on the Relic of Dimensions, I believe, to juice up his card draw, which I do think is correct. But now he knows that both Bran and probably more importantly, the Theater are stuck on the bottom of the deck, which means that he is all out on the aggressive game plan here, rather than trying to cheese out the quest reward at the end. Oh, never mind.
A Theotar. Theotar is a great counter to the priest quest reward, but we've seen if you over rely on Theotar, things can definitely go wrong, as demonstrated last series by Superfake. Drawing these cards.
What, wasn't Theater on the bottom of the deck? Am I being stupid here?
Oh, I think it was Bran. It was also an orange card that you were looking at.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
From the dredge.
Maybe I'm just being stupid.
The Noggling?
Keen Reflex? Yeah, I don't think that does much for a priest.
Yeah, because your opponent is lacking a 5 mana. He's taking away the 5 mana, not gonna give another 5 mana back.
Yes.
Trying to affect the quest progression. Let's see how Possessy can continue. This play actually blocks the quest progression.
I know 100% what is happening here. Possessy looked over the Noggling, saw it says Keen Reflex, or whatever the Japanese translation is, and he has no idea what that card does. Guarantee. Absolutely none.
He's like, what card is it? I don't even know what it does.
I mean, I had to double check. I just Googled it on the side just to make sure that I knew exactly what it was. And he ends up with 1 attack. I don't know if it did what he thought it was going to do. I think he thought that it was going to survive so that he could Cathedral it.
Oh, yeah, exactly. He didn't even... Yeah, he was not sure about what it does. He was like, well, whatever it does, I'm just going to do it. And then just Cathedral it and try to draw some cards with it.
I respect that so much. Just playing it. Just see what happens. Doesn't need to be more complicated than that.
Yeah, I was going to say in his position, doesn't Cathedral your opponent Theotar is still a viable option? Because, you know, location cards takes time. You want to maximize your draw. You better start early than late. It's going to be a little awkward now.
I can't believe that Plyce is playing a deck with BGH in 2022. It almost feels as troll.
Well, it's a 4-mana BGH. Nobody messes around with a 5-mana BGH, or even everybody plays the 3-mana BGH, but now 4-mana. Still potential there. Yeah, still potential there.
All right, huge top deck in the clean scene to get this quest ticking along once again. Now the Whirlpool is a play that you are very happy to make as Possessy. And we need to see Mutinous or the Behemoth. And he gets neither. No way to draw through his deck either, which means we're slowing down once again.
Maybe the Surf Finley can't be used for the last shard to win the game.
That's true, yeah.
Maybe it has to be used for a 7-mana card. We shall see. And now Blyze is putting out some board, but it's not a very strong board. I'm not sure what he's saving the Zilag for. He's blocking a minion, I think. Because the 7 mana, in 7 mana, there's like 2 minions, right? So he's blocking the only 2 7 mana options. But can Possessy spot that? Yes. So it's a minion block.
Sketchy Stranger, you're very happy to throw down, and then end with, I guess, Spirit Guide, because all you really want to do is thin your deck.
Drawing, right? Keep
Yep.
keep cycling. Keep cycling. Now it's a game of time for the priest.
So, I mean, the other option, of course, is that you could. Actually, I was going to say that you could play the shard, which you don't want to do because it's too valuable in this matchup, I think. You could then go Sketchy Stranger, Spirit Guide, and trade the shard of the Naru, but maybe it's even more valuable than that. You don't want to get rid of it just for the chance of hitting a 7-drop.
Well, there's also the option of playing Whirlpool and then maximize speed, right? Maximize speed. We've seen a Light Bomb being dumped for just quest completion, so why not Whirlpool? He plays 2.
I think it's a little too valuable in this game to be dumping it down just for one very unimportant minion.
Yeah,
I like where
you're
your head's
right.
at.
Not a lot of aggression going on from the Blizz side.
Yeah, there's really not. I can't
And
remember
not
what that
seeing,
nuggling.
yeah, and not seeing any relic from all those discoveries also hurts a little bit.
Yeah, no relic vault, the location either, to double down on this phantasm, because that's the second relic of phantasms. Like, that's one of the biggest board dominating tools he has. If you can get that with the relic and get like 2 6/6s, 2 7/7s, a lot of matchups, that just closes out the game.
All right, trying to play around Shadow Word Ruin a little bit, right?
Okay, sure, that's smart.
Ooh, very good. Rewarded. So Derek, what do you think of the Quest Priest right now? I need to build some foundation for this question. So in the old days, we have a lot of long. Priest is usually a control deck with long drag-out matchups, and usually not very clear win conditions. Even if there are win conditions, it's usually very niche. It's very situational, and it's not very pleasant to play against a lot of the times. And it feels a little bit unclear when you are playing the Priest. But now with the addition of Quest, I feel like, just in my opinion, when I play the Priest, it's more purposeful. My turns are more purposeful, and I just need to finish the quest. It's like a lazy cop-out, but I like the idea of Priest, the direction that it's giving me. Even though sometimes when I lose to the quest, I feel like, 10 mana kill me. What is that, right? So what are you on for this one?
I like it. I'm a big supporter of win conditions in Hearthstone. I'm not one of the people who says that, like, having a kind of a combo or a card that actually wins the game is bad for the game. I think, the quest win reward here, Denathrius, all these kind of cards are fine to have in the game. They're really not the problem, because, like you say, if you're losing to Quest Priest, the majority of the time, if you lose to them specifically play Shard, if that's the card that actually kills you, you're probably going to lose the game anyway a lot of the time, unless they manage to cheese it out early with you and you're playing a Druid or some other value deck. So I like it.
Yeah, especially even though it's a little bit frustrating in the last turn that you got beamed by the shard, but it's still pretty reasonable in a sense that, I know what my opponent was doing and I have a clear way of trying to play around it, or I know where my clock is at, instead of playing against people usually complain a lot about the discoveries, right? The created buys. The created buys really frustrate people a lot of times. You don't know what to play around. And yeah, I really like the addition of Quest Priest. Quest in Priest.
Yes, me too. But right now, Mutinous coming down, hitting one of the worst minions.
Is it a little
in the
bit
hand?
Missequence, do you think? If you pull out,
been done?
Maybe if he chose to condemn first, it will pull out probably one of the Death Rattle minions. So maybe he doesn't want to pull out Crixus, so he was trying to take the Crixus option away rather than pulling it out first. So that's really situational. That's definitely not a misplay, it's just a choice.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think it was a choice. I think it was just he saw Mutinous, he clicked Mutinous. I don't know if it goes much deeper than that. But when you break it down, you make it sound much more intelligent, so I'm on board with it still.
And now lacking clear alongside with Zyrella, the quest reward.
Oh, yeah. And the Lightmore Drake is actually inactive, interestingly enough, on this turn.
Okay. Trying to cycle. I thought cycle can be better done with Desperate. Avenge can be played this turn if he wants to get the quest out there.
You'd think so.
And the board has 10 damage. There's not a lot of closing options. Oh my god. He's playing very defensive, Possessi.
And how much damage do we actually have here now? It's 10, and if you factor in the silence, you have 6 from the hero power. It's not quite there. It was 16, I think.
So he doesn't know that Blythe doesn't have Zyre in his deck, Zyre Denathrius in his deck, in his hand. So he's playing around Denathrius. Obviously, that's the only closer in the deck, and I'm not sure if he can consistently play around it though. Don't you think so?
Yeah. But he's got even bigger problems than that right now. Like, just the Insatiable Devourer is currently without an answer if Blythe wanted to go for it. But instead it's uninfused Zymox. Not a play you see leapt at often at all.
He's gonna look for cards. 0 mana. Chaos can be played this turn. Does he want to play it? Or he wanted to wait for... Okay, he's gonna draw for Zyre. Is he gonna...
Overdraw one?
Mill Zyre? No. Okay. Supposedly he played Sir Finley to the bottom of his deck, so he knows the sequence where Denathrius is.
Right.
So if he has the right calculation in mind, there shouldn't be a problem.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Past cannot shame me forever.
Still playing it. All right.
Ends up with a very
I think
sizable board.
Possessi now has a fair read of whether Zyre is in hand or not. Pretty much not. So let's see what he does. There's no clear way of taking out the Devourer yet.
Is this all we have? Is this the great defense?
Wait, is it too early to play this one?
It was played very quickly.
Yeah, I think he could have taken a little bit more time.
Give him the Zyrella.
Yeah, if he went for the silence, I think it's definitely better than the Light Shower Elemental.
And so, do you go for a silence of your own, or is there a better play you have? Hero power, attack, hero power, attack. 15 plus 8, you have to deal 32. So that's 23.
So it's 12. 12 plus. Yeah.
I think you get there either way, whether you silence or just attack
do the easy. Just do the easy math. Don't
Yeah.
Try to cheese around Zyre plays. All right,
Blythe,
it's 3-0 on Blythe's side now, and
he's
let's
feeling it.
close this out with the Rogue only remaining.
Only the Rogue remaining, Alan. What could possibly go wrong?
I am very confident in Blythe's ability to pilot Rogue in a fair fashion, in a very cool fashion. We'll see a lot of fast plays with Rogue. It's gonna look very cool and fancy when you pilot such a tough deck with a lot of decisions at times, but also manage to play that quick. It just shows how finesse and how adept you are at certain decks. And I think Blythe has enough resume that showed us, hey, we can give him the benefit of doubt that he's gonna master these matchups and these hands that's coming.
Absolutely agree. I think he's just one of the top players that we have technically right now in the game. We're seeing very, very few mistakes from him. Feels like he spots all the nice little tricks you have access to and does it in a tenth of the time that it would take me to make the wrong play, which just makes it all the more impressive. But in terms of the 30th card, we do have a backstab believer here instead of a sprint Giga Chad to round it out. Which, I don't know. I mean, against the Warlock that Possessy's lining up first, it's probably a decent card to have.
Well, for now, it's now time to know what kind of player Possessy is. Some players will say, I'm gonna go with Priest first, and then just get through, starting from the easiest matchup and get through one by one when you're down 2-0 or 3-0. But probably, if he went for, I think the worst matchup would be Imp Curse Warlock. And if that's the case, Possessy is like, well, let's get the hardest out of the way, and that if that gets you the win, that applies the most just psychological pressure to your opponent.
All right, well, here we go. The final potential game of the series. Were Blyze to win here, he would, of course, go through to the semi-finals to be played out tomorrow and then be 2 wins away from going through to the World Championship. So currently, he is, 9 games of Hearthstone, 9 individual wins away from a World Championship victory, which our boy Blyze can do no problem.
Yeah, of course, he was in that position before, as we've shown in the player introductions. He was 1 Hearthstone game away from the Worlds in Season 1 last year. So he is no stranger to this stage at this late into the Grandmaster playoffs.
Okay, right out the gate, pushing Possessy off the board with the Tempo Null. Even though it costs 1, I think you're absolutely fine with going for it here, just to clear things off.
Will he just step the Null and then...
Oh, just leave it?
Yeah, I'm like, playing... This play is like... Because infusing the Imp or not infusing the Imp is going to make a huge difference, and it's pretty easy to play around in early turns. I'm not saying this as just a caster vision thing. I think it's playing around infuse at times. It's still a little bit overlooked.
Okay.
I think player will explore with it a little bit more as we get to be more familiar with some of the infused power spikes in this game and trying to play around it, like the Rafams, like the mischievous Imps.
Man, this is a tough choice. Like you have some AoE in Felfire in the hole, but the fact it's 2 instead of 3 makes it so much worse against Warlock specifically, where with the mischievous Imps and the Rafam as well, you really want to be denying. You really want to have 3 AoE to clear things off.
And by killing 1 Imp, just happens to infuse the second one, and now Blyze is shaking his head. He really needs something to clear now.
I mean, he's just getting absolutely smoked and rolled right now. Like, you have Zakul, you have a Rafam that's very possibly going to be active. Even if it isn't, you just slam it and you're probably winning the game anyway.
Well, if it isn't, which means this board doesn't die, which means Blyze is already dead.
That's true.
That's 4-4. Alright, I think Blyze is in defensive mode, is he?
I think he's in attack mode.
Yeah, he's still in attack mode. Okay. Didn't you see that little cute moon coming out along with Draka?
Yeah, it's a nice little VFX animation.
Yeah, I really like it. Whenever a moon comes up, I think it used to be a druid card that shows a moon. A lot of druid cards showed moon in the...
Moonfang did it, right? When you played it, it did a little moon-shaped thing.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, that was cool.
Back to the game. What are the options? Options.
He discounts the curse. Oh, man.
Oof. This is not easy. Definitely not easy.
So if you go trade and double shoot with the Serrated Bone Spike and the Tooth, you're obviously not dead on the spot. But he needs to think about how he's actually killing his opponent. So we need either defensive spells or burn spells here. And these are kind of neither.
Okay, so I think Blythe is looking at this and trying to... Oh! Are you thinking
Whispers
what
of the
I'm
Deep.
thinking?
Yeah, it doesn't quite work though. I think you're up to a 4/4 on this turn with the
Not
graveyard.
good enough, huh?
Yeah, it's just shy.
Oh yeah, that's just not good enough. I thought Whispers of the Deep, he could try to put it on. Even putting it on Draka instead of playing the Curse can be an option, right? Alright, this is gonna be clean. Keep life stealing. Not lethal, but very close. Everything is working in Possessy's favor.
Yeah, the Zakul is so clutch there as well. 16 health instead of 14 just means there's really no outs whatsoever for Blythe now. He has the kill, though, at least, on the Zakul.
Oh, he doesn't even want to use Whispers of the Deep to save himself a null. That's very interesting.
Yeah, he gets to play an extra 3/2. I think he knows either way, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's not much of a difference. And Possessy is now didn't play Rafam last turn, trying to get more lifesteal, but ended up in the position where, well, I have to play Rafam, but he has Gormor, so I don't think he's very threatened.
So Edwin is the out here?
Edwin is what he's praying for. Is Edwin still okay? Nope.
Yeah, that's it. Spellfire in the hole is just not enough mana, even if you do draw the Shroud. You obviously have nothing to work with, as the first game for Possessy is put on the table. He's back in this, in with a chance of 3-0 sweeping the Rogue, because even if... oh, sorry, my green screen's falling apart. Even if he is in a very bad position, 3-1 down, the Rogue has just felt like the most targetable lineup here, and Possessy still has some good matchups left over. We're looking at Priest. That's a good one. We're looking at Mage. That's not a bad one either. And then the Rogue Mirror. It's far from over.
Yeah, that's what's in Possessy's mind, but if you're Blythe, you're like, I just cannot whiff 3 games in a row, can I? I already whiffed 1 game already. I mean, a great draw from my opponent is a whiff for himself, right?
Yeah, sorry, my room really is falling apart here. But you're right, you just need 1 game where you hit the nuts, right? 1 game with Draka, location, all the nulls as well, everything coming together. And Mage is not beating that. The Rogue Mirror in particular as well. It's such a volatile one, and one that I'm sure Blythe is going to be playing at the absolute top of the possible ability. Because as I said, he's just been jamming endless games on ladder, mostly Rogue from what I can tell. From when I faced him, every time I creep up into the ranks where he is, I'm at the bottom end of the players he can face, he's at the top end of the players that I can face. We occasionally cross paths, and he is just jamming game after game of Rogue.
Yeah, Rogue is gonna be his deck that he doesn't want to lose 0-4 the most. And I think he's the most confident with Rogue, so we'll see how his plays goes. And well, I think Possessy, judging from last game, he's gonna go through the hardest route at first. So if we decrease the level of difficulty, it's either gonna be a Rogue Mirror or Mage. He's gonna save this Priest matchup last. It's probably just gonna happen that way.
And he does at the end decide on the Rogue Mirror to kick us off here. Well, not to kick us off, but to continue this series, to continue his comeback mechanism. And for you, if you had to condense your knowledge quickly of the Rogue Mirror, what is like the thing you are looking to do most of all? What is the ideal hand for Rogue in this mirror?
I think it's nulls and at least one something, Draka or Sandstone Graveyard, and that can be enough to start the game off.
Well, Blythe does not have the Graveyard or the Draka in hand, but with tradables, Gone Fishing, and a Shroud, I feel like he's in a very good chance of coming up with it.
Yeah, I think Bly's hand is a little bit richer now.
Yeah.
And now it depends on what Possessi draws from his Shroud. Things might be a little bit different. Both players weaving it in with their hero power.
Oh,
All
Edwin
right.
is huge with double prep and a shadow step if he wants it. These are real hands for both players.
Yes, and it's Bly's turn to Shroud, and that's gonna determine heavily what his game plan is. But he can also have the option of going for a very early Sinzone Graveyard. But because we've seen just going for early, one turn earlier can be a difference. But yeah, with the extra draw of not hitting anything very meaningful, I think he's gonna save the Sinzone Graveyard turn to next turn.
Which means now for Possessi, this has to be the Edwin turn. Whether or not you Shadow Step is debatable. When you get Serrated Bone Spike, it gets a little tougher.
It's okay. It might just set up a better next turn, you see?
That's true.
See his hand?
That's true.
After Shadow Step, this is a beautiful hand that has the potential just creating a board or even a pairing with Draka that creates a 2-turn inevitable lethal.
And so what about Bly's on the other side? He's still a little bit short in terms of his mana, so he takes one more setup turn before he pops off, which is going to be big next turn. But this is all the go-ahead that Possessi needs now.
Yeah, Possessi, they are trying to save for a 2-turn lethal from both sides. So
Right.
Shroud is fine.
Yep, you have to go null first, or you overdraw.
No,
Yeah.
I think you still have 3 cards in hand. Oh, he wants...
I think it was close. Yeah, maybe you were fine. But now with the backstab as well.
Need to leave 3 card because along with preparation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, he's doing these things early.
Okay, sure. Why not?
But now he doesn't have a serrated bone spike target, doesn't he?
Well, he could with the Draka, and he can. Oh, sorry, with the Maestro. But now he can get Draka as well.
Yeah, now he does. Now he does. The extortion is huge.
Bly's just like, and stop. You're done. That's enough.
Bly's can definitely take one Sinzone Graveyard. He's happy with that because Sinzone Graveyard minions are slower than Draka, right? Because with Draka you get the initial weapon swing.
Exactly.
It's a faster clock. And yeah, he's looking at a potential 2-turn lethal. And he needs to deal with this. Alright, two damage spell, and it's even stealthed. The Draka is stealthed. That's huge.
That is absolutely huge, which means that this has to be a kill on the Edwin, essentially, on this turn, for Bly's to have any chance of winning. And he then needs to pray there's no damage in his opponent's hand and set up lethal for the very next turn, or he's just going to die in his own right.
Yeah, so he needs to pray, and now if Possessi just need to hit 1, 3, I think it was 3, right? Yeah, 3 damage spell. So any damage in this deck cuts it. If it were 4, only Wicked Stab is gonna do in terms of 1 card, but it was 3, and enables Tooth of the Nefarian and Sinister Strike. So it's gonna be a huge difference, and we shall see. Bly's chose the route of having a 2-turn lethal, which is totally fine. I don't think there's a problem with it, but as you can see, he puts his hand down. What can you do? He doesn't like where this series is going. Oh, even a solid alibi to top things off. And yeah, Possessi, 2 games back.
Yeah, a very, very strong game. Little that Bly's could have done, to be perfectly honest. Like, we can talk about other decisions he had because they were there in terms of trying to pop off a little bit earlier for less total stats and less total damage. Like, he could have got a 5 attack weapon, maybe 6 attack weapon on the Draka a turn earlier, but I think I agree with him still that it was correct to wait 1 more turn, and as long as your opponent doesn't set up exactly 2-turn lethal with the Draka of their own, then you should be absolutely fine, because you then have, you're still 1 turn earlier than them on the clock overall, but it was specifically because it was a 2-turn lethal setup with the Draka that Bly's was not able to take the win, so I don't fault him for any of his lines.
Yeah, I think the biggest is I think the biggest draw from last game from the Possessi side is the extortion that allowed the kill on the second null, and then perhaps serrated bone spike that allowed him to play Draka under 3 mana condition. Without the extortion, it cannot be activated. So the Draka will be stuck in hand, and that will be a very unfortunate turn.
Indeed. And so now we're in the Priest versus Rogue, as Possessi has now won 2 in a row. Another good matchup, I would argue, against the Rogue. You have, as we've said many times today, removal, healing, pressure, everything you need.
I was just thinking about this. I really love the Priest first, other than Mage, because Mage is like a 50-50, and it takes a back and forth, and it takes some finesse from the Rogue side as well. Not saying this matchup doesn't, but this matchup, if you view it as the easier matchup, you don't want your last game to be just purely matchup advantage, but also you want to maximize the psychological advantage into the games that you think has the most variance or potential to make your opponent nervous a little bit.
Oh my god! Bly's just calling his bluff instantly there, saying there's no shot it's counterspell, the best possible one here. And it was! Denying the Shroud!
Just after seeing the Sinstone Graveyard, total dominance from the Priest side.
This is a slaughter. Absolute slaughter. No Draka, no way to find it, no graveyard, nothing.
Wow, this is what's great about
Just prep! Whoa, really?
And I think he's gonna give the Condemn away to 2 mana already.
Sure, yeah.
With... the quest is not on board, so that doesn't matter as well.
Yeah.
Oh, another Shroud. But now you get a lot of nulls or non-Draka stuff.
1 mana nulls, yeah.
Yeah, very underwhelming. Oh, Tooth of Nefarian. It's pretty important. It can activate your nulls into 0 mana.
True.
That gives you a little bit more chances. But now there's 10 power on board, although it's easy to take out. But Bly's need to take care of these pressures. Okay, another turn to wait, clearing the board.
I respect
Showing some patience. It's pretty important.
Coil, yeah, okay, more card draw, more cycle, that's not bad.
Oh, he's going through his deck quick.
Just trying to find the Draka. It's the only, Edwin as well, are the only cards that matter.
Well, Amulet of Undying is something interesting. He can play this turn as a tempo play.
It's true.
Even prep it out. But if he uses the prep, he loses the ability to prep Whirlpool, which is a potential. Not the potential. It's his only way to deal with a big Sinstone Graveyard turn from your opponent. So let's just Amulet. I think playing the Amulet is good, but he's going for the Cathedral and do nothing. It's also good because if you're expecting a pop-up turn, not playing any minion is very smart as well.
Yeah, that's why I prefer the Cathedral here, I think.
Bly's knows one big 11-11 is not going to cut it. So he's still being patient. Not going to commit still. Waiting for the Draka. I think this is a deeper patient that we've seen from how Possessi approached this matchup, right? Possessi a little bit early, when he sees only a Sinstone Graveyard hand texture when he was playing, but he chose to go for it, not knowing what he might draw. But on the other hand, Bly's is like, well, I'm not doing anything until I see Draka.
And I think that's very wise. I've been in this position many, many times where you just close your eyes and pray and say, I hope this 11-11, whatever it is big enough to win the game. And it just never, ever is. But Bly's in the Possessi in the meantime is not going to be slowing down. He's got plenty of very nice tempo options with, Prep Amulet alongside the Light Shower being a very possible play on this turn. Light Shower, heal, whatever you want to do. It's really starting to pile on the pressure.
Yep, I think he was thinking about whether putting a Light Shower Elemental will be helpful to Blyze's pop-up turn, but Blyze just, he is not thinking too much about it, I don't think.
Is this a tooth play? Oh, this feels so bad.
Something to take out the Mutinous would be good.
What does that
Tradable.
do? +1/+1, and it's tradable. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, he just wanted the tradable effect. Alright,
Okay.
win to start
That's
the
Eddie.
turn.
Sure.
Traded Bone Spike, no target, so has to play the graveyard just
Yeah.
to... But he's debating the Edwin
Wow, he's just holding and stepping
onto
it. Okay.
Shadow stepping it first, playing the graveyard, and he's gonna take another dunk from the Mutinous.
Oh, and again, he's deliberately making a 4/4 instead of a 5/5 to play around the.
Yeah, for the first graveyard, and the second
Ruin.
one, there's no...
Yeah.
The second one, there's no option, I don't think. He wants the... Maybe he still has the option, but he wanted the buff.
On Edwin. Yeah,
Well, I
agree with
mean,
that.
at this point, I think he doesn't have to do this. It's a little bit excessive, meaning
Okay.
I wanted to see him create as big of the Sinstone Graveyard stuff as possible, because all these other spells that clear them also clears the Mutinous.
That's
you know?
true. Yeah.
And I want the Mutinous to be cleared, and I want, even on an empty board, I think my hand and the situation helps, benefits from an empty board more than a board full of minions. That's what we're seeing here.
Well, this is it, though. This is finally the turn for Blyze. With the Edwin and the Dracket in hand, there's minions on board to hit with the Bone Spike. He's got plenty of spells to go alongside it. He's going to be easily looking at a 10-attack weapon here, probably more by the end of the turn. But he has to survive, first and foremost.
He has to put all these spells into clearing minions, and the Wicked Stab will be pointing at the 4-mana 4/4, and the Drake. Other than that, yeah, he wanted the Wicked Stepping the Drake, but the only extortion target would be also the Drake. Yeah, there's no point in keeping. Wait, I think, yeah, I think he's dead. There's not enough
Just
clearing
dead, yeah.
power. There's not enough clearing power, and fatigue is ticking down.
Yeah, 100%. If he does want to clear, he can't play Draka, which is the only way you have a
He's
chance.
one off in terms of clearing power. He
Oh,
will
anyway.
leave a 4/1.
Okay.
He'll leave a 4/1 if he plays all the spells and not play Draka, so that's not there. The priest is through.
Wow!
Zessie.
He was looking so good at the end of that first 3 games, right? He was clapping, he was hyping himself up, he was speaking into his microphone when hopefully nobody could hear him, unless we'll have to consult the admins. But now, after 3 losses in a row on the Rogue, we're down to just the Mage, a final match to decide it all. The winner going through to the semi-finals, the loser having to play in the decider match. How are both players feeling here, Alan, with the remaining matchup?
Well, you see, this is the time that tests Blyze, because versus Mage, he still needs 100% concentration. He still needs to finesse and making sure that he's making the best out of his hands. And for Possessy, he needs to hope for some solid alibis at times, some blizzard at times, because in pretty extreme control versus aggro matchups, it's not like the player can do a lot like back in the old days. If you hit Hellfire to deal with a pretty wide board, then you're on the win. Or if you hit Reno to deal with a dying situation or not, is not very dependent on you. So Possessy trying to mulligan well, right? Tossing away the cards that he doesn't need. Probably Dawn Grasps. Dawn Grasp is probably the time to toss it away. I'm not very sure, but that you don't want to keep a Dawn Grasp versus a rogue that will potentially kill you on turn 6 quite often. And these are the decisions that they're left with. Good mulligan and taking advantage of all the cards in their hand.
And so you say good mulligan. Does that mean that you want to see, like you've mentioned solid alibi quite a few times. is that the kind of card that's so warping in the matchup that you'd keep it in the starting hand, even though it's essentially useless for the first 5 or 6 turns of the game?
Well, I think solid alibi at times it's like the stalling tool that enables your Blizzard, that enables your Rune of Archmage. I think solid alibi for 1 is pretty juicy. I would probably keep it.
Well, aside from that, Nightcloak Sanctum, you're very, very happy to see. The rest of it, not so much, but that alone ensures a decent starting hand.
Yes, that stops any consecutive dunking from the big Sinstone Graveyard minion, and that's definitely gonna grant Possessy some time.
Whereas on the other side, Blyze has got himself 1, 2 Knolls in hand, a tradable, the Graveyard as well. It's not a bad little starting hand at all. Okay, 2 Graveyards now. There's something here.
Well, Possessy's pinging his face, so that shows his philosophy in this matchup.
Yeah.
You want to ping the minion and then doesn't allow some backstab targets or bone spike targets. But Possessy pinging face is very interesting.
I mean, when you have a Reckless Apprentice on board, like, it's potentially just more likely that Mordresh is going to be able to pop off, right?
Yeah, so Bly's opting into just having a really, really early double graveyard turn and then trying to fill up with Edwin later. I think he's going to activate those graveyard after playing both Knolls. The only question is, does he want to commit the Bone Spike by killing one of the totems?
I think I actually like it here. Yeah, you're the turn before Blizzard, even with the coin. The Bone Spike doesn't actually really help with Edwin necessarily, because you still have to spend the mana to recoup the mana. So I like just getting the +1/+1, or +2/+2, I suppose, here.
17 powers on board. Ooh. Let's see how Possessy deals with it. Coin Blizzard, kept in the mulligan. Very important. Trying to draw solid alibi or the second Blizzard. Got it.
Oh.
And if you're coining Blizzard, you might as well just use the Sanctum this turn. That's gonna help you out in the later turns, trying to fixing some remaining minion damages, like having a 5/1 on board, which is what it... Debating on the Flurry.
Man, it's kind of funny here. Like, if it wasn't for exactly Attack Totem rolled on the second one, the Taunt Totem wouldn't be able to die off here, and Edwin would just be straight up unplayable if Blyze wanted it to. Turns out he's not going to play the Edwin here anyway, because I guess, as you said, you are afraid of the Blizzard anyway. But
and also,
interesting to see where the ping went.
There's not enough. Even if there's enough board space, I think you want to be a little bit more patient, and then having extra mana coming off. Also, you draw a preparation, which means you really want a big Edwin turn, and he's setting up for it. He's still waiting for it. He's not rushed. He's not rushed to do anything. All right, Edwin's step is a great start, and then he can use one Sinstone Graveyard. I think he will tap once the Sinstone Graveyard onto this turn.
Okay.
Maybe even 2. Why not? I have Draka in hand. I don't really care about a 17/17 or like a 12/12 anymore.
That makes sense.
But Possessy having so many tools at his disposal. All right, tapping 1, choose to hedge a little bit. Pretty smart. And the Gray Sage Parrot is the 3rd Blizzard that Blyze might potentially see. And also, for now, even a Deathborn is going to be insane.
Deathborn's insane. Even just Dawngrasp, I think, is still guaranteed to give another Blizzard.
Yeah, that's why he
hasn't been.
Yeah, that's why he didn't play Flurry, and that's why he chose to not play Cold Case.
Yeah.
And a lot of times.
All right, how much are we popping off here? Prep Bone Spike is enormous, obviously. Board space is becoming a little bit of an issue. So if like Maestra is top decked, there's not going to be any board space to go for the Draka afterwards. But for the moment, we're absolutely fine. This is a lot of big spells being played. Edwin getting huge, Draka getting pretty substantial.
Yeah, playing the weapon, having the last option of Shadow Step, I think another preparation as well. Nope. is just gonna go for nothing else. Just gonna hit face. Hope there's no any more defensive tools, but Dawn Grasp is speaking a lot of bad stuff for Blaiz. Not only it controls the board, it actually allows Possessi to be very aggressive in future turns, potentially.
That's right. We're looking at board clears available with the Reckless Apprentice and the Ping. Mordresh online very shortly afterwards. But for right now, I think the Mordresh is not active, right, by quite a margin. And Blaiz is coming through for a lot of damage. This is lethal next turn if Possessi can't find some kind of a way to stall.
A lot of direct damage coming out as well.
Man, that was scary. This is kind of close. Ooh. If you can trade into Tooth or Wicked Stab, that was actually... Oh no, Wicked Stab exactly. That would have been lethal. But not quite there yet.
Yep, just keep drawing, making sure you have...
One card
the
away.
solid alibi. Is it lethal though? We need to check for Possessi. Are there any chances to upgrade his hero power? I don't think so.
Or damage, so no, there's no way to upgrade it, I don't think. You have access to 4/8/12 very easily, but you're going to need a little bit more than that, which means it looks like a card draw turn to try and find alibi.
It's not easy though, it's not easy. He can freeze, oh, now he can do cold case and then freeze the face. Now doesn't even need the card draw.
Still dying. Oh no, wait, but the heal on the cold case, that means...
Yes, the cold case is gonna close this game out. Wow.
I think that's it. There's a
very nice spot along with the flurry, right? It was the Sanctum pairing with the flurry, blocking any...
That's the out, right? You need something off of that, because he's 1 damage off lethal right now.
1 damage off the lethal. Any 4 damage?
Jelly? Oh,
Jelly?
that does it!
+2?
What? Oh my god! Oh my god! No way! That's unbelievable!
I never thought this card will be appearing in such an important situation, and it's just the right amount of mana. 9 mana spent, 12 damage dealt. Amazing, amazing turn and amazing found out of Tooth of Nefarian. Who would have thought?
Oh my god, that was so sick! The jellyfish for lethal +2 spell damage. Like, what other outs even were there? It was so specific to be able to find that. Like, there were a few, but my god, such a sick way to close out this series for Blaiz.
I'm not even sure if there were a few. You know, 3 mana dealing 4 damage is pretty much a rogue privilege.
That's true.
Yeah, it's not very easy. There's not a lot of direct damage in these in this meta. You see even from Hunter, right? You will have all those shots, but it's only 3 mana or 2 mana deal 3, right? There's no...
That's true, yeah.
There's no lava burst in this meta, and there's no other stuff. So it's probably just jellyfish and something that I'm not thinking of yet.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking like Feral Rage, but of course his face was frozen, so that doesn't give you the extra damage. So I actually agree. I think Jellyfish is like one of the very few options that you had access to there to close out the game. Man, absurd. What a ridiculous way. And a heartbreaker for Possessi, who had essentially solved that game, right? He was 100% to win there. There were no outs for his opponent, except for Tooth into Jellyfish, which just is absolutely ridiculous.
What else can he do? I don't think there's a lot of things. Oh, I'm thinking. I thought of something.
Okay.
In my mind, probably if there was some sort of a silence that can defrost his 5-attack minion, right? Some sort of a silence, like priest.
Oh yeah.
Like
Focused Will.
Yeah, Focused Will and something from the deep, right?
Right. Yeah. So there were outs. There were a couple of outs there. But that was, I think, probably the most exciting
That was the most exciting and dramatic way. Just pairing with the 2 Wicked Stabs. What silence else do we need? That was amazing, Hearthstone. Choke.
Obviously, this is all just part of Possessi's plan. He intended to lose to the Jellyfish here. It's all expected, all already factored in. As the decider match, he's going to clutch it out and then take the tournament nonetheless, as he's waiting to find out.
He's gonna put us plant a seed of fear in Blaze's mind, just to show that I can't do this, right?
Yeah.
So that dominance is shown, but hey, well, Blaze really played his heart out there. I really love that last turn.
Such a sick game. So well played from Blaze, I really want to say. Like, jokes aside, I think he really played that one fantastically. And takes a deserved win. Almost getting reverse swept on the Rogue, but scamming a victory at the final possible moment, which means that he is going through to the semi-final, 2 series away from his spot at the World Championships, as he is now joining Bunny and Levick, I believe, as our other 2 players in the top 4. Only 1 spot left in that semi-final, and it's going to be either Superfake or Fury, who need to win 2 in a row, or Possessi, of course, who's waiting in that decider match to face the winner of that match, and then the winner of that one will go through to the semi-finals.
I can't wait to see who's gonna come out. I just come out of this group, as well as coming out this Grandmaster last call, as we're wrapping up our Grandmaster system. I just can't wait.
It's going to be so exciting. Such a cool way to end the R-casts. But of course, we still have the rest of the matches left to come today. I think it's just the other 2, right? In Group B before we head to the semi-finals tomorrow. So when we come back, Superfake versus Fury Hunter for the elimination match of Group B.
Hello once again, and welcome back to Mull It Over. This one is about Ramp Druid, and I know what you're gonna say. This will not be all about Guff. Wait, no, stop showing these clips of players keeping Guff. I said it's not all about Guff. I mean, look, Habugabu played Guff here, and Levick still beat him. Like, Guff's great and all, and he may be the #1 best card to keep in every single matchup, but he still needs the usual suspects to support him, right? You always want your Jerry-Rig Carpenter on 2, and your Wild Growth on 3, especially when going first. The newest member of the Ramp crew, Widowbloom Seedsman, is also a great keep. When going second, it's pretty common to coin out Wild Growth when you can follow up with Seedsman. Another clean curve with Coin or Innervate is on 3 mana to get an early Seedsman, and then follow with Nourish on the next turn. We see Chunsu keep that combination because he's going second, but Nourish is actually a debatable keep. You'd much rather draw and split it with Jerry-Rig, and keeping it often makes your second Jerry-Rig do nothing. When you have nothing to support the Nourish, unlike back in the old days, it's definitely a toss. There's simply too many other earlier options you'd rather draw. When facing aggressive decks, in addition to early ramp, you can keep removal like Druid of the Reef or Living Roots if you run it. We see Levick with the unusual Theatar keep as well, which potentially steals an important pressure option from Dmitry Kazov like Imp King Rafam or Shady Bartender. However, I see the Theatar keep more often in the Mirror or versus Mage to steal hero cards and other heavy hitters, because the low tempo you get from the 3/3 body isn't punished as heavily. You can also argue for the Planted Evidence keep against aggro, because there are many good cheap options. Proactive cards like Living Roots, Sow the Soil, Natural Causes, and Thorngrowth Sentries help fight for the board, so Blaze plays his first Evidence on turn 1. You can also get removal like Seaweed Strike, which comes in clutch from Blaze's second Evidence on turn 2. Feral Rage and Frostwolf Kennels would have been good outcomes here as well. These cheap cards are way less impactful against slower matchups like Mage, Quest Hunter, and the Mirror, however, so it's no surprise to see Fury Hunter toss double Druid of the Reef here. An exception is against certain lists of big Spell Mage, which run double Far Watch Post. We see Pun keep a Druid of the Reef to respect that one card, which is extremely punishing against Druid because they have no other removal for it in the early game. Even one turn of delayed ramp, Care of Watch Post, can ruin Druid's game plan. By turn 3, Pun hasn't hit any ramp cards though, which is usually a disaster for Druid, but he makes the best of it by using Planted Evidence to build a composting board and cycle closer to ramp. Even without the coin, he's still able to play Theotar on curve next turn with some low value options in hand that he's not too sad to give away. On the complete opposite end of the mulligan spectrum, we have Judgment keeping Sire Denathrius in the Mirror. I personally do not make this keep often, especially not without the coin, and against an opponent whom you know runs Theatar. But it has its merits. Infusing the Denathrius right from the get-go can catch your opponent off guard, though you run the risk of missing ramp. The only greedy keep I see players consistently make against these slower decks is Topior, like Bunny Hopper does at the beginning of his full Druid sweep against Okashinsuke. He was under tons of pressure and hit no ramp until Coin Nourish, but the Topior allows him to stabilize right on time. He doesn't play it straight away on 7 mana though, because Ivus represents more immediate stats, and Big Taunts are actually quite strong against Ping Mage early on. On the next turn, Topior is stronger than Miracle Growth because of the immediate evidence to follow up. With a perfect discover of Earthen Scales, he still stabilizes and can go for a clean Miracle Growth next turn to run away with the game. Against Wig Priest, Bunny gets what looks like a full auto keep, but he tosses Widowbloom Seedsman. That's because with Jerry plus Wild Growth, the curve is already spoken for until the post-Nourish 8 mana turn. At that point, he would rather have an expensive card like Topior, Scale of Onyxia, or Miracle Growth to follow up. After ramping with Nourish, it's pretty funny that Seedsman would have been playable because of the 2 Innervates he drew, but that's rarely the case. And even if it were there, spending the last 2 mana on Moonlit Guidance would probably still have been better to dig for Raid Boss or Scale of Onyxia. In this case, the best option is just Miracle Growth to keep cycling. On the next turn, there's a temptation to use Starfish on this buffed up Wig Priest board, but Bunny knows there's a Wig in hand and the Starfish doesn't actually remove anything, so Okashinsuke could easily rebuild the silent stats. So Bunny goes for Miracle Growth, and if he isn't dead to a big Bless this turn, he can swing back fully. Using the Innervate he saved, he gets to remove the board with Starfish plus Scale on the same turn. The Mana Giant is also free by this point, and Okashinsuke simply cannot come back. Finally, we have the Tempo Rogue matchup with a standard Wild Growth keep. Since Bunny's drawn Widowbloom Seedsman, the coin Wild Growth curve is looking great for him, and he can get up to 6 full mana crystals by turn 4. So here, Bunny knows Okashinsuke has plenty of minions in hand from Shroud, and if there's a location or Draka, he could die very quickly. Without a Nourish, it's still going to take a while to get to his Onyxia, so he searches for more ramp with Moonlit Guidance. Among these options, Seedsman lets him spend mana efficiently by playing it now, and draws the other copy, which he would then play next turn to get to 10 mana. But he takes Guff instead, mainly because of the Bran in hand. Bran plus Guff, which would immediately give him 2 full crystals, lets him hero power again for 3 total ramp, not to mention the 2 draws and 5 armor. This means he'd go to 12 mana next turn, enough for Onyxia and the Earthen Scales, which gives an extra layer of safety. This line also meant that he didn't have any Seedsmen on board for Okashinsuke to potentially target with backstabs and serrated bone spikes to fuel his combo turns. Sure enough, with 12 mana, Onyxia for board clear and Scales to stay out of range of Burst seal the game in favor of the Ramp Druid. And yes, I know, this was mainly thanks to Guff, but I did say he needed his support cards, right? Bran did a lot of work there too. Just look at this game between Possessi and Judgment. Possessi keeps Guff, because it's Guff. On turn 2, he starts with Aquatic form, a bit earlier than you usually see it, but it makes sense with his list and situation. If he hits Innervate or Seedsman, he could curve cleanly starting with Coin Wild Growth this turn. Jerry-Rig Carpenter, Living Roots, or Natural Causes would also be good hits. As it turns out, he's offered Innervate, but passes up on that immediate draw to dredge his Scale of Onyxia instead, anticipating that he would need a big board clear after his slow ramp turns. In theory, he can still curve cleanly with Wild Growth on 3, Guff on 4, and Scale on 5. However, because Judgment had a high-pressure opener, Possessi is forced off of Guff and plays Flipper Friends to stay alive on board. This line still allows him to coin Scale next turn and stabilize the board, unless Judgment has good refill. But Judgment had good refill, establishing too many stats for even Scale of Onyxia to remove and winning the game. See? Guff's so bad he never even got played, and all Judgment had to do was draw the absolute stone cold nuts playing a deck with a highly favorable matchup. Alright, episode's over. I'm done being in denial. Guff is really strong. Hopefully as strongly as you enjoyed watching. See you next time!
Welcome back, everyone. If you are just joining us, you missed an absolute banger of a series as Blaise was able to get over the line by the narrowest of margins to set up a semi-final against Levick, potentially with a World Championship spot on the line. But we still have a bit more of Group B to resolve to figure out who else is going to be joining him in those semi-finals. My name is Soto, and I am joined once again by Fino. And I know, Fino, you were participating in our production chat, getting hype about that last series. Like, if we get as good a series as that for our game, I think we'll be in business.
Yeah, that end was so crazy, man. I was getting so hyped. I'm really rooting for Blaise. He's like my #1 pick to win this whole thing. So I was really happy to see that game. It was really great. But this series, though, I'm really looking forward to it. Superfake and Fury, they're one of the best performing players as well this year. Like Fury, it's just ridiculous record of just winning and winning and winning. And also Superfake, I met him recently. He's a great guy. He's really committed to the game as well. It's gonna be great to see, man. Can't wait.
Yeah, he was at Solari Party, right? I remember seeing him on cast, and I found out, I think it was Derek said during the cast on that, like, or it might have been you actually, that said like he'd only hit Legend for the first time, like a very short time before he won the Master, like before he got top 16 in the Masters Tour, which is
I could not believe
crazy.
it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, he told me
rise.
he told me he got Legend for the first time after like COVID and the whole happened, and I was like, what? Are you for real right now? Like I couldn't believe it. Yeah, really impressive guy. He likes the game. He's committed to it. And yeah, this is going to be a good series, man.
Yeah, so moving on to Fury here very quickly. You can see here probably one of the absolute top-tier Masters Tour players on the circuit over the last couple of years. You can see monstrous win rate, 66% plus, and is tied for the most number of wins as well. That's been a little narrative that we've been paying attention to for the last few Masters Tours. Alatemu and Fury Hunter very, very close at the top. Both having missed rounds by oversleeping as well, which could have been that one extra win that they could be using to go to the top. But I do think the most interesting dynamic of this series to talk about is that Fury's kind of gone back to his roots with his lineup. He's a very, very devout combo deck player, and combo decks are kind of struggling in this metagame a little bit because of all the disruption and just straight up aggro that can be thrown. Theatar, exactly. So I think Fury's taken a big risk, just kind of going with the style that he wants to, that he feels comfortable with. Do you feel like a combo lineup? Do you think Boar Priest can really get there in this metagame?
If it was anyone other than Fury playing this lineup, I would be, this guy is done. But Fury being the one piloting it, I know he's very like passionate about this deck. I know he plays them a bunch, and now he has his like own specific way of going about it. And I think that's very likely what's gonna be the deciding factor on how good this lineup does. At the start, I was discussing lineups on my stream the other day, and Fury was there. And I was talking about this lineup, and it kind of made sense when he started explaining it more. Yeah. So I think he actually has a good shot. I think it's actually pretty good.
I feel like that's always the case though, right? If you listen to the actual player that's built the lineup, they'll just sell you on like all the good things that the lineup does and leave out all of the bad things. So we will wait and see. This is a very crucial match for both of these players. Just in terms of the lay of the tournament, Fury Hunter finished the regular season in 7th, 8th position, which means he starts in the disadvantage spot. He already essentially has a default loss going into this Group B. So this is his one life that he has. He is essentially not playing a double elimination bracket. If he loses here, his shot at the World Championship is gone. And Superfake, who did start with 2 lives in the double elimination, was already defeated in the opening match, tweeted out that he said he wasn't super happy about the way he played that first series, but that means now that both of these players are in a win or go home situation. So this could not be any more crucial for these players' chances of getting to the World Championships. We are going to be kicking things off with Mage versus the Quest Priest. Fino, where do we stand on this matchup?
Honestly, I am not very experienced with either of these decks. I've played against them a lot though. This matchup is probably, I would say, maybe Dawngrasp favored. I think the hero card is gonna be key. And something very important to point out here, Fury is playing the 30 card, the 30 card version. So there's no Renathal, and that's a pretty big deal. you're more likely to get your good cards. Your HP is irrelevant. Like, Quest Priest is not going to kill you. So, you know, that doesn't really matter. So all you want to do is draw your good cards and pressure the priest as much as possible. And if there's any list that can do this really well, it's Fury's list. So I think I would give him the edge.
Yeah, I think so too. The debate of 30 versus 40 in most decks is still raging. It was interesting to hear Alan speak in the cast earlier about how the 30-card versions of Mage are more popular on the China server, because I think, you know, overwhelmingly the 40-card versions are more popular on the Western servers. So it's very interesting to see the way those dynamics change. But decent opening looking for here for Fury. Gets the watch post, starts disrupting some of these quest chains, but also crucially has Mailbox Dancer into Barbaric Sorceress real early in the game. Just needs that big spell to go with it.
Also, the very impressive thing already about Fury, it's just things like that, I think, that make the good players like stand out, for me at least. He threw away Duke. He threw away Theotar, which is something that a lot of players wouldn't do. But Fury kind of understands that his gameplay is not, I'm trying to beat the quest. Like, I'm not trying to steal his quest, and that's how I win.
Right.
It's like, I gotta be aggressive. I gotta find my Balinda. I gotta find my hero card. Those are the important cards. The Duke, if you don't exactly steal the quest reward, it's not really that important. So, pretty good play there by Fury. Just even from the mulligan.
Yeah, and it's an interaction that's talked about a lot, because obviously Quest Priest can't release the reward from their hand on the same turn that they complete the quest. It's borderline impossible. There are very, very weird niches where you are able to do it, but let's just call it impossible for the sake of argument. But yes, even if you get into that situation, they usually have such large hand size that it's going to be, what, like a 3 in 9, 3 in 10 to be able to even see the quest reward, even if you do go for the Theotar, so it's far from guaranteed. So yeah, I like Fury just going on the aggression here for sure.
Yeah, pretty good decision there. And we see that he has the Balinda and Drekfire, which is very important, I would feel, to pressure early. And we see the Light Bomb at 7 mana. That is also a big deal. I'm curious to see how he goes about this. I assume he's gonna go about the Mailbox Dancer here and then coin the Barbaric next turn.
You would think so, yeah. Not going to be possible for Super Fake to dump all of these spells out of his hand. Very rare that Quest Priest is able to do that. They do play a lot of cheap spells, but really difficult to get all of them out the hand. Certainly not going to be the case here for Super Fake. Yeah, I think it just has to be the Mailbox Dancer line.
Yeah. Pretty standard plays now for both players. Well, the Light Bomb being 7 could be very annoying, though, if actually that hits with the Amulet, because then he actually can't play it on the next turn. He'll have 6 mana because he's coining the Sorceress.
Yeah, imagine playing Watch Post, dude. You play Watch Post and you just ruin your own Barbaric Sorceress synergy. Like, come on.
Watch Post is doing work, though, man. Look at all this. Look at all these cards costing extra mana. That is really annoying.
Yeah, it can be super disruptive. In rare situations, it can be helpful for the Quest Priest, because obviously the Priest Quest takes the actual mana that you pay for the card as the proc on the quest. So it changes the breakpoints in really interesting ways in how you're proccing your quest.
I'm interested. I assume he's going to go for the location value trade and... Oh, he's doing it like that. He's leaving the Mailbox Dancer up? Oh, I guess he didn't... I don't know about this, though. I think maybe I would still tank, like, one more... Because now he can even get the thing for 0 with Sorcerers, but I guess he doesn't really know that that's in hand, right? So... I was thinking more about trading, like, the Scorpion into the 3-2 and then, like, buffing and tanking one more Watch Post.
All right.
Card, but...
Big outcome here. 2 out of 6 for the absolute juice. All right. I mean, good enough. Obviously, the only really big difference there was hitting the 0 mana or not hitting the 0 mana, right? Like, everything else, he can just kind of play it next turn and it's fine.
He at least hit the right Light Bomb. If it hit the other one,
yes,
it would have been a bit annoying. Fury's hand is not looking great, though, I gotta say. Like,
agreed.
Yeah, these dragons are not even gonna be that much pressure. Like, most likely Light Bomb is gonna deal with it, and then Fury is left with nothing. So this is interesting. This is an interesting situation. I think you would actually much rather have the box here, the rune, other than the amulet, but we'll see how this goes.
Yeah, I mean, the playing dragons can just line up straight into all the insane removal that the priest does play on the other side. But if you start picking up like 4/12s instead of 8/8s, right, in some situations, that actually does play around a lot of the cards. Oh, the Theater immediately. That is so disgusting.
I was talking about Fury with this as well, because I was telling him, how are you playing Borpris, man? Are you not scared of like Theotar? Like, you're gonna have to like watch your back all the time, you know, when you're playing like a Borpris and there's Theotar in almost every deck. And he was like, yeah, I don't care about Theotar, I don't fear him. And now this happens. It's like...
I don't know if you saw it earlier as well, but Fury made a tweet saying, you know, I've been 1 game away from Worlds, I've been 2 games away from Worlds. Let's make it 0 games away from Worlds this time. And Superfake just replied with a picture of Theatar and no words. And here we have it. 1 game. That's all it took.
Yep.
Far from over, though. I mean,
really bad now.
Yeah, Fury Hunter is going to have to draw very well from this point. You're looking at Hero card, you are looking at Rune of the Archmage being able to be played in the next couple of turns with the coin and then really juicing your stuff. But this is a pretty big problem overall.
Yeah, honestly, I think it just has to be the Rune of the Archmage at this point, because you need cards. Like, even if you get Hero card with this type of cards in your hand and with Priest being Priest and just being able to like out heal and remove everything.
Yeah.
You gotta need some gas, and the only card that does that in Fury's deck right now is the Rune, so it's very, very key that he gets it here. Another whiff.
See the nod from Superfake, dodging the Dawn Grasp, I think is most likely what that was about. Now double Starfish in hand, really not achieving anything. He probably needs exactly Rune off the top next turn just
also,
to be able to make something happen.
I gotta say, I'm kind of interested about Superfake's play of throwing away his double Light Bomb hand with Finlay. Because, like, you know your opponent has Drake Fire, right?
Yes.
So what? And you throw away both Light Bombs. Isn't that a bit, like, risky, I guess?
Here's the thing. If you want to next level it, right? Fury Hunter, his Drake Fire Amulet turned into a 6 cost. So he knows there's a Light Bomb in hand. So when he plays the Drake Fire Amulet, he won't pick 8/8s that die to Light Bomb, right? So the Light Bombs will probably just end up being kind of useless against 4/12s or whatever that Fury generates regardless.
Well,
Actually,
yeah, but the Light Bomb would be 10 mana, so it's not playable, right?
Well, he has the other one that costs 7, right? And he had the coin,
I mean,
so he would have still been able
Fury
to coin.
doesn't know that, though.
No, that is a good point. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it was kind of risky. I mean, obviously it paid off, but I'm actually kind of curious on if he was going exactly for Theotar there, or if he had, like... I mean, this deck plays so much removal, so he would probably find something to deal with it anyway, but...
Yeah. I think there's a good chance that, like, I think he was going specifically for Theatar, but I think if you whiff on the Theatar, there's a good chance that you just hit a Shadow Word. So,
here we go.
but there was a good chance that you just hit a Shadow Word Ruin instead, right? Which just kind of is the same thing as the Light Bomb in that hand anyway. So I think the play was probably fine. But yeah, moving on. 1 card late, probably, you could argue, since he can't coin it anymore. But it is there. That is the card that Fury was going to need this game.
Oh, yeah, definitely. This is going to be very important for Fury. All he wants is card draw. Even if this box, all it does is draw him cards, I think he'll be happy for it.
Yep. We want Arcane Intellects, we want Spring Waters, we want gifts.
Yeah. Getting a Starfish down, just a minion. Not doing too much anyway.
Well, you have to empty your hand, right, for this, like, 8 cards that you're going to draw next turn, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Point as well.
Yeah.
On a serious note, though, this is looking really bad for Fury, because...
It is.
I guess he also has the Parrot, which can do more boxes. So I guess it's up to the Hearthstone RNG gods to decide this. He's not going for the Mutanus here. That's interesting. What do you think that is? Is he just trying to complete the quest, or like what is the what is the purpose of this priest deck in this game? Are you just trying to remove everything, or are you actually going for the quest?
I think you can just win.
Deck, so.
I think you can win on tempo in this situation as well, where you've just been able to play their amulet and get huge minions on board. I think you can just sort of tempo out and push aggressively. This does make sense. But I think in most situations, the quest is the way that you end up going. But now it is box time.
He generates another one. That is
okay. Needs to answer some of this board state, though. There is a scary amount of damage being left. Okay, Gifts of Ashara is very, very nice. There's the Dawn Grasp.
Oh, boy.
Okay. Okay. There was a very high line for what the box needed to do to get Fury back into this game. I think that just about clears it. We can keep playing. I think Superfake is definitely still in the lead, but Fury is still in the game.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. And Dorgrasp also casts... Oh, wait, no, it actually doesn't cast the amulet because Superfake stole it, right? So there's
That's
actually no dragons coming out. The Mutanus here. That's probably what Fury was hoping that he hits. The other cards seem more important.
Agreed, yeah.
Are we seeing another box here? Another rune? What do you think, Sol?
I imagine it has to be 9 health. The Dawngrasp doesn't actually do anything to affect the board, just gain some armor. So it's looking pretty likely that it just has to be another box here.
You could also do some line that you like Varden and play the Evoker to get some armor, maybe feel safer.
Aren't you just then boxing next turn anyway? Like, does that actually get you anywhere at that point?
Maybe the priest commits more and then your box is better or something.
Okay.
I mean, it could very easily be box as well. I'm just pointing out the different lines here.
Yeah, of course.
So there's one box in Fury's deck, right? And that's the only... Oh, I guess he traded the dragons now, so there's 2 spells.
Yeah, he traded the amulet back in.
Yeah, he's going... Oh, wow, he's just tanking it. That is interesting. Well, Questpress is not really the type of deck that you would be scared of dying from the board, so...
No.
But this is still scary, man. Like...
Yeah, I mean, Fury's at, what, 27 right now? 19 plus the ice barrier. There's only really 12 showing, plus the location. I think this is fine. Again, my concern with this is... Did you actually progress your game plan by doing what you just did? Like, I'm not necessarily sure what you achieved that turn. I think it's still likely to come down to needing a box.
Yeah. I mean, you do kind of get some more cards, so maybe you have like more options, but with Fury's deck, there's really not that much left. Because all that's left is like the vanilla, no, the common minions, I guess. Neutral. The neutral minions that are in the deck that probably don't do that much. I guess there's Parrot. Parrot is the one that's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, Parrot is a big deal, and now that we've reached this point as well, like, Theatar has weirdly become relevant again, right? If he can answer the board state and then steal the quest reward again.
Oh.
After that point.
Devil.
Yeah.
I'm interested. I'm curious if he might go for to steal some removal here. He might go for like a Dawngrasp Theotar and just try to get some removal to deal with this. Like a Whirlpool sounds like ideal here.
Interesting.
Just to
yeah.
stop the bleeding. Because Whirlpool will also be cast by Dawngrasp, right? So, like, that's a pretty good thing if you're getting pressured. He's just going for the Dawngrasp. That's respectable. It does the barrier again, so you feel safe. Oh, light burns.
Oh, he has light as well. Okay, forgot about the holy spell. Yeah. That's good recognition for sure from Fury. Does hit the one target that it wasn't going to kill outright, which is slightly annoying. So it's probably going to have to be coin freeze from here, I would imagine. Yeah.
Yeah. Another very important minion is the Reckless here, right? That's definitely something to look for. It can swing the board pretty easily.
Superfake really
Very-
considering his options on this heel.
This is kind of a weird situation because we have the Quest Priest kind of smorking down the more like aggressive deck, right? I'm not really used in this type of situation, but I guess how is the quest going? I haven't really been paying attention to the quest. Is it like progressing at all?
He's on stage 3. He just played the Behemoth for the 7. He still needs the 8, and then he's done. So if he just plays Whirlpool or Zyrella, then he's done at this point. Or Hero Zyrella, I should say.
He definitely doesn't want a Whirlpool, though.
No, obviously not.
Yeah.
Well,
the locations are actually not bad at this point.
the locations are okay. You also have the option to go like Theater, look for Shadow Word Ruin or something like that from the opponent, which seems a little bit sketchy. But yeah, I think it's just stalling time with the locations for now.
You ping your skeleton as well, right?
Yes.
This is pretty good. This is pretty good. You can tank the damage, right? There's still the barrier up, so Fury is not that worried about the board.
Yeah, still a barrier and still an Oasis ally as well.
Is Fury even in the lead here? This is it's kind of a tricky spot, right? Because like the hero power can get crazy really soon. There's like already a 4 and a 6 on the board, so
that's true. Yeah.
Kind of an awkward position for Superfake.
Even if you drew Reckless off the top right now, though, right, the 6 was in play before the 4, I believe, so it wouldn't work out in that order to like double juice it on the same turn. But
well, I mean, I guess you can just ping first and then do the Reckless, right? Which is fine.
That's true. Yeah, good point. Just miss out on some face damage that way, which is relevant, but not a big deal.
I mean, he's at 40, so I think it's kind of more important for Fury now to get the hero power upgrade. Reckless is so important. I see Fury praying. I am sure he's praying about the Reckless.
Oh, 100%. 100%, yeah.
Yeah. Let's highlight the Reckless.
There it is.
Pretty important card when you're Dawn Grasp. It can just swing the board so... Well, there we go.
Fury has waited so long. It comes down to this.
That's not bad, actually.
That's only 4 mana spent so far as well. That's still only 4 mana spent.
Wow.
5.
I see a smile from Fury.
I have an idea.
Arcane Intellect, pretty good. There's the Reckless.
Into tiny little
Okay.
Good.
Stop casting Shooting Star, dude. We don't care.
Is he dead? Oh.
What? Dead on board. Exactly dead on board. Superfake, stop trolling. Attack with your minions immediately.
That is
my goodness.
crazy.
Oh, so brutal.
Very well played by Superfake, man. Recognizing that he's not like the slow deck now. He has to be more aggressive. Finding good aggressive plays and working down Fury.
Yeah, left him in a weird...
For that.
Left him in a weird spot, though, for sure, because he was so stalled on his own quest, right? Like you said, he couldn't play Whirlpool to complete his quest. That would be absurd in that position, right? So he was stuck being unable to complete the quest. So because he was stalled for so long, if Fury got the clear there, either through the box or with a Reckless Apprentice top deck, for example, then suddenly we're in that position where it gets so deep into the late game that maybe the Theatar Steal, the quest reward, win condition actually comes back online for Fury in that situation. So did end up being a little bit closer than it looked after that insane Finley play in the early game from Superfake to find the Theatar on the other side.
Important.
I think so too.
That was the most important turn.
And I do think it makes sense. Like I said, there is some redundancy. I 100% think Super Fake played it and was like, give me Theatar, just please give me Theatar. But even if you whiff, there were cards that you could find that would be able to clear the dragons potentially on the next turn anyway, even if it worked out. So I think it was a good gambit to take from Super Fake, and it certainly worked out really well for him in the end. And Fino, we set this up right at the start that we were going to be talking about Theatar a lot in the way that this series was going to pan out. And oh my, like we've already said Theatar like 15 times during this series so far. So here we go. Moving on. This is going to be no different. Mine Warlock now coming out from Fury Hunter.
This is an interesting deck. I remember like the old version of this deck, which was with Owls.
Yep.
So now I guess it's just a little bit faster, and it got the big card draw from the Imps. So it's a very interesting deck. On ladder, it kind of dies pretty quickly because, you know, there's like a bunch of aggressive decks, and it's not very easy to deal with Rogue, I think, with this deck. But I'm curious to see how it goes against Super Fake lineups.
Yeah, this was something that I really looked at when Catastrophe was first announced. Obviously, just on the surface, you're like, oh, okay, well, you play this in Imp Warlock, and it's like the best card in the game. Okay, fine. Like, I get that for sure. But even outside of that, right, like, most Warlock decks want to play Tamsin, because Tamsin's just insane. All of the Phylactery combo decks play Wicked Shipment, because Wicked Shipment is your combo activator for the Phylactery. So I was thinking about this as soon as I saw that card, like, is this actually just like a combo draw engine, right? Like, can we bring back D6 Warlock with this even? Like, can we make something happen? So I'm very happy to see.
Well with the weapon as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really well with that card, so.
Yeah, 100%. So I'm really happy to see, you know, Warlock combo decks based around that card really starting to make a little bit of an appearance here for Fury. But Fino, here is your opportunity to throw shade at Quest Hunter if you would like to in this position.
Well, this could have been very funny if it was like a Curse Warlock, because the Curse Warlock versus Quest Hunter is always such a fun interaction to me that it just like completes the quest for the Hunter.
Yep.
But it's not the Curse Warlock though. I think this is an interesting one. I think Fury is 30 HP, right? And all that Hunter does is point spells at your face and mark you down. So I think this is a really good matchup for the Hunter.
Yeah, 30 HP. There is a good chunk of healing in the deck, though, right? You have double Drain Soul, you have Touch with the Tamsin as well, and you have that one Spice Bread Baker. So you can bounce back a few times, but yeah, starting at 30 instead of starting at 40, like, people talk about it. This is the perfect scenario, right? When you're playing Quest Hunter, you want to play Renathal, and you want to queue into people not playing Renathal. Like, that's the best case scenario for you.
Yeah, so one of those cards that's probably going to be very key here is Tamsin, the Dreadlitz Tamsin. I think this is one of the cards that Fury is really just praying that he draws, because it's just so good. Because he wants to life tap almost every turn. You want to be fast, you want to draw your combo cards, you want to play your mine, you want to do all that stuff, but taking 2 damage every turn while doing it against a deck that just also deals 2 damage to you kinda every turn with a Hunter Hero power that's gonna be 0 really quick is not a good thing. So Tamsin is very important here.
Decent opening for Fury, though. Obviously, the coin Wild Seeds for Super Fake is insane. This is one of the best cards in the deck, even in Quest Hunter when you're not really focused on gaining board. Overall, this is the best start that you can possibly hope for. Does get the weapon as well for some extra free damage when that wakes up next turn. So decent start from Fury to be able to answer that. Just getting those taps in, like you were saying. And I think curving out with Mistress of Mixtures on turn 3 is ideal for this deck, right? You have very little else that you want to do on turn 3 apart from go tap Mistress most of the time.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he just want to keep drawing cards now. This board is going to be a little bit annoying for him because I think... the minion is going to wake up when he plays the Rod, right? So that's going to be a bit scary. I think it's going to make his turn 5 really awkward. It's the turn you want to play the Rod, but if there's like a 5-4 on the other side...
Yes.
And you have 30 HP, I would not feel good about that.
Which I think is what Fury is doing right now, right? He's counting how much damage he takes this turn, how much damage he takes next turn, if he just plays Rod and passes, and whether he can afford to do that, whether he can fit in the tap on this situation. I think this is exactly what this is about, right? He's just spending 2 mana on healing for 3 right now so that he can do something more aggressive next turn, like play Rod. Or potentially
I think he
even...
kinda has to go maybe for the Rod, right?
Yes, I think so too. The other option would be try and set up some sort of Queen Ashara line by just playing more spells next turn, but it's still 2 spells required on the Queen, I think. So that's still some way away. It probably is going to have to be a Rod from Fury.
Yeah, I think it just has to be. I mean, you have the tradable as well. You have the Mortal Coil that could be active. So this hand is expensive now. You're going to take a lot of damage by playing the Rod, but I think it actually might be worth it at the end because...
Yeah.
Your hand's gonna be really cheap, really quickly. Look at how much damage there is, though, for the Hunter, man. The
I know.
2 weapon charges, the 5/4, the 2/2 already being able to attack face.
Aim shot as well, just being pretty much the highest individual card in the deck in terms of damage.
I think I would go for multicaster here. I don't know how much it draws. Does it draw 1 or 2 cards?
I was just about to suggest the same thing. Yeah, it's probably the most aggressive thing that you can do over 2 turns against a Rod coming down, right? Obviously, we can see the Rod, so it makes that call a lot easier for us.
Well, I mean, also if you're super fake here, what else can happen turn 5? That's very annoying for you. Like the first AoE that comes down is the 6 mana guy, the entitled customer, which Fury's playing only 1 of. From what I know, so I wouldn't mind the multicaster there. I guess he wants to just have more gas and draw more cards with it, which also makes sense. So much damage. He's already down to 5. This is really bad for Fury, man.
Yes, it is. Vice Bread Baker is in hand.
Weapon?
He did not attack with the weapon, no.
Interesting. Look at Fury counting, man. So this draws 3 cards. It's gonna reduce everything by 1 mana.
Yes. Which means you can then fit in Bread Baker
You can play
plus touch.
the heal.
Yeah.
Yeah. You can play both the touch and the 4 mana heal.
Yep.
Another one.
Oh, wait.
My god.
Yeah. Juice the imps, dump the hand, play the other spell, proc the Rod again. Yeah, this is looking good.
Oh, this is crazy. This is drawing 5 cards.
Yeah, fills up the hand again, discounts the Bread Baker down.
Oh, and
Finds the null.
That is huge.
Okay, yeah, you can use touch instead for 0. That is insane. All from 8 to 23 on that turn while double discounting his hand.
A turn.
That is absolutely insane from Fury Hunter. That second catastrophe draw off the first one was so clutch.
That was such a hard turn to handle as well. Props to Fury for this. This is not an easy turn.
Absolutely.
I think he could have played the null and healed for 1 less, but you can't really blame him. That was a pretty hard turn, so...
Agreed.
And it actually might even be worth it to heal the extra life at this point, rather than playing the null, so...
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one argument is when you've used both Wicked Shipments, it's really hard for you to spread all the way across the board, right? To actually have your big pop-off turn with the Tamsin and the Phylactery. But since you haven't used Tamsin, if you hit Tamsin Phylactery on basically any board, that's going to be lethal, right? With both of the Phylacteries going off, so... But again, we are nitpicking on what was a phenomenally navigated turn from Fury Hunter overall.
I wonder if he's gonna attack here. I'm kind of looking at his weapon still. I feel like Fury definitely wants to play it. I think he's looking for a weapon queen turn here. Maybe even the null as well. You can still do everything.
Is it never
It's
just
exactly
like
7 mana, but
Queen play a Colossal this turn? Ever a way out of this? It's a little bit of a diversion from like the usual play with the deck, but
I don't think so. I think
Okay.
you still want to go for the repeat spell or even maybe
Yeah.
go for the card draw. Like,
yeah, sure.
he taps again. This guy is crazy. He really wants the combo pieces, which is understandable. He's not attacking. He's playing around the explosive trap, which is also understandable.
15 health, 5 mana does need to be allocated to the Tavish this turn, so not going to be any huge threat of lethal from Fury's side, I think, which is why he was so confident in taking that life tap.
Let none survive.
Kind of an awkward hand for Super Fake here. The Cell Shot is a nature spell, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Shell Shot is nature, yeah.
Yeah. So he can draw quite a few cards next turn with the multicaster. I think he's played quite a lot of different spell schools. It is such a big deal that Fury didn't draw the Tams in this game. You can see how much it matters. He keeps stopping and taking 2, and you know, he just doesn't really feel safe.
Yeah.
If he had the Tamsin, it would have been so much more comfortable for him.
Yeah, no hero Tamsin, no mine found yet either, so he still has to like get a mine down and
I
kill
think
it.
mine is lethal, by the way, right? I am
I
pretty sure mine is lethal.
I confess I haven't counted it, but it very well might be, and there's 2 of them in the deck. Oh yeah, with the ring as well, right? Yeah, with the
Yeah,
ring.
it's for sure
Yeah.
100%.
Wasn't even factoring in the ring. Absolutely would be.
Now he hits the Tamsin, which is interesting. He probably has to go for it still. He
think
can't
so.
do it with a Mithril Rod, which sucks, but... Does he have to do it? It's kind of awkward to kill your board here. So if he taps into the mine, then he can't play the Hellfire, but he can trade all the minions in. So that actually
is
might
true.
still be enough.
Okay, finds out what
Very
the
interesting.
finds out what the secret is at least. That is the right order in this instance. He does not want to have to deal with that imp in his hand if he wants to draw cards.
I'm curious if he's gonna play the Drain Soul here. I think he's thinking about it. He's very low. He doesn't know Super Fake's hand. We know it.
Yes.
He's probably scared that's gonna be all burn and he's gonna die, right? Going for the Tamsin, very, very respectable. It heals you as well, so...
Yeah, it takes him up to
He wants to do the
19.
mine and just jam it.
19, which is fairly comfortable, and as long as he hits 1 mine here, he can just throw it out onto the board. Exactly. He will burn 1 off this. Wow, both mines
Doesn't matter.
buried.
This is kind of an awkward draw from Fury. I am really curious. It was kind of a hard turn to think because, like, a lot of times I know where people say, like, for example, he missed lethal or this or that, but
Right,
sometimes
yeah.
the lethal is, like, so complicated that you can't really take all the time in your turn to try to calculate it, and you kind of have to spend some time thinking about the other line, right? Because what if it's not lethal? What if you're looking for lethal the whole turn, and then it's not lethal? Then at the end of the turn, you're just left being dead, you know?
Yeah, exactly.
I think tapping into the mine would have been lethal,
Yes.
because you could trade all the minions with double death rattle into the 7/7, but I still think Fury's line was just better and more safe.
Super fake.
Fury loves to see the hero power going on a minion, let me tell you that, Solo.
Exactly. Anything that is getting
Love
pointed
to
at the
see
things
that.
on his board, you absolutely love
Yeah.
to see that. Fury just...
Look at this, clearing minions.
Yep. Fury essentially bought a whole other turn. Like, he's taking, what, 6 damage to the face this turn, not including the weapon? That's nothing as far as Fury Hunter is concerned.
Hold on, no playing the multicaster here. I guess he really wanted to get the ice trap in. I guess that's alright.
Yeah, because the freezing wasn't played earlier, right? It was just summoned from the spell, so...
How many
Oh my
mines does Fury
God.
play? He plays 2. Where's the
Yes.
mine?
Yep.
Looking for the mine.
been looking for that mine the whole game, dude. Oh, it's so gross.
It's kind of weird to say you're looking for a mine since you're like trying to avoid them most of the time.
True. Yeah. Just running around a minefield, just jumping up and down on random spots. Like, where is it?
Where's my mine? Mine me, dude. Well, at least when you're topping now, you're not losing 2 health. That's on the bright side, you know. There is almost no healing left, I think, in Fury's deck.
I don't think so.
There is actually no healing left at all, so 13 HP is what he's rocking with here.
That is it. Rifts, mines, and 1 Grimoire. That is all that he's got left.
Wait, what's happening?
Oh, he's mistressing?
Oh.
He's mistressing. He's bailing? Okay, interesting.
Thank you for your service.
He's going to use this play to try and stay alive.
Thank you.
What a
Using the-
Giga Chat play.
Grimoire's to double heal up, and then because he has the Tamsin Phylactery in hand, he still has the opportunity to be able to pop off. He has the Tamsin Phylactery that he got back from Tamsin, and then he still has the ring, so he can still double Phylactery with the mine while trying to stay alive this turn by going up to 21. Yeah, it's really sick, actually.
What a sick spot by Fury there. Right as I was saying that he has no healing, he healed for like so much.
Yeah.
Wow, pretty clean play there. He also understands that he doesn't need the Tamsin since he has the ring. He can just double Phylactery anyway.
Exactly.
The moment is upon us.
Yeah, probably just take the Howl here, keep cycling. You need to find some of those higher damage card sources because there's still so much healing yet to come from those death rattles that are still on board.
Yeah, this is interesting because you kind of also have to deal with the board now, and he
Yes.
doesn't really like doing it. Like, you don't love, you know, putting damage on minions here, but it's kind of necessary. You can't really leave that Tamsin up.
29. Trying to generate a board, which does make sense. He probably is going to have to start pushing some minion damage again if he can.
There it is. There's the mine.
Finally!
I don't think he can do it this turn. I think this turn might have to be like mine and then entitle customer, and then you kill him next turn.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because he's used all the Drain Souls touches. He can't use that Grimoire that's from the ring right now. Like, he just can't afford to do that because of the amount of damage that he has.
No.
So there's no way to kill the mine cheaply enough on this turn, I don't think.
Not really. So even 6 minions are enough, right? Now I'm starting to count like how many minions can Fury play.
Yeah.
7. Yeah, so
Yeah. Well,
I think he
so
puts it up. I think
here's the thing, right? He only has 1 real card left in his deck. Well, he has 2 real cards left in his deck: the other Mine and the other Grimoire of Sacrifice. So there's a good chance
I think it's guaranteed. If
he can just get a buttload of imps off the tap on the next turn anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you gonna clean that up?
Oh, customer first.
This must be right. I don't play this deck, but Fury must know what he's doing, right?
Oh.
This is interesting. He chooses not to kill the mine. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of confused about that.
The moment is upon us.
Do you understand why he wouldn't kill it here?
No, I liked killing it on that turn. It feels like it saves you mana for the next turn, but obviously Fury has a master plan on this case.
A black arrow.
Fury just screaming, calm down. I mean, there's a Furious Howl, and there's 4 mana still left after the Furious Howl.
And he already has 3 damage that he can push fake.
Oh, those are
That
not
is
the
not
cards,
it.
though.
Those are not it.
Super Fake has indeed calmed down.
Yeah.
I have no time for
I think Fury takes it. There's no way he misses this, right?
I don't think so. Yeah, Superfake just doing what he can to limit the minions on board, try and stop this from being able to come through.
Is Fury scared about the trap being
I'm almost out of
Ice trap?
cards.
Oh, was what Fury was doing? Maybe he wanted to leave the mine up so he has a Grimoire of Sacrifice target. For the... No, but that still doesn't make sense, though.
In
Well,
this
this is lethal
circle.
for sure.
Phylactery. Phylactery.
Scent of death.
Pick the right one.
That does it.
There you go. Play the other
More than
Phylactery.
enough.
Pick the right one. Play the Hellfire Fury. You earned that pop-off, my friend, because
Oh, yeah,
that game was
Yeah.
sick. Very, very nicely done from Fury. Oh, what a game. And we have potentially so many more games to go in this series, and it is already living up to the hype of the previous series already, Fino. Like, what else can you say about that game? That was incredible.
This is my absolute favorite kind of Hearthstone game to watch, when a player plays like a combo deck and the combos just don't the cards just don't line up.
Yeah.
You don't draw the right way, and you gotta have to change the plan a little bit. Absolutely love this gameplay by Fury. Well played to him. He definitely deserved this. And yeah, Quest Hunter just falling a little bit short. It just starts having some like really weak turns because of the Renathal. And yeah, just not fast enough.
I was just about to say, and on top of all of that, Quest Hunter lost, which probably makes you very happy as well. And then you just got in there before I even needed to say it.
We are not in that kind of relationship with Quest Hunter. I just trust the deck.
That's fine.
Yeah. This is not a good matchup, though, I think. This is not a good matchup, and Fury was even very unlucky, I gotta say. So he played really well. Like the turn that he did the Mithril Lord turn where he drew a bunch with the imps, and then the Tamsin turn when he went in for the Mistress Healy.
Yeah.
Oh, Seth stats perfect.
Yeah, that was really smart. Like, I almost would have said the exact opposite. Like, literally the next thing I was about to say is he could try and do the Phylactery for the Mistress of Mixtures and just heal up a bunch, but then that kind of ruins his win condition. But I did not spot the line of just Tamsin, then play one Phylactery, and then just hold the other Phylactery in hand for the rest of the game, and then use the ring as essentially your second Tamsin later on in the game to actually get that lethal with the mines at the end. Super well done from Fury Hunter at the end of it all. But just in case he felt like he needed to relax and just play a nice noob deck, here comes the Boar Priest.
The Boar Priest. This deck is very interesting to play, man. I haven't played it that much, but I've played around it so much, and it's crazy how consistent it can be at what it does. And Fury definitely one of the top players with this deck, like Fury and Pocket Train come to mind when this deck is brought up. So yeah, I think he knows what he's doing. If he just doesn't get Theotard, everything should be pretty smooth, I think.
Yeah, there are 3 total Theotars in Superfake's 5-deck lineup. And the deck that was banned is one of the decks that does not have a Theotar in it. So actually, Hunter is the only deck remaining that does not have the Theotar in it. And it looks like Superfake is going to be queuing Druid, which does, of course, feature that Theotar in there. So it becomes a huge problem.
Yeah.
Now, Theotar doesn't necessarily just end the game against Boar Priest. It is one of the most difficult cards to play around for sure. But amulets, for example, you can always trade them out of your hand so that you don't end turns with them in your hand, which is the first thing that you're looking for. Boars need to be played out and killed basically as soon as you can in this situation to play around it. It can be done, but just the extra level of like stress and complication that it piles on top of what is already a difficult deck. Man, like, I do not envy Fury's position in this series, having to get a win with Boar Priest.
That's what I was about to say. Like, even the last game, playing like that under pressure, like if you were playing a ladder game and you did this, like no one would really be like super impressed, even though it was really good.
Yeah.
When you play like with stakes this high, especially for Fury, someone who's been so close on qualifying to Worlds, I don't know, it's just a lot of pressure, I think.
Well, here we go. Switcheroo in the opening hand for Fury. Does have the Cleric as well, but no combo pieces to go with it. Meanwhile, Superfake looking at some garbage and a Seedsman. Would you agree with that? Looks like Superfake does.
Sure. I mean, I think all Super Fake wants is Ramp and Theotar. I think that's like the only important thing about him, so...
Fury keeping the
I would
ball.
probably even keep Guidance, just to try to look for Theotar. Like, it's just so important.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Fury here holding onto the boar so he can play the boar on one. Draws the second boar as well, which means he can play the second boar. This is step one. Get those boars out of your hand and onto the board, because that's where they're safe, and then they can't get Theotard. That's a big deal.
Yeah. Both players are just looking at their hands and they're like, oh, all right, I'm curving out. So both are going to go ahead and do that. I think I'm not really sure how this matchup goes because there's really not that much board Priston ladder. Like this is just the chat play. Silence the board.
Yeah.
It's over. What is he doing? Silence the board.
Oh, the game's over. Oh my god.
Play, pro player.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but Superfake did the exact same thing when he drew the starfish. Like, oh my god, the game's over. Yeah, that if you can't pick up on the sarcasm, that does absolutely nothing. There is no point in silencing those balls.
This is a very good ramp curve from Superfake, though. Look at all this ramp.
Yeah,
and you can draw cards with Miracle Growth.
Yep, Miracle Growth and the Split Nourish to draw cards and dig for that Theotar. Really, really big deal.
I'm curious if Superfake even like decides to skip the Topior and go for card draw. I'm really curious to see how he goes about this. Because you can ramp and then you have to decide or whether you play Topior or you just go Miracle Growth, right? Because maybe cycling to look for that Theotar, like I am not sure that's a bad option, you know?
Yeah, makes sense. You could also make the argument, though, with the amount of ramp that Superfake has and with the Topior already, like, he can almost just win the game on aggression anyway, right? Like, just keep making huge boards and threaten lethal on the turn that the
also
weapon
not
will
attacking
happen.
with the Renathal there. Pretty important. Dude, I wouldn't even be surprised if he just jams the Onyxia next turn. Like,
Exactly, yeah. It's just a
Priest
ton of
can't
damage,
really
right?
deal with the big body of the Onyxia. I mean, he can deal with the whelps, but...
Yep.
I'm curious. The next turn is going to be interesting. I think he's also thinking about it, because there's so many options here. You can go Miracle Growth, get some cards, make a big minion, and chill. You can go Topior, which I honestly believe it might be too slow. I don't know if Topior is fast enough for this game. Or you can just go Onyxia and be like, here's some stats, deal with it.
Yeah, I really like the Onyxia line, to be honest. Fury, though, going to choose to...
the most.
I like Onyxia from Superfake side, I think, on the next turn, but Fury is going to instantly juice this second Handmaiden, essentially throwing away all of the Zyrella synergy cards, right, which makes clearing a big board even harder, but just choosing to try and go as fast as possible here instead. And Amulet, get back in that deck. I am not sitting with you in my hand. Yep.
Not now, Amulet.
Yes.
Got more important things here. Man, I don't know. I'm kind of vibing with this Miracle Growth, Sodal.
Really?
Yes. There we go. Superfake does the correct play. No, I honestly think this is actually the correct play, though, because as I've said, Theotar is so important. Like, it's crazy. Definitely going for the aquatic form here.
Yes.
I don't think the Giants... I guess he's thinking about the Planet Evidence for the Topior, but I don't think that's it, yeah.
I agree.
I mean, you can even play this right now and get the other aquatic form as well. No Theotar at the bottom yet, at least. Guess you get Planted Evidence.
Planted Evidence makes the most sense, yeah.
Fury is probably just all he wants to do is keep cycling the amulet here. He definitely doesn't want to end with an amulet in hand. So this kind of makes it a little bit more complicated than normal, let's say.
Agreed, yes.
Oh, this is a pretty big draw. Just deals with a
is.
9/9 for 1 mana. This is interesting how Fury wants to approach this. So he needs to trade twice for the one thing and 1 time for the other thing. That's how Board Priest works.
I think they're, yeah, in total, but right now I think he's traded both of them once each, right? So he only
Yes, he's
needs
traded both once for sure.
he only needs 1 more trade.
Wow, is Theodore even gonna do anything now?
That's the thing, right? As long as you can keep the amulets out of your hand until the turn you actually win the game, and then you keep some redundancy, right? You want 2 copies of Wild Pyromancer or Shadow Word Devour in your hand, right? As long as you have 2 of those things, because that's what you need to actually kill the boars on the same turn. Then the Theotar can only steal 1 of them unless Bran comes into play and gets like super lucky with the steals. So yeah, Theotar, like, you can play around it as Boar Priest, as well as trying to set up at the start of the game. Can be done when you're as good at the deck as Fury is. Makes it look easy.
Definitely. This is looking really good for Fury, man. Like, he still has quite a lot of cards in the hand. He hasn't drawn the Cleric yet, which is pretty big deal, actually. He's kind of running... He's played both Shield Maiden, so he's just looking for the Cleric, I guess, now.
Like the 6th time you've called it Shield Maiden. It's traumatizing me, Fino. Shield Maiden, come on.
Handmaiden, yes.
Handmaiden. Yeah.
Oh, and there it is!
That's the Cleric!
That's what he wanted.
Shadow Word Devour now popping off.
This is also where it gets sketchy, man, because you need to end the turn without an amulet in hand. And you draw like such an insane amount of cards here.
I mean, it's very possible you end this turn with the weapon, Fino.
Oh my god, you're right!
Okay, not anymore.
You're right, I think
not
you might end
anymore.
with a weapon.
I think you needed to hit Illuminate already at this point to be able to discount one of the amulets down to 0 to actually have enough mana to be able to do this. I don't think it necessarily works anymore.
There's no way there's enough mana now. Next turn he can do it for sure, though.
Yep. So now he does need to make sure...
Do you trade the amulet now, and if you hit another amulet, you have to play the Priestess to throw it back in?
Yeah, it's the problem with this few cards left in your deck. It's very hard to like not trade one amulet into the other one over and over again. So this is actually a really tough turn now for Fury to navigate.
He's playing it now. Oh, he's just gonna play it.
He's gonna play it.
Yeah,
sure.
of course.
Yeah, this makes sense.
Why not?
You just drop the shard to reduce the damage, and he does cycle it. Okay. Ooh!
I don't know about that, man. Why wouldn't you just silence? Oh boy.
Fury, hands on head.
He's like, why would I do that? Interesting. Very interesting. Well, he's just praying for no Theotar. We see there's no Theotar. He can still draw it now, though.
He can. The other option, of course, is just to like set up the massive board instead and just threaten lethal through the weapon potentially on the other side.
Also,
That
if you're
is the other
super
option.
fake now, you know that it could be in his hand.
Yes.
Like, you just know it. Draws 3. Miracle Growth.
Nothing for super fake. There's still a huge board on the other side, though.
This is interesting. He didn't go for the... He didn't go for the Nourish here.
So has to trade that one away. There's the Illuminate that would have potentially been the clutch card on the previous turn.
It's lethal now, right? I mean, not lethal, but you can get the weapon.
Yes, there is a ton of damage on the other side, though, which is potentially a problem, just in terms of racing it over the 3 turns he needs.
Nah, he can do everything, I think.
With the Zyrella as
Gift of
well.
the Naru, draws it, and then plays Cyrella and the Boars and then Shadow Word. I think there's enough mana, right?
You have to injure something first, I believe, right? To be able to fully juice this and get the full clear on like the 9/9 as well.
I guess he's just gonna face tank. He's not gonna die, right?
Okay, sure. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it kills the 5/5 as well, so it's just good enough.
Oh yeah, the Pyro killing the 5/5 makes a huge difference here. Yeah, it's a good spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't factoring that in.
This is interesting though that Super Fake didn't go for the Norris there, to go for the Theotar.
Yeah.
I don't understand that. Because you know that your opponent could have the amulet in hand, right? Since he didn't trade an amulet last. If he traded an amulet last, then I would probably understand going for the Miracle Growth, but
Sure.
I think he just had to go for the draw 3 and hope he actually top decked the.
So I think what Superfake's line was there was to go for the Miracle Growth and hit Naga Giants, right? Because Naga Giants would have been free or pretty close to free at that point. And then he would have been...
That is a very good point.
Then he would have been able to play a whole bunch of 8/8s on the same turn, and then Fury can't just go weapon turn, right? Unless he was able to get the full Zyrella clear down as well, which could have been possible. But, you know, I think in Superfake's mind, like, he definitely would have considered Theotar, but just throwing a whole bunch of stats on the board can work out as well. Debatable at the end there for sure, but again, I think a cleanish game from Fury. Like, the problem is Fury set...
I think it was good.
Yeah, Fury set a very high standard for himself in the Warlock game, and I don't think that Priest one was like on that level, but he got the W, and Ws send you to the World Championships at this point, so that is basically all that matters. He is now in the lead in the series.
He did one very small mistake, which could cost him the whole thing, to be honest, but...
Yeah.
Other than that, I think he played pretty clean. He got the weapon really fast, drew pretty efficiently, dealt with the threats. Not bad.
Yeah. Very, very clean game indeed. So now it comes down to the Rogue and the Mage from Fury Hunter, which, if anything, are his two most regular decks that he has remaining, right? The kind of thing that we would be expecting to see coming into the tournament. He does have that Tempo Rogue, and he has the big Spell Mage. A little bit of a question, I guess, over both decks still. Mage, because it's the 30-card version, and we're not really used to seeing that too much. And Rogue, just because of its plummeting win rate this weekend. Like, Rogue has really struggled in a lot of games over this tournament so far. So Fury by no means over the hill just yet, but still we're resolving down to a more regular series, what we would have been expecting to see coming into this with the Rogue and the Mage left for Fury. The big combo decks both have the win.
I'm only a little bit scared about the Mage, to be honest, because I mean the Mage has a pretty good matchup against the Druid, I guess, the Super Fakes Druid, and it's also, I think it's actually good against the Quest Hunter. I'm not certain about that, because...
No way, right?
Next too much.
I think 30 health Big Spell Mage gets destroyed by Quest Hunter, right?
Yeah, I think they might just die, right?
Yeah.
Pyroing yourself at the start of the game is sketchy.
I hate that argument so much. Pyroblast yourself at the start of it. It's just not what happens, is it? You don't have 20 health, you have 30.
Well, you're basically pyroing your face to get better draws, right?
Yeah.
But in some matchups, the better draws matter. In a lot of matchups, it doesn't really matter because you just need to survive and, you know, do some stuff. But I think he would much rather be 40 HP against Quest Hunter.
Against Quest Hunter, absolutely, yeah. He's going to need to lean a long way into those, the armor gain from the Deepwater Evoker. But I think we even saw a game earlier where a 40 health starting mage hit 9 or 10 armor twice off a Deepwater Evoker and still got annihilated by a Quest Hunter. So the damage is just so infinite on the other side that it really becomes miserable for a matchup to play.
Well, you can just draw Balinta, Sotul. That's a very good way to go about it.
That is
true. If there's any deck that can draw Balinta more consistently, it's the 31, right? So...
Yep. Or you just go like Rune of the Archmage, Parrot, and they all cast Alibi, and then the Hunter can just never deal any damage to you over the course of the game. Like, yeah.
Oh yeah, Alibi is a card as well.
Yeah, indeed. But it is going to be a tricky one to navigate from Fury with a couple of decks for sure. Like, actually, I think the Quest Hunter is possibly Superfake's best deck at this point. I know Fino will probably disagree with that, but just in terms of the way the matchups are panning out. The Druid is, the Druid is Druid. We would expect it to do fairly well, but I think the matchup spread is fine for Fury to have against it. And it is going to be the Druid now coming out. Both players, it seems, just taking a moment to delay there, and Fury hitting the absolute juice of a hand against Druid.
Wow, is this a turn 4 Belinda? It is.
It is a turn 4 Belinda, yeah. The turn 4 Belinda, and then it's probably a turn 5 Double Dragon.
Oh, look at Fury throwing it away. He knows his curve. He's like, turn 2, I'm going to play Mailbox Dancer. Turn 3, I'm going to play the location. Turn 4, I'm going to play the big girl. And gonna hit him in the face.
We ain't got no time for watch posts around here. Dragfire Amulet get back in the deck.
And here you see why 30 cards is better a lot of the times, especially in matchups like this.
Yes.
Look at Fury's hand. He's just a beauty right now.
That's right. Feel free.
There it is. You see the wince from Super Fake as well. He knows what that means.
Yeah. He's praying for the Theotar, man. Also, his hand is slow as well. Nothing to do early. If he passes next turn as well, it's really bad news, man. And this is already kind of bad. I wouldn't be surprised if Fury just goes for the minions here. I think it's even better. Just go 2 and 1.
What if you just play...
What
if you just actually play nothing this turn to play around the one thing that beats you, which is the Theotar on curve turn 4, right? Is that ridiculous?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think I would just play them, man. Like, tempo against Druid is still pretty good.
Fury, hands together. He knows.
He's praying for the Theotar. Oh, he loves to see that.
Hero power, fist pump coming out from Fury, and now Coin Belinda is going to be potentially the game-winning play as early as now.
Well, this is the weakness of Druid.
Yep, sure is.
This right here is exactly the weakness of Druid, and this is what decks prey on. You're not gonna beat Druid late game. Like, it's really hard to beat Druid late game. I don't think any deck can beat Druid late game. Maybe Magister Dawngrasp sometimes can get there, but other than that, it's pretty hard, man.
Nourish, say go. Can't even get the hero power through because of the freeze. Fury did hit the Drakefire Amulet, which means he can just dump a ton more power onto this board as well.
Oh,
that'll do.
That is so much tempo. I am sure there's nothing that can deal with this. Fury knows it as well. He's chilling. Look at him. He's like, yep, I know you have nothing.
That's the Tom 60229 position right there. That's what we call that in the business. Game 5 indeed, and that is why you play 30 cards in your deck. Do you want a Pyroblast in your face so that you can play Belinda on curve every game? Yes, of course you do.
Yes. I think you do, yeah. Fury looking proud there. He's like, oh, I'm playing 30 cards. I drew my Belinda, and one more win. One more win for Fury, man.
This feels like a tale as old as time at this point. The Rogue left to win. We've seen this from Habu Gabu. We saw this in the Bly's matchup against Possessi just before us. It has been the Rogue that struggled to get there in a couple of positions, and it is now the Rogue that's going to need to get there in Fury. For Fury, forget about this highlights package. You saw everything you needed to see 4 or 5 seconds ago. The curve was there, Mailbox Dancer into Coin Belinda, and it absolutely ended the game. Fury is chilling, but he will stop chilling very rapidly, I think, because this is now one of the most important games of Hearthstone that Fury has played in a long time. And Fury is a player that has played a lot of very important games of Hearthstone.
Yeah, Fury I think also has way less pressure now with the Priest and the Warlock getting the wins that quickly. That's definitely something Fury should be like relieved in a sense, because he kind of won with a quote-unquote bad deck, so now it's just the Rogue left. I mean, the Rogue I think matches up pretty well against Superfake's remaining decks. Superfake has the Druid, which I think is pretty close, but a Rogue can definitely run away with it if Druid just misses a little bit of early game like we saw this game, and Rogue has the nulls and just, you know, out-tempos the Druid early.
Yeah.
And the Quest Hunter, I also think is a kind of a bad matchup for the Hunter again.
Yeah, certainly I think Fury is in a favored position no matter what, just by having 3 attempts to go at it, but the matchups aren't as bad as they could be, right? There's no Quest Priest to be dealing with on the other side. That is a big deal. You're absolutely right. Like, Tempo Rogue can just straight up race Quest Hunter. It's one of the few decks that can win the game of, okay, let's just point everything at each other's face, right? Like normally Hunter wins that matchup against everything, but Rogue is one of the few things that can be able to do that. So Fury in a very, very comfortable position now overall, but Rogue can be an extremely cruel deck in a lot of situations. So this is, this is far from over.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, I would expect Superfect to go with a mage here. It's probably the deck that looks that it has like the best chance against the Rogue, and he kind of wants to pick up the win here, you know, feel a little bit better. So yeah, he's going for it. He has the double solid alibi, he has the freezes, but still, man, like still I think Rogue can with the right cards, it can run away with it.
Yeah, this deck I think is 100% built with Rogue at least in mind. It might not necessarily be a hard target Rogue deck, but the inclusions in there, double solid alibi, mass polymorph as well, which can be incredibly clutch against Rogue in a lot of spots. And then even just Sire Denathrius just dumped in there at the top, right, for potentially a massive amount of lifesteal at the end of the game to clutch it out, potentially with a brand combo thrown in as well if you get it lined up with the Kael'thas. So this is about as anti-Rogue a mage deck as you can put together, and looking at the wider stats, Mage is already slightly favored against Rogue in most of the builds of Mage. So you would say, I think this is Superfake's best matchup that he has remaining. So it would be no great surprise, I think, if we do go to Game 6 at a bare minimum here, but absolutely do not count Fury out on these technical decks.
I think there is one card that is very, very important for the Rogue here, and it's Edwin. This card is so crazy. This coupled with Step kind of means that you can just have the option to draw your whole deck. And the good thing when you play against a deck like Mage is that you don't even need to step it. Like even if you make Edwin like a 5/5, Mage can't kill it, especially in the early game. So even if you draw like one card with Edwin, you can just leave it on board and be like, oh, if you want to freeze it or take 5, and then I'm gonna just step it and draw my whole deck. So this is a very key card.
Tradables have been found in the opening hand for Fury, but
and life tap.
No nulls, but
Really
yeah, it
big
does
deal.
have life tap, which is a really big deal indeed.
That is huge. Obviously Shroud is the card that he wants to find here. Superfix's hand is looking alright. She has the cold case, which is just gets you some armor, helps you early game, and the solid alibi. But it will all come down to this Drak, I think. Fury just wants to make this Drak as big as possible here.
Yeah, already we have to start thinking about when this Draka comes down. Has found the 0-mana null, does have the Shadow Step as well. This is always a debate that people get into in these matchups against like Mage, Priest, like the slow matchups, right? Do you use your Shadow Step to make one giant weapon? Or do you Shadow Step the Draka to then make another weapon later on in the game? Obviously, you were just talking about Shadow Step Edwin, right? But if Edwin isn't available as an option in hand, how do you then change up what you're going to go for?
I would say Shadow Stepping the Draka is very rarely correct. Like very, very rarely. I think I would probably rather Shadow Step Nulls, and Edwin I think is the #1 Shadow Step target.
Agreed. Yep.
Because it just makes you draw everything.
Yep.
I mean, there are some situations that giving your weapon 2 extra charges by stepping a null could be more important than getting another weapon. I don't even remember if I've been to a situation where I kind of had to step the Draka. So, oh, the Shroud is a pretty big deal here.
Stick to the shadows.
I want to see Extortion face, straight up. Okay. Oh, he's trading it? Oh, he didn't hit the Van Cleef, that's why he's trading it.
He didn't hit the Cleef, yeah.
Yeah, I think if he hit the Cleef there, he would have pushed face with it.
But I do like this opener, just playing out the nulls. This is one of the things that you can do against Mage. You were talking earlier, right? Like, even though this is kind of a control deck, it doesn't actually play removal to be able to kill early threats.
Yeah.
So these early nulls have already pushed, what, 9 damage over the course of the game if they both get to attack this turn as well. So playing them out for value early can easily make up for the damage that you lose on like a Graveyard or a Draka turn later on. So I really like this tempo play from Fury.
I am going in every time here. Is he gonna use both steps though? This is interesting. I hope he doesn't take it slow. Nice. Fury doesn't take it slow. Fury knows, man. I think that's a very common mistake a lot of players do. They kind of take it slow to make it even bigger. But Fury understands that this is already a big enough weapon. And the earlier you do it, the more likely you're to attack like multiple times, right? So I think this is very good recognition here. He's going all in. I would do the same thing, so...
Drop the Draka. Yeah, I really like this turn as well. This is
7-8.
more than big enough.
Yeah.
21 damage represented from that weapon, double Wicked Stab in hand, and those minions on board that might, in some twisted world, get to attack at some point, but I don't think you ever really factor that into your calculations, right?
You are chilling big time here. You have Edwin in deck, you have Shroud in deck, you have Gone Fissings in case it's at the bottom, so I think you're in a really good spot here. You love to see this if you're Fury. You are a little bit concerned about Solid Alibi, but there's like still a lot of pressure, so...
By my calculations, you need to chill out.
Chooses to go from the Dawn Grasp.
Me, tusks.
Makes sense.
Stop shattering.
The nice thing here is that every time you can force your opponent to react to the board, that's a potential mana that they can't spend on Solid Alibi, so that means that you can just get another 7 damage swing through from the weapon, which is really nice.
I would assume Fury goes all in here, yeah. Graveyard, graveyard. Oh, he's not gonna go for the graveyard. Interesting.
Not clicking. Nope. Yeah, okay, want some board space. Does make sense. You need to guarantee the board space for the Edwin if you draw the Edwin, right? So this does potentially make sense.
No waves can sink this ship.
For Blizzard, I guess, right?
Well, Blizzard would kill one of the summons anyway, so it would be more like location flurry kind of stuff, I get.
No, but I was talking like maybe even play the spells and then do the location.
Oh, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
makes sense, makes sense.
Much to ponder.
This is an interesting spot. Missing Edwin was such a big deal from the Shroud there.
It was, yeah. Just replace this Maestro with an Edwin in the hand, right? And this game's just over at this point. It's so great.
I think so.
Yeah.
The good thing is that he has another Shroud, so it's like he kind of has 2 Edwins in the deck. One is like more expensive though, but probably still good enough. And there's no step. That's another important thing. You get 1 Edwin and that's it.
Yep. Still
Maybe
all the damage
killing,
left
man.
remaining in the deck though, right? Sinister Strikes and the Tooths are all just left in the deck still.
Oh yeah, he does have a bunch of damage in the deck. Wow. And also Fury is like getting kind of low as well. He's already taken 10 damage, right? And there's quite a bit of damage on board. So if you want to push this... Do you want to push this 3 damage here over trading? Oh, he Wicked Stabs a minion.
Wow, okay. Stretching the game out longer. Was not expecting to see this, I will admit. Oh, double summons here as well.
Yeah, so here he played the... So he's like, if he freezes me, there's no Dawn Grasp. If he Blizzards me, my Maestro dies, so I can just play the Edwin anyway if I draw it.
Yep, good point.
Is it time? Might be time, Sodal. Or can we freeze a turn? I kind of like doing it, I think.
Easy for you to say, sat in this spot, Fino, but this is Superfake's world spot on the line. Like, you lose the game.
I mean, what else are you gonna do,
bad.
though?
I mean, it's a great point.
What else are you gonna do?
It is a great point. You'd have to, like, double Flurry or Finley to look for a Blizzard, right? Like, those are the
I think you just spend
plays.
your mana now and do it. I think this is the perfect time to do it. Because you have nothing else to do. Like, you don't want a Deathborn, you don't want a Wildfire Ping, and that's it. And you definitely don't want to swap your hand, so...
going
Oh,
max
that is
tempo.
interesting.
Yeah, double flurry and just coins out the Kel'Thuzad.
Wait, that might
tempo
even be
play
better,
instead.
man. Is this enough, though?
Gone fishing? I found
Is it
Sinister
Sinister Strike? That's enough, right?
That's enough. That's lethal. Fury's made it with the null attack.
Takes it.
Oh,
Fuck lethal.
oh, absolutely incredible ending again. Super Fate gives us the wave goodbye. He is out. He is disconnected already. But there is your winner. We hyped him up. We gassed him up going into this one, saying, look, this is a combo deck lineup. This shouldn't work in this meta. This is playing Hearthstone on hard mode in this meta game. But if there's anyone that can crank the difficulty up to 11 and still get over the line, I think Fury Hunter is really, really high on that list. And I really enjoyed watching that series, Fino. What about you?
Very well played, man. I think going in, recognizing that you go in with a Draka there is a pretty big thing. I feel it's very easy to misplay that and just to like, I'm gonna wait one more turn. But,
Yep.
but Fury is good. Fury is good. Also, he played the null on when he drew it, which is another very common mistake. People saving nulls for like next game or to gain 1+1/+1 on their graveyard thing. But very, very good recognition by Fury there. Going all in. And yeah.
Yeah, absolutely agree.
Deserve the win.
The nulls on curve is one of the things I realized about the matchup after playing a few reps of it, and it really does just make sense in terms of raw damage, right? Because as you were saying about like Edwin, right? When you play a minion on the board, it doesn't get killed by Mage, it gets frozen by Mage. So even on your Draka turn, if you want to Shadow Step a null, you can still do that because the nulls will still be alive. It's just they will have been attacking for 3 the entire time that they've been on the board, and you really don't lose that much damage on the dagger over the course of the game that it ends up compensating for that. So yeah, lots of really, really clean lines from Fury, and it does mean that we are going to set up for TJ and Lorinda to cast, I believe. One of the matchups I've been really looking forward to see whenever the regions mix. This is one of the matchups I always want to look at, is Possessi coming over from APAC, because I think it's pretty clear at this point that Possessi is one of the few players from the other regions that is on top tier Europe player level, right? You could there's no better way to explain that than to look at this top 8 that we have in Last Call. It's 7 European players and Possessi. That's just where we are. So when Possessi gets the chance to go up against the top player,
I'm gonna throw some shade here.
All right.
I don't think Possessi played that well in the last series against Lies, because I was watching the series and I think he was making a lot of mistakes compared to the Europe Giga Chads that play perfectly. So I'm gonna defend our region here. And no, in all honesty though, Possess is definitely a great player. I mean, he's a world champ. Who am I to judge him? But I do think his last series was a bit sketchy. So I'm curious to see if he steps it up on the, next game. But I gotta say though, the one last thing before we go is that I want to give props to Super Fake, because this is probably his last game in GM, right? Very interesting character, very nice guy. I met him, he's great. And also, I think he played really well this series. I think this last turn, a lot of people might have been, oh, just play the books, but I think what he did made a lot of sense. Like that last play, I think it was actually pretty good as well. So props to him. Head up, you lose some, you win some. That's what happens in Hearthstone. Best of luck.
Yeah, and I echo all of those sentiments. Very well put as well from Fino, indeed. But we are approaching the end of the day. After one more series, we will know exactly what our top 4 looks like, what the World Championship landscape looks like later in the year. We have one more series to go. It'll be TJ and Lorinda who will be taking you through it, so you do not want to miss it. You'll have time to go grab yourself some water, grab yourself a snack, but do be back in a few minutes because we have more Hearthstone after this break.
Hello once again, and welcome back to Mull It Over. This one is about Ramp Druid, and I know what you're gonna say. This will not be all about Guff. Wait, no, stop showing these clips of players keeping Guff. I said it's not all about Guff. I mean, look, Habu Gabu played Guff here, and Lovex still beat him. Like, Guff's great and all, and he may be the #1 best card to keep in every single matchup, but he still needs the usual suspects to support him, right? You always want your Jerry-Rig Carpenter on 2, and your wild growth on 3, especially when going first. The newest member of the ramp crew, Widowbloom Seedsman, is also a great keep. When going second, it's pretty common to coin out wild growth when you can follow up with Seedsman. Another clean curve with coin or innervate is on 3 mana to get an early Seedsman, and then follow with Nourish on the next turn. We see Chunsu keep that combination because he's going second, but Nourish is actually a debatable keep. You'd much rather draw and split it with Jerry Rig, and keeping it often makes your second Jerry Rig do nothing. When you have nothing to support the Nourish, unlike back in the old days, it's definitely a toss. There's simply too many other earlier options you'd rather draw. When facing aggressive decks, in addition to early ramp, you can keep removal like Druid of the Reef or Living Roots if you run it. We see Levick with the unusual Theatar keep as well, which potentially steals an important pressure option from Dmitry Kazov like Imp King Rafam or Shady Bartender. However, I see the Theatar keep more often in the Mirror or versus Mage to steal hero cards and other heavy hitters because the low tempo you get from the 3/3 body isn't punished as heavily. You can also argue for the Planted Evidence keep against aggro because there are many good cheap options. Proactive cards like Living Roots, Sow the Soil, Natural Causes, and Thorngrowth Sentries help fight for the board, so Blythe places first evidence on turn 1. You can also get removal like Seaweed Strike, which comes in clutch from Blythe's second evidence on turn 2. Feral Rage and Frostwolf Kennels would have been good outcomes here as well. These cheap cards are way less impactful against slower matchups like Mage, Quest Hunter, and the Mirror, however, so it's no surprise to see Fury Hunter toss double Druid of the Reef here. An exception is against certain lists of big Spell Mage, which run double Far Watchpost. We see Pun keep a Druid of the Reef to respect that one card, which is extremely punishing against Druid because they have no other removal for it in the early game. Even one turn of delayed ramp, Care of Watchpost, can ruin Druid's game plan. By turn 3, Pun hasn't hit any ramp cards though, which is usually a disaster for Druid, but he makes the best of it by using Planted Evidence to build a composting board and cycle closer to ramp. Even without the coin, he's still able to play Theatar on curve next turn with some low value options in hand that he's not too sad to give away. On the complete opposite end of the mulligan spectrum, we have Judgment keeping Sire Denathrius in the Mirror. I personally do not make this keep often, especially not without the coin, and against an opponent whom you know runs Theatar. But it has its merits. Infusing the Denathrius right from the get-go can catch your opponent off guard, though you run the risk of missing ramp. The only greedy keep I see players consistently make against these lower decks is Topior, like Bunny Hopper does at the beginning of his full Druid sweep against Okashinsuke. He was under tons of pressure and hit no ramp until coin Nourish, but the Topior allows him to stabilize right on time. He doesn't play it straight away on 7 mana though, because Ivus represents more immediate stats, and big taunts are actually quite strong against Ping Mage early on. On the next turn, Topior is stronger than Miracle Growth because of the immediate evidence to follow up. With a perfect discover of Earthen Scales, he still stabilizes and can go for a clean Miracle Growth next turn to run away with the game. Against Wig Priest, Bunny gets what looks like a full auto keep, but he tosses Widowbloom Seedsman. That's because with Jerry plus Wild Growth, the curve is already spoken for until the post-Nourish 8 mana turn. At that point, he would rather have an expensive card like Topior, Scale of Onyxia, or Miracle Growth to follow up. After ramping with Nourish, it's pretty funny that Seedsman would have been playable because of the 2 innervates he drew, but that's rarely the case. And even if it were there, spending the last 2 mana on Moonlit Guidance would probably still have been better to dig for Raid Boss or Scale of Onyxia. In this case, the best option is just Miracle Growth to keep cycling. On the next turn, there's a temptation to use Starfish on this buffed up Wig Priest board, but Bunny knows there's a Wig in hand and the Starfish doesn't actually remove anything, so Okashinsuke could easily rebuild the silent stats. So Bunny goes for Miracle Growth, and if he isn't dead to a big Bless this turn, he can swing back fully. Using the Innervate he saved, he gets to remove the board with Starfish plus Scale on the same turn. The Mana Giant is also free by this point, and Okashinsuke simply cannot come back. Finally, we have the Tempo Rogue matchup with a standard Wild Growth keep. Since Bunny's drawn Widowbloom Seedsman, the coin Wild Growth curve is looking great for him, and he can get up to 6 full mana crystals by turn 4. So here, Bunny knows Okashinsuke has plenty of minions in hand from Shroud, and if there's a location or Draka, he could die very quickly. Without a Nourish, it's still going to take a while to get to his Onyxia, so he searches for more ramp with Moonlit Guidance. Among these options, Seedsman lets him spend mana efficiently by playing it now, and draws the other copy, which he would then play next turn to get to 10 mana. But he takes Guff instead, mainly because of the Brand in hand. Brand plus Guff, which would immediately give him 2 full crystals, lets him hero power again for 3 total ramp, not to mention the 2 draws and 5 armor. This means he'd go to 12 mana next turn, enough for Onyxia and the Earthen Scales, which gives an extra layer of safety. This line also meant that he didn't have any Seedsmen on board for Okashinsuke to potentially target with backstabs and serrated bone spikes to fuel his combo turns. Sure enough, with 12 mana, Onyxia for board clear and Scales to stay out of range of Burst seal the game in favor of the Ramp Druid. And yes, I know, this was mainly thanks to Guff, but I did say he needed his support cards, right? Brand did a lot of work there too. Just look at this game between Possessi and Judgment. Possessi keeps Guff, because it's Guff. On turn 2, he starts with Aquatic form, a bit earlier than you usually see it, but it makes sense with his list and situation. If he hits Innervate or Seedsman, he could curve cleanly starting with Coin Wildgrowth this turn. Jerry-Rig Carpenter, Living Roots, or Natural Causes would also be good hits. As it turns out, he's offered Innervate, but passes up on that immediate draw to dredge his Scale of Onyxia instead, anticipating that he would need a big board clear after his slow ramp turns. In theory, he can still curve cleanly with Wild Growth on 3, Guff on 4, and Scale on 5. However, because Judgment had a high-pressure opener, Possessi is forced off of Guff and plays Flipper Friends to stay alive on board. This line still allows him to coin Scale next turn and stabilize the board, unless Judgment has good refill. But Judgment had good refill, establishing too many stats for even Scale of Onyxia to remove and winning the game. See? Guff's so bad he never even got played, and all Judgment had to do was draw the absolute stone cold nuts playing a deck with a highly favorable matchup. Alright, episode's over. I'm done being in denial. Guff is really strong. Hopefully as strongly as you enjoyed watching. See you next time!
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. We're here on Saturday. We're getting towards the end of our second group of playoffs. Only one spot left remains in that top 4 playoffs for tomorrow, our championship Sunday. My name is CJ. I'm joined by Neil Lorinda, a.k.a. Bond. And we have the pleasure of bringing you the final match of the day. That's right, me and Neil coming in, rounding off the day with one single best of 7, as it should be. We're the closer here, Neil.
We are indeed the closers, TJ. And there's an old saying that comes to mind here. A rolling stone gathers no moss. But I have no idea what that means. So let's go instead with, to be the best, you've got to beat the best. And I know exactly what that means. Fury Hunter, to have any chance of being this year's world champion, needs to beat the current world champion.
That's right. Yeah. Saddle mentioned it as well, probably multiple times. I heard it once, but knowing Saddle, probably happened multiple times. Fury Hunter has been very, very close to qualifying to the World Championship twice so far this year. This would be the third time if he were to lose at any point from here until he qualifies to the World Championship. But this is step 1, is actually making it into that top 4 and beating Possessi. So taking a look at the lineups, Fury Hunter brought a lineup that I honestly didn't really expect, right? It's I guess as combo heavy of a lineup as you can get in the current metagame, with, you know, the Mine Warlock with Boar Priest, and in a metagame that's chock full of Theatars, a very brave move. But it worked out well in the first match that Fury Hunter was able to play, starting at that disadvantage in the lower bracket. Will it stand up against Possessi? We shall see, but Possessi's going to be queuing up the Hybrid Warlock first, with the aggressive Imp package, as well as the Curse package, going all the way up for a Bran as well, to just get a little bit of extra curses, but kind of hurt that consistency in the early game of getting some aggressive Impage.
Yeah, it's such a weird deck. I moan about it every time we see it. It's done fine. It's got good results. It's got good matchups at times. But the fact you've got two half of a deck and sort of gone, try and fuse them together, and it doesn't really fuse that well. There's sort of goo sticking out the sides, and you know, you put it in a box, it leaks out. It's good. It does its thing. You understand why it does it, but it still doesn't feel like a very well crafted deck at this time to me. But it does have very good potential to do a lot of damage both early and late, and if you draw your cards in the right order, it is very powerful. Talking of drawing your cards in the right order, this deck doesn't care. It just draws all of them and then wins the game.
Draws every card. That's right. Every single one. This could also be considered a hybrid because you play Wicked Shipment, Impending Catastrophe, and Fiendish Circle. In fact, the crossover between this deck and Imp Warlock is alarming. Because there's like, what, 10 cards that you put in both decks? Sorry, 8 that you put in both decks. Which has not been the case for like aggressive versus control Warlock decks for some time. But
as people in the trade call that an engine, TJ.
Yes, it is an engine. That's right. And the Impending Catastrophe Fiendish Circle engine is an incredible one. A lot of card draw for not that much mana, and at the very least you get some board presence out of it. And Fiendish Circle could also be used for your combo later in the game. If it's your bottom card, you could oftentimes fit that in. If you've got some reductions from your Rune Mithril Rods, you can fit that in as a way to combo if you haven't got your Wicked Shipments traded, or you had to use them early for clears with Grimoire of Sacrifice, etc., etc. You can use that as a way to actually end the game with the Phylactery. So, with all that said, let's get into it. One of the things that we need to point out with this hybrid Curse Warlock deck from Possessi, no Theatar. So that's the bane of Fury Hunter's existence as it currently stands with his lineup. And, you know, even though this Imp Curse Warlock is scary, it would be even scarier if it was just Imp Curse Warlock, but with a Theatar thrown in. Because if you get your Phylactery stolen, you can't win. Really, it's that simple.
It's going to be interesting to see how they tiptoe around the fact that, you know, if you've got one curse in hand, then you can still draw cards because that gets discarded at the start of your turn. You draw a card. But also, if you have a full hand, you can't take curse damage. I want to see how that plays out in this, assuming that Possessi, which he almost certainly won't, doesn't just go imp, 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 you're dead, which is a thing that could happen.
It is. Though this Warlock deck from Fury Hunter has a good chunk of removal, right?
Yeah.
Has single target removal, has AoE removal, both in the early game with Grimoire of Sacrifice and later on in the game with Entitled Customer. And in the mid game with Hellfire, right? It's got it all. And then some spot removal with Drain Souls. So Fury Hunter, just needs to hope that whatever possess he does in the early game sort of lines up with whatever removal he's drawn at that point, and hope that the Spice Bread Bakers, a high hand size to block curses, plus the bigger removal later on in the game are gonna be able to do some work.
I'm giggling because already he's got plethora of answers, or plethora, however you want to say that word. I'll ask Raven, he'll know.
Don't ask Raven. He'll think he'll know.
That's even better.
But we all know he doesn't know.
But he might. One day he will.
Coin Fiendish Circle. Okay. This is not the play that I expected. I was like, okay, well, it's either Life Tap or Drain Soul. But I think Fury Hunter ruled out Life Tap because if Fiendish Circle did come down, it'd be a ton of damage pointed directly at his face with not a direct answer going to the next turn except for double Drain Soul in the Librarians with the coin. So this is a way to kind of put something out in front. You are nearly guaranteed to have a Grimoire of Sacrifice target for next turn that you could fit in with either a Life Tap or a Drain Soul, or even a Naval Mine if you want to get it online, just to get that in the Death Rattle pool. So this turn seems like it has the most flexibility. Also, kind of entices Possessy to kind of trade over these imps, because you don't want to leave all 4 of these up and then Fury Hunter Impending Catastrophes and then draws a million cards. So this is the play that gives Fury Hunter the most options for next turn, while also making it tough for Possessy to decide what to do. And it's just going to be a life.
Wow.
And double fate. Wow. Oh, okay. Well then. Not expect that to happen.
That shows the power of Fury's play if it can make Possessy's early game just go, nope, done. So, very interesting stuff already.
Yeah. I'm surprised with the Life Tap that Possessy didn't opt to just trade over on 2 of these, because the push 2 doesn't seem relevant. If it, makes your opponent draw 2 less cards from the Pending Catastrophe. Fury Hunter just going to match the pace. Yeah. And say, okay, well, if you're just going to tap and then hit face, I'm just going to Drain Soul and then hit face. I'm not in a rush to continue this if you're not in a rush to continue this.
It's quite funny, yeah. He's got to force Possessy to do the thing that Possessy's supposed to do that Fury wants him to do. That will work.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
I could. I'm pretty sure if I'd thought about it before speaking like normal, I could have definitely said it better myself. But,
Like normal.
Yeah,
Funniest thing I've heard all week.
One day. Look before you leap. There's another saying that I could definitely think of using. I don't know where the saying thing's coming from, by the way. It's just happening like most of my casts. All right. Plenty of Grimoire options here for Fury. They all seem decent.
Yeah, they're all exactly the same. You could Grimoire the far left imp, or the far right imp, or even one of the imps that lies in the middle of the far left and the far right imp. However, Possessy is just going to say, you know what? I'm pushing damage. Possessy says, you know what? I'm drawing cards and pushing damage.
Yeah. But you know what? Fury's going to push all of these minions off the board in a minute.
Yeah, so I'm looking at like Life Tap, Fine Grimoire, and then trade over the 2 now 1 health minions, and then push the other 2 to face. I don't think the Life Tap would change the draw, even if you draw Impending Catastrophe. Probably not going to do it. Okay, no mine. Gonna opt to draw a card with Mortar Coil instead. Hold on to the mine. Perfectly reasonable.
Wow. Getting pretty close to lethal multiple ways, Fury here, including just hitting your opponent with 1/1s. This damage.
I know, this is actually a substantial amount of damage.
It's getting there.
Yeah. However, Possessi's starting to go with the curses and has nearly all the curse cards in hand. This brand has to be dealt with for fear of another cultist. There's Abyssal Wave, there's Tamsin, plus a Drag Below. If Possessi can
yeah, I love this.
3 more turns of curses, then you know, we're looking at potentially a pretty quick end to this game. Because Fury Hunter's already floating at 15 life, which, you know, we're looking at 3, 4, 5, 6 would be enough. So 4 more curses, which Possessi has access to 4 more curses in hand.
But on the other side, Fury's got the Baker, he's got Tamsin, he's got double mine already, and Possessi's down to 13 if Fury hits the face with this lot. So he's adding up whether he can do that or not. With enough stuff in hand to just block Possessi from doing it.
Yeah.
He needs to work out how many cards he can draw for the win next turn.
Possibilities.
It's silly.
Almost out of time.
They're cool, obviously a bit of a spanner in the works. Potentially.
Haven't heard of me.
So this is 3 and 4, and there's 1 and 2 in hand. That's 10. 10 plus the 3 attack. Gonna put him down to 2.
Mm-hmm. Take away the life tap. As they said in 2016. Fury always looks so upset that his opponent's trying to kill him. It's like, how dare you? Okay. That card draw we were talking about seems to be deserting Fury here.
Yeah, this is a problem. I don't think there's any way out. There's no way that you can heal up enough, play the curses, and clear the board.
Yeah. And also, you know, progress your game plan in case you have one more turn. It's hard to find that one more turn, even if Possessi didn't have a handful of gubbins right now.
Gonna go max heal, but this is going to be lethal with Abyssal Wave. Abyssal Wave. There's a 3 damage curse in hand. This is gonna be 5 damage plus 6 damage, so it'll be more than enough.
Yeah, plenty.
Yep. More than enough. And that was Possessi effectively just going all curse game plan. Like, yes, hit the Librarians early, and they were able to push some damage. But, you know, good on Possessi for recognizing that I'm not going to acknowledge these imps that are on the board. Like, you know, it doesn't really accelerate Fury's clock. Still needs to get a mine down. He was still well out of range of, like, double mine plus kill them off. The only play that Fury like may have had access to would have been like on turn 8 double mine Hellfire, which would have only been 11, and Possessi had that checked with the touch of the Nathrazim. So it was like never in risk of dying. Realized that didn't need to respect Impending Catastrophe that much because the big limiting factor for Fury Hunter was mana. Like, even if Fury Hunter draws a ton of cards, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day for Possessi as long as he's on track to kill Fury Hunter before a ton of stuff can come out. Like, there was no way by leaving those imps up that Fury could go Rod and then Impending Catastrophe. Like, if we see Rod, then okay, maybe you start respecting the imps a little more. But just maximizing face damage all the way through and saying, I don't care if you have these imps, go for it. Like, the onus is on you to clear my board, not the other way around. So Possessi takes a a nice game one, and that would have been a big win for Fury, getting that Warlock across the board.
Yes.
Before you start to reach these games where Theatar can sort of ruin your day. But however, you know, as we say here in the portion of America's, or not America's, Grandmasters Last Call, we're the America's casters.
We're the America's people, yeah.
Yeah. 40 cards. 40 card decks. We say it all the time. Every day we say 40
saying
cards.
it for years.
Been saying it for years. 40 cards.
Yeah. Well, this is 40 cards. 40 Ramping Druid cards, as we call them. And yeah, we've seen this deck a lot. Back into the tokeny version of it, the original version, I want to call it. We didn't see a lot of this last week. We saw far more of the slower Denathrius version last week, but this is kind of the pure version. Just you in with Denathrius because you do 1 million damage and heal for 1 million health, which is great if you're the druid.
Yep. They'll have, you know, all their win conditions outside of Sire Denathrius with just giant boards with Insatiable Devourer, with Topior. You have the Maximum Disruption with Mutinous plus Theatar in the deck. So, this one is like the most well-balanced version of Druid. Where you don't have as big of highs, but you don't have as low of lows. And when you're talking about best of 7 conquests, this feels like where you should be, because you do kind of want just that consistency, right? Because you're playing a lot of matches, you're not guaranteeing any specific matchup like you would be in Last Hero Standing. You just need something that is a strong deck that has good matchups across the board, or at least, you know, an even spread of matchups across the board. So this Druid seems like the way to go for the format this week. And Fury Hunter's going to be on the Warlock once again, so
Pretty much a race, as always with combo decks, but in this particular one, it's pretty much a race, even more than usual. I feel like each meta game has a correct format. Like sometimes Last Hero Standing is just the best format because there's the right number of good decks. Same with Conquest. I like this best of 7 because it's the format that makes the Conquest in the current meta game bring a bad deck or an awkward deck. Whereas with best of 5, it felt a little bit, okay, this is kind of nearly solved. This best of 7 has really, really made it crazy. I don't say the best of 7 is always better than best of 5. Just this particular metagame, 7 seems to be the key number where people have to bring a deck that, you know, Phylactery Warlock or something has to happen.
yeah. So, Phylactery Warlock was a reach.
Yeah.
Like, you got to go real far down to come up with, all right, Phylactery Warlock is my 5th deck.
And you really got to think there's going to be a lot of Quest Priests to go there.
Yeah. Okay, Fury Hunter doing some furious counting, hunting for the right play.
Nice.
I think you just play the mine here. You can't tap because you want hand space for Rune Mithril Rod. It looks like the goal is going to be coin Rune Mithril Rod into Fiendish Circle and Pending Catastrophe, right? That's like,
yep.
That's the plan. So hoping to have a card here that's dumpable. Sure. I mean, you could just Drain Soul.
Just play it. I think you just play it.
Okay.
I mean, the Druid can pick off one here and one there, but do you need to Impending for 1 million? You're just Impending for 3 or 4, you'll be okay. You'll be okay.
Now Possessy has a choice.
Ooh.
It can sometimes be very difficult to time Theatar correctly. Because by the time Phylactery's picked up, I
like that.
Game might just end. So I think just playing it on curve and try and hit a Rune Mithril Rod. Nope. Okay. Fury Hunter's going to be very happy about this. Impending Catastrophe wasn't hit either, I think. It was the Drain Soul, Spice Bread Baker, and Krina Shara.
Yes.
Yeah, see, Fury Hunter gives a nod. He's like, okay, yeah, all right, well, Theatar's gone, so we're good to go. And I imagine we're just going to see all face attacks here.
Interesting that Possessy kept the Earthen Scales instead of the Miracle Growth here.
Already has a Miracle Growth.
Yeah, but Fury doesn't. Quite handy.
8 mana?
I mean, win on turn 9 after Miracle Growth?
Yeah, I just feel like they have enough card draw already. Like, giving them a card that's just very hard to use.
Sure. I'm not going to deny this. Just thought I'd throw it out there that it was not an obvious...
All right, Neil. Okay, I get it.
Uh-huh. You always understand, TJ. That's why you get lumbered with me. It's like, will somebody understand this idiot who rambles? I'll do it, boss. All right.
Surprisingly close to the conversation.
Yeah, that's actually how it went down. Whoops. Okay, Fury has plenty of card draw, so obviously the Miracle Growth not particularly useful. He has got some card draw though. Second rod, but then can he deal with a 9/9? Does he need to deal with a 9/9?
Oh, you can deal with the 9/9. Everything's free.
Uh-huh.
Double Drain Soul, then Impending Catastrophe. Okay. Our Double Drain Soul trade, then Impending Catastrophe. That'll draw you 3 cards. Nicely completing the second rod.
Next turn you got a 5 mana Miracle Growth.
Then next turn you got to
draw in your deck.
I mean, okay, it's probably going to be good. But you're also going to have at that point like Dreadlich Tamsin.
Meanwhile, Possessi still hasn't played these Earthen Scales that he kept. I'm excited to follow the course of action.
Attack with the last one?
No, he didn't.
Is he greeting the second Impending Catastrophe for potential second Venus Circle?
Yes.
What's on here?
No, it was a bit weird, but yeah.
What's going on here?
He thought about it and then just didn't.
What's going on here? Okay, it's time for some guff stuff. This I understand.
Oh, yeah.
This is the universal Hearthstone language, is guff stuff.
Uh-huh.
Every Hearthstone player, when they load up Decline for the very first time, and they look at all the Druid cards that they can craft, they're like, ooh, guff? You telling me I could just do guff stuff every game? The game says, yeah. And then you say, wow, that's incredible. And then the game says, well, you can also have 10 extra health, but that comes with the risk of you having to draw through 10 extra cards to get through your guff on average. It's actually 5 cards on average, whatever. It's in the middle.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? And then you say, that actually seems like a good trade-off. Why would I want to pyroblast myself in the face at the start of every game to draw my guff faster when I'm going to draw it every game anyway?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Then somewhere in the distance, Sottle screams.
What does he scream about?
Pyroblasting
everything
in the face.
Yeah. I don't know.
That's not how this works. That's not how any of this works.
It's a good socket impression. But the thing is, you see, your health is a resource, and you can spend 10 health as your resource at the start of the game to not have a bunch of garbage in your deck.
Fair point.
No?
Yep.
But Druid can't do that because you can click autocomplete with Druid and you still don't have a bunch of garbage in your deck. No matter how hard you try. Look how hard Possessi is trying to have absolute rubbish in this deck. Just look at that hand. Tell me he's not trying to have rubbish. Not just
really
him.
Trying hard.
Druid players across the world trying hard to put the worst cards you've ever seen in your deck, but Druid just doesn't allow it. Flipper friends, straight in there, no questions.
All right, we got 42 health. A Tamsin, a Phylactery, a Dead Mine.
Yep, getting close.
A Dead Mine. Oh, man. It's like Dead Mines. Warcraft. That is the
Dead
not
Mines?
upgraded Wicked Shipment. That is a 2-imp. Right now we're looking at... This is going to be 4 minions.
Out of the oven.
5 minions. 5 times 4 is 20. Times 2
Yeah, that's 40.
is 40 plus a Hellfire. Bada bing, bada boom. That'll do it. It's actually more than that. You don't even need the damage for the Hellfire because that 1 mine will have 3 mines in it. Because it started as a mine and then it got infused with 2 more mines.
It's like a hive mine.
That's right. It's a hive mine. All right, there you go. Fury Hunter ties the series 1-1. It just seemed like a pretty clean, straightforward game. Possessy just spent the entire game ramping up.
We spent the entire game talking about guff stuff.
Yeah.
Nicely worked by Fury. That's the dodgy deck out of the way. And now Hearthstone's going to break out.
Yeah. So, I mean, like I said, very difficult to time the Theatar. Because if you wait till later in the game, the hand's going to be full. You're not as likely to hit. You're also spending like the 4 mana on the Theatar when you might want to be, you know, pressuring or doing other things. You're not even guaranteed to hit the Phylactery. Playing it early when the hand size is low, maybe you hit Phylactery, maybe it was just drawn in the opening, or maybe you hit the Rune Mithril Rod, which severely limits the ability for the Warlock to, you know, churn through their deck as quickly and actually get to the combo, so you have time to ramp up and get threats online. Maybe hit the mine, which makes it more difficult for Fury Hunter to actually get that death rattle. Has to rely on the other mine, which could be at the bottom of the deck, which again buys you more time. So I don't disagree with the playing it on curve because you know, at a certain point you may not have time and you might hit something that buys you more time than, you know, a small fraction of a chance to hit Phylactery at a very specific point in the game, right? So just a tough matchup with how the game state was. Fury Hunter having all the draw and Rune Mithril Rod, able to get a nice clean kill pretty early on in the game.
Yep, nice and tidy, easy lethal. Even I could do that one. Once you pointed out that it's only 42 health, you know. We've talked about all the benefits of having extra health. Where was the benefit there? It made no difference at all. That's what I say. I like to whine, TJ, you might have noticed. All right, it's Quest Priest time. Talking of casters whining. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, you're dead, bang.
That quick, huh?
Uh-huh. If you're fled, he goes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. Ah, no, where is it? Can't find it. Game over.
Yep.
Did the first 8 turns, couldn't find the quest reward to win the game?
Yeah, well, you know, as we say here in the portion of Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call where the America's Casters cast, 40 cards, right? Saying it for years.
We say. Yep.
It is a thing that we say. And the faster you complete the quest, the more cards you have in your deck. The less likely you are to hit the shard.
So what you're saying is you should complete your quest really slowly.
Yep.
So that you immediately win with a shard the turn after.
Yeah.
Okay. Noted. So
I'd rather die having not completed my quest than die long after I completed my quest, but I couldn't find the shard. Right.
Uh-huh.
It's a feeling thing, you know?
It's better to have quested and lost than to never have quested at all.
Amen.
Amen to that, TJ. All right, so it's going to be the big spell mage from Fury Hunter. And this is sort of... It's not a free win by any circumstances, but it's a very free setup for the mage. Quite often the mage has to panic in the early game and worry and try not to die. And, you know, it's got the tools to do that. In this one, it just gets to turn 6 at its own happy speed without any problems and then worries about it from there.
Yeah. Closing out the game is the difficult part, right?
Right.
Like doing all the fun stuff, oh, yeah, easy. You can have so much fun. It's unbelievable how much fun you could have in the early to mid game. But then you reach like the later stage of the mid game and the late game, which are ill-defined, but whatever. Just work with me here. And you're like, well, now I actually have to kill my opponent.
That's fun.
And then you realize that you did all this fun stuff, but you never picked up Dawn Grasp. And so you actually have no way to kill the last 20 points of damage that you need to actually kill the Quest Priest.
Pelican Diver. That is the definition of fun early in the game.
Yeah. One of the another thing that we love to say here in Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call, the portion where the America's Grandmasters casters cast, is chip damage. We love chip damage.
Chip damage and weaving. We love weaving.
We love weaving.
So on this turn, there's going to be no chip damage or weaving because Sanctum is so good, you don't need to weave around it. Fury has a lot of good things he can pick up here. Turn this hand from very poor into incredibly good. Yep, that's the card I had in mind.
Yeah, Possessi dumping all the cheap spells like right away, like way before. By way before, I mean just a single turn before Barbaric Sorcerers could come out. Now Desperate Prayer. Oh, jeez. Well, if he dumped the shard last turn, he's good. No! Oh, no! Oh. Disaster!
Oh, no.
Oh, wait, no. By dumping the cheap spells last turn, Fury Hunter's probably thinking to himself, yeah, there's no way he would hold on another cheap spell. Because look how much effort Possessi put into dumping the cheap spells last turn. There's just no way.
But do it anyway, because there's no better turn. That's the problem here. Possessi's on the old bluff that they have to call.
Yeah. At the very least, you make these slightly cheaper, right? If you hit like a light bomb. Even a whirlpool. Heck, make the whirlpool cost 10, right? Make it harder to complete the quest. I'm going for it anyway.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay, nothing's green, so hit to clean the scene. That's fine.
Yeah, this is the old, I want to see Fury's reaction when the Desperate Pair gets played later. This is the old sort of where you play a Hunter Secret pretending it's Explosive Trap and it's not, but they've got to attack you anyway, so none of it matters.
Yeah.
Alright.
The old empty bluff.
Empty bluff, is that what we call it here at the portion of the Global Grandmasters playoffs where we have the America's Grandmasters casting?
That's what we call it. Been calling it that for years.
Good. Alright, when do you rune here? No real hurry, right? Because you've got plenty of stuff going on.
Are we weaving? Nah, we're posting.
We're just bobbing.
We're bobbing. We're posting. Doing everything but weaving. That's fine.
Yeah.
Mordrish will just, be in the far left of the hand for as long as he needs to be.
Our board is pretty...
Ooh!
Minion.
That's the second time in 2 series that Fury Hunter's Farwatch post has betrayed him and given his opponent quest completion in a situation where he was struggling to find quest completion. Possessi was just looking for a 4 and could not find a 4.
That's why it's called a Farwatch post.
Whatever you draw makes it a 4.
Yeah, that works. I like it.
It's rune time. Always love when you start off with an Ice Blood Tower.
Followed by a solid alibi against a deck that doesn't do damage to you. Yep. Applaud that.
All right, that was fantastic. Like, at a certain point, your big spells in your deck, yeah, you just want them to come up. Oh, and it picked well, too. Look at that.
This is where he finds out there's, not that it really matters, that there's a Desperate Prayer for 0 mana to trigger this counter spell.
That was like the sickest rune ever. It cast a counter spell. It developed dragons. Binned a card from the deck. Drew 2 cards. Played a solid alibi.
Fury does fall into this trap that a lot of really, really good players fall into. Of when he gets lucky, like that's not fair. But when he gets unlucky and loses, that's his own fault. Like he's the opposite to how most people complain, right?
Yeah.
He realizes how ridiculous this box has been. And by bin, Possessi's going to get in the bin in just a moment.
This Ice Blood Tower, though, it's going to cast the second
game-winning box. Oh no, it's going to cast the second dragons, yeah.
Yep, and there's no room. There's a whirlpool.
Okay.
Yeah. I guess just dump the Desperate Prayer. I'm gonna see Fury Hunter's face.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this Desperate Prayer for ages. Nope. Okay, he's just like, okay, whatever.
Oh, Magister Dog.
You put
Oh,
Dawngrasp.
no. Right on time. Oh, jeez.
Have you noticed how Possessi is role-playing that every time he takes damage in the game, he takes it in real life at the moment as well? It's like, oh, ah!
I'm just waiting for Possessi to just hop on his bike and dip on out of here.
Just, I'm the world champion, don't you know? I'm qualified for the world championships again, don't you know? I'm just off. I don't need to face your stupid mage deck. I've got better things to do with my day.
Yeah, this is going to be downhill from here for Possessi. This is not particularly comebackable.
Comebackable.
Yeah.
I mean, Fury's still got to kill him.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, this hero power does 4. Plus, there's a Reckless Apprentice in hand. That'll activate Mordresh.
Uh-huh. I'll probably kill him.
Or, you know, you can just rune.
Let me remind you who
Yep.
you're dealing
Pyro to the face, that will kill him.
Stay where you are.
And put us out of our next 10 minutes of misery otherwise.
Hot Streak, first flame. The second flame will be free. Now it's really free. Double free. Ooh,
Third
that's,
flame. Oh no.
Oh no, indeed.
The rune healed his opponent. Didn't do any damage. Oh, there's an
Ignite.
Okay, now.
There we go. And it's all sure, you know, just for good measure. Nothing to kill on the board to juice up this hero power, but throwing it face. Mordresh is not active? Question mark. It will be with a ping because there's at least 6. So.
Yep. And it's done 4, so that's.
Does he has to heal beyond 11 and clear the board?
Easy. There's 12. 17. After the
But this
ping,
also
6.
juices the hero power because there's a 4/4 on board.
Oh my goodness. Double reckless as well. You can buff the hero power and just pew pew. Yeah. So many options, he doesn't know which one to take first.
Oh, it's lethal because you can coin out the second flame to kill the skeleton. There you go.
Oh yeah, I hadn't seen that.
That was a very
nice,
cute little spot from Fury Hunter, and perfect sequencing as well to maximize damage. Very nicely done because you have to. I guess you could have frozen after, right? Like frozen one of your Reckless Apprentice with the Nightcloak Sanctum. So there was a lot of different orderings there that would have sufficed. But Fury Hunter. Just kind of getting the better of that Quest Priest deck. Possessi was trying to like find the line, like, and try to take some risks, but at the end of the day, did not work out. The Shadow Word Ruin into the counterspell, like it's a how many? There's 6 Mage Secrets, right? Is there 6?
We had this discussion. I can't remember the answer. I think it's 6.
Vengeful Visage, Oasis Ally, Ice Barrier, counterspell, Explosive Runes.
You say Oasis Ally?
I did say Oasis Ally. 5.
Well, I'm sure there's 6.
Yeah.
I don't know which one you missed out on. I'm not looking right now at anything.
Ice Barrier. Explosive Runes.
Honestly, I know what I'm doing. But yeah, I know, but now you've started me off, right?
Yeah.
You can't just sort of...
Alright. The reconnaissance tech. Love it.
It's 5, TJ, according to searching through the cards.
I named all 5. Okay, cool. So taking the 80% chance that it's not counterspell. Pretty high odds that it's not counterspell.
Yeah. Decent odds.
No, I love the reconnaissance deck. I've been hating backstab more and more as time goes on, and it's hard to find that final step.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because I tried Yoink for a while. And Yoink is okay because it's a 1-mana spell that can sometimes net you extra damage and extra card draw. But here's the kicker, and I learned this the hard way. Multiple times, actually. I learned it the hard way, and then I did it again. And
he unlearned it the easy way.
Yeah, then I unlearned it. If you Yoink before you pop out of Maestro Disguise, you don't get an upgraded hero power.
Oh.
Because it changes your hero power, but then you pop out of Maestro and become a rogue again, and it switches your hero power with the rogue dagger.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Well, that's sort of defeats the object of having the Yoink.
Well, you need to just play a rogue card first, pop out, and then Yoink.
Sure, but then you've got a Yoink in your deck.
Yeah, but the Yoink is like a 1-mana spell that can be like 4 damage for 1 mana, right? Or it can be draw 2 cards for 1 mana.
Yeah.
Or it can be, heal for 4. Like, there's a lot of, it's one. The biggest attribute of it is that it's 1 mana. And then the reconnaissance is 2 mana. Potentially do something really cool.
Yeah, like win the game or actually have something on the board.
Yeah, like get a Najik Hex in and get rid of the giant taunt that's in the way to kill your opponent, right? Because that's what Rogue struggles with the most is those giant taunts.
Yeah, it appeals to me, but the sprint still appeals to me the most of all of the nonsense we've seen in that slot. But I don't like the backstab at all. You're too limited on resources to be backstabbing your own stuff, I feel.
Yeah.
Which is, it ends up just there so often. Interesting matchup, though. Obviously, this is why you bring the Quest Priest to take down the Rogue with. So, your comment earlier about, Rogue just seems to lose a lot. Well, yeah, because everyone's trying to beat it.
Yeah.
There it is.
Oh, yeah.
DJ said, I heard him say that this card will win the game. Immediately.
Yep. What I said. Been saying it for years. Your hunter's got to think, though, if this is an Edwin turn. Has a Shadow Step in hand. But this Venomous Scorpid is a problem.
It really is. I've been trying to make this work, but yeah, obviously you can't just bump in, then Shadow Step and bump in again, because the thing's dead, because it's got infinite attack.
You could double bump, which then would infuse your Door of Shadows. Ooh. Think about that for a second.
Thinking.
Well, mull that one over.
His job. Or was.
It was, yeah. No longer. Ooh, do I push the 3? Or do I push the 3 in a different direction? Different direction it is.
Yeah.
Oh, this Door of Shadows is so close to being infused. Oh.
Oh my goodness, these are the turns I struggle with. This is deck where you can just do everything, but which order you do
Edwin and you
matters.
fly by the seat of your pants.
I mean, that's what I would do, yeah. Where did that phrase come from? You fly by the seat of your pants.
I don't know.
Never understood it.
My dad used to say it when I was younger. I just started saying it because it sounds funny.
It does sound funny. Yeah, just keep pressing buttons now.
Yeah, play something.
Play everything.
Really hoping for a graveyard there.
You can't always trust
But, can't win them all. You can win some, but not all.
I was gonna say, I can't win any, yeah. Tooth!
I just keep going. Draw the deck.
Just try and find something that goes along. Ah! Okay, he finally ran out of stuff, and honestly, I'm kind of disappointed in him because he got light bombed. All that effort, your opponent just goes insta light bomb, everything dies, and you wish you never bothered.
All right, what's in the reconnaissance box? Ooh.
Yep,
Felsel
Jailer.
Jailer is, and you could get rid of this minion forever with a step.
Step and do it again. Gone. We might end up in a situation where neither of them can win the game until turn 7 of fatigue or something. That'd be fun.
Yeah, but keep in mind, 40 cards.
Yeah.
Let's see, he has 27 cards left in deck. Fury Hunter has 8.
Uh-huh. You're using your cards as a resource, not your health. Yuck. Because 10 cards in fatigue is what, like 55 health or something?
Yeah.
But actually, it's worth way more than 10 health. But you're getting an extra 65 health.
A lot of health.
It really is. Imagine putting Garrot Rogue into that. Alright. Well, how's Fury going to mete out these resources? He's got everything he wants, although it's later than he wanted it, obviously. It's just one push and hope they don't have the thing that he has got. Is there any way of doing it over 2 turns?
You're just doing graveyards this turn, and then you're going to go for a big Draka next turn, or medium Draka, and then Shadow Step Draka.
Sure.
Is what I assume will happen.
Alright.
And I think you can Dwarf Shadows here. Oh, no, okay. Wants to keep him at 4/4s. Wise. A board full of 4-attack minions. The bane of Priest existence,
Priest.
except for Whirlpool.
Been saying it for years. 4-attack minions.
Been saying it for years.
Except this time we actually have been saying it for years.
Yeah.
And then we stopped saying it because we were like challenged to do so by our peers. And why do we keep saying this dumb, obvious thing? Well, that's our jobs.
All right, Dwarf Shadows into prep.
Enough. Okay.
Oh, dude.
Now what
Dwarf
happened?
Shadows, and it was infused. And you know what's on the other side? Another Dwarf Shadows.
Wow.
And one Dwarf Shadows that was going to disappear if I didn't go through it right away.
Mm.
Prep Tooth Draka. Shadow Step Draka?
Sure.
There's literally no other Shadow Step targets.
Master the art of subtlety.
Yes, you might as well.
Oh, okay.
The path is clear for the worthy.
Well,
Okay, cool.
There is
Talk.
no longer enough damage. I think Fear Hunter realized that he had to take the risk of leaving the Draka there. Just to have an extra card to make these ghosts slightly bigger, right? Like,
Yep.
but this game feels lost.
The time has come to dethrone our
Yeah. Double Cutlers left, right?
Yeah. So you could
Great.
just keep trading them, make these spells free, you know?
I guess now you just max out, and what could possibly go wrong? Huh? Mind, the winner of this will play Bunny Hopper in the semi-final tomorrow. Getting close to finding out another World Championship representative. If you're wondering why I'm talking in this voice, it is because... what is Fury doing? It is because this game is over. And I'm bored.
I told you, it's just correct. Let's make everything free.
Mm-hmm.
and make some 3/3s, and then you got to win over 2 turns. So next turn you attack with your dagger, you double equip Cutlass, double Wicked Stab, and then make another dagger and hope you win the next turn with whatever dagger you have, which would just be a 6 attack dagger. But possession.
I'm convinced.
I'm gonna Zyrella. I'm gonna heal for 13 more. They 8 from the Light Shower Elemental plus the 5 armor. I'm gonna draw some cards.
And Fury's gonna say,
because it doesn't
so
matter.
what? I am the rogue and I cannot be beaten.
I give up.
No, he can.
Yeah.
Good. 2-all.
All right, that's what the Quest Priest is mostly in there for. Is for the Rogue. Obviously, it has some other good matchups, and it's a deck that can be flexible at certain points. Has that level of inevitability, but it does take the win over the Rogue. We got ourselves a tied series. It's Boar Priest and the Rogue left for Fury Hunter, and Druid and Mage left for Possessi. So it's kind of the 2 top dogs of the metagame now for Possessi versus the other dog that thinks it's on the top of the metagame, which is the Rogue. Plus his evil sidekick, which is the Boar Priest.
Why does it think it's on top but it's not? What's wrong with it?
Because everybody says that Rogue is the best deck in the metagame, but it just keeps losing.
That is true. Like, it has lost an awful lot today and last week. I'm just checking last week's numbers now because that's sort of exciting things I do. And Rogue last week won 16 times, but it lost 24 times. And it's felt
that makes
the
sense
same
because it's
today.
last year standing.
But it's felt the same today. Like, I haven't got the stats from today, but I'm having a look through now. Like, Bly's nearly got reverse swept because he had Rogue left.
Yeah.
Superfake lost twice with Rogue, although one was a mirror. Fury did win first time with Rogue against Superfake. And now he's just lost with Rogue. So, yeah. Rogue is not doing well today. At all.
And that is a fact.
Abu Gabu yesterday lost 3 times with Rogue in the first match. Levick lost to Rogue Mirror, so that doesn't count, I guess. Abu Gabu lost with it twice again in his third match. So yeah, there's a lot of Rogues losing. A lot of losses.
Oh yeah. All right. Let's get into this one. Possessi with the Ping Mage now, the XL Ping Mage, 40 health, 40 cards. A lot of stuff thrown in here. Just all the stuff. Every win condition in the book. Mordresh, Kel'Thuzad, Rune of the Archmage, Sire Denathrius, Magister Dawngrasp. It's all there. And then you got the other stuff in the mid game to help you get to those late game win conditions. Sanctums, the Solid Alibis, the Flurries, the Blizzard, the Theatar.
All the defensive conditions and all the win conditions in the same deck.
Yeah, but it's 40 cards, so you got to draw them in the right order. If you draw all your win conditions, but none of the defensive cards, you're going to die. If you draw all the defensive cards, but none of the win conditions, you're not going to die, but you're not going to win.
But
it's a paradox.
You're going to have time to draw the win conditions.
You're going to have time to draw the win conditions. So by your logic, you'd rather draw the defensive cards than the win conditions.
Yes. Well, that was by your logic, actually. I just sort of added to it.
I didn't have logic. I was just talking.
Oh, do you always do that?
Yeah.
Like, have I been building a web of lies for the last 3 years based on faulty nonsense?
Yeah.
Do they even grow potatoes in France? Questioning everything I know now.
Yeah. Yes, that is actually, but that's not logic, right? You don't need logic to determine that.
I mean, you do.
Nope.
You need Google.
That's not logic.
It's made of zeros and ones somewhere down the line.
Zeros and ones aren't logic either.
All right. It's good enough for me. Flawless logic.
That's
anyway, Fury
logic.
Hunter is playing a deck that thinks it's the top dog but isn't, as we say.
All right, this is the all the win conditions, but none of the defense kind of draw.
Yeah.
Okay,
Down to
tradable.
weaving.
Fine. So, not on coin. So, this Draka is not going to get big that fast. Fury Hunter has to think if it's worth, like, getting rid of the potential for free null and just developing a graveyard here. And then next turn going, like, graveyard, Gonefish, and null plus touch both the graveyards.
Yeah, I quite like it. And so does Fury. It's big enough against the mage to get some early damage in and set up for a big Drakar later.
Yep.
Here we go.
Null, gone fishing. See what's up. See what happens.
Out?
Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah.
You want Edwin just kind of pieces this hand together right now, so wouldn't be a guaranteed for Edwin because there's still second null, Maestra, and Edwin. But it's good enough, and I like this sort of tempo style going on here for Fury Hunter. Just put some damage on the board, get the damage in while you can.
I mean, it's 10, right? It doesn't look a lot because it's just some stuff, but it's 10 damage on turn 4.
It is 10.
That's not Edwin.
Astra and
That's not Edwin.
Ooh. They have stealth, though. Ooh. Stealth.
Cool.
Big fan of stealth, actually. I just didn't... No, never mind. Thought that was a 2-2, but I used logic.
Yeah.
3-3.
Okay. E.
God, I love logic.
It's great, isn't it? Your logic especially is
Yeah.
the building blocks of all conversation.
Ooh. The second Deepwater Evoker in 2 series I've seen hit a flurry. Both of them against Fury Hunter. Fury Hunter has watched 2 players play Deepwater Evoker and get 0 armor in 2 series back to back.
Oh, have we?
So have we, but Fury Hunter was actually playing in games against opponents that played Deepwater Evoker and gained 0 mana.
Wow.
Incredible.
That's pretty incredible.
Ooh.
Blessing of
Definitely not investment opportunity. Drag Below and Blessing of Kings, both interesting. Drag Below could remove a key minion on the other side, also pushes a tiny bit of damage. Blessing of Kings has the potential to push more damage, but that's assuming that it can get a minion that can actually attack. It also costs a little more mana.
We saw Possessi win with a Blessing of Kings in a similar spot to this against a mage, I'm sure, where Derek and I were like, well, never take the Blessing of Kings, and he just took it and found a lethal with it. But I agree, like, it looks like even now, it's like, well, you take Blessing of Kings and your thing's just going to get frozen, and, cheaper thing that does damage. Yeah. How much time do you have is your first question.
Probably not that much.
Board space is an issue.
Before you lose the game, probably a lot. But before you get to the point where you're sort of locked out of the game, not that much.
Like, if Possessi wants to keep mass freezing like this, eventually he's going to have to kill something, make some board space for Fury, and Fury can just fiddle around in the meantime. This is
1
tough.
mana, deal 3. Nice.
3 mana, deal 4. Do your own thing. Because what I said didn't work. Make a weapony. Hit for damagings.
And make 1 ghost. Nope, both ghosts, okay. Lethal
It's a
setup
lethal.
if Possessi ignores the board.
Alright. Well, that's the end of that game then.
Oh, wow.
Actually, you say if he ignores the board.
Well, he has to.
It's like he's going to ignore the board. For a large part.
Cold Case, Amplified Snow Flurry, and Freeze something. You're looking. It's at least 14 damage. If you freeze a 4-attack minion, then you have 9 more. 23, you'd be at 27. Oof.
Yeah, oof. If he ignores the board. Look at us.
Not going to completely ignore the board, right?
I mean, no, but he's going to stare at it quite a lot and wish it wasn't the board that it is.
Yeah. I guess you could just Cold Case and ping the 3-1, and then just leave some extra power on board, but that opens up 3 damage as being lethal instead of 4. But he's just going to have to do it. Fear Hunter's like, wait, what? You have all these cards in hand, and you're Cold Casing and spending 2 full mana on a ping.
Is the Dragblade going to get there? He's laughing.
I don't think so. Nope.
No. No, it's not, but hey. 1 turn off Denathrius over on the other side as well. So this really is it. Well, that won't be huge, but it'll be fairly big.
Gotta be Rune. It's gotta be Rune, and it's gotta be big.
Going boxing.
Yeah, 3.
Jellyfish already been MVP of the day for one player.
9. 12.
Still 12.
12.
13.
20. That's it.
Fury was counting.
Yep. That'll do it. Okay, Fury Hunter 3-2 up in the series. Just the Boar Priest left remaining. And the Rogue was... I guess I wasn't too particularly worried about the Rogue because there was still Druid left in the lineup. Look, if I sit up straight, my head gets cut off.
I am sitting up straight, but you look even taller than me. I mean, you are taller than me, but now you look like twice as tall as me.
Yeah. Oof.
Oh, I felt that move.
I know. All right,
That's why I do it.
I'm not moving again. I'm not moving again.
Ah, no pain here.
I'm here for the remainder of the show. No movement. But yeah, the Rogue probably was okay against the Druid, but getting the one against the Mage is big because now Fury Hunter has either Mage or Druid in order to win with the Boar Priest. Both are okay matchups.
Yeah, the Druid is, I've mentioned it already with the Warlock, but it's a straight race. And yeah, the Mage, not so much. Although the Mage is actually just a straight race as well.
Yeah.
Let's face it. 2 straight races.
Yeah.
And Fury Hunter, one of the best racers of Hearthstone there is, apart from maybe Pocket Train. He was cheating because he's using a train.
That fits inside his pocket, so nobody ever knows that it's there.
Yeah, just straight up. Training along.
Training along. Yep.
Fury Hunter's been training for this all his life, TJ. Is 1 game away from meeting the final day of yet another World Championship qualifier.
That's just the first step. Step 1.
Oh, no. He's just got to take it 1 match at a time.
1 match at a time. 1 game at a time. 1 turn at a time. 1 singular thought at a time. 1 breath at a time. 1 millisecond at a time. 1 nanosecond at a time.
1 boar at a time.
1 boar at a time. Yeah. So Theotar exists in both of the potential matchups for Fury Hunter here. So you draw a boar, you play a boar. Bada bing, bada boom.
That's how it goes. Saying it for years, TJ.
Been saying it for years.
Alright. Fury needs better stuff. He's going to throw it all away and try and find actual Hearthstone cards. Possessy needs more stuff. Oh my goodness, Fury's got stuff.
I see you've brought guests.
I just need some draw.
Be a boar, play a boar.
Yeah.
And see a boar, play a boar. He's just gonna do it again. Get that boar out of here. There we go. All right. So Theotar protected. We're good.
Yeah, they're gone. They're done.
Been done.
Oh. Opportunities for cards. What I like in this card game.
Yep. Not yet, though.
But soon.
Uh-oh. You just better hope that you can kill off this board before Rune comes out and Mass Polymorph gets played.
Oh, no. I hate you.
Oh, no. Oh, no. That's Possess's game plan now. Hold on to the coin. Freeze this boar like your life depends on it. Get to 9 mana. Play the Rune. Rune cast Mass Polymorph.
Sure. If that's your game plan, TJ, do you think you might be in a bit of trouble? I think this is a better game plan, which is get 1 million skeletons and hit Fury Hunter with a
Bill flurried a single boar.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now he's going to kill the boar. He's going to coin Deathborn.
Excuse me.
Freeze, coin Deathborn. Fury Hunter's just going to die.
He's just going to get skeletoned to death.
Dude, he's just going to die.
Bam, 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 bam. Turn 5. What's going on? Oh my... Okay, sure.
What knowledge do the stars
Yeah,
provide?
I feel it too, Fury. Pew, 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 pew.
That's big, because if Fury Hunter didn't clear that board,
he was going to die.
Bear would have just come down next turn, and yeah, was going to die.
Weaving in them pings. All right.
Even.
It's time that Fury Hunter did something. Yeah, gets rid of that card. Did something because he's currently dying. Draw cards.
Okay, so you Wild Pyro, Northshire Cleric. You the light that burns the Northshire Cleric. And then gift.
That's so weird.
Like to play with fire?
Is someone injured?
There we go.
More cards.
Draw the right things. Just draw the things that you need to draw without them getting stolen. There we go. It's all safe now.
Yep. Maiden's still not active. Only 2 spells have been played. And
Yeah, it's been a very weird hand.
There's still 2 minions left in the deck, so Switcheroo can still pick up some stuff. Second Switcheroo is a dead card, though, because there's only a Handmaiden and a Northshire Cleric left, as far as minions go. But another Deathborn.
Oh.
3 more.
Yeah.
The face. Okay, Shard.
Guard, Handmaiden, something, Switcheroo, Priestess. In some order or other. Setting up to win next turn. Oh.
No, can't do that. The amulets have not been traded nearly enough. It's been 2 amulet trades.
That's a lot of mana, though. He's trying to work out how many cards he can draw if he needs to here. Everything else sort of works. And obviously working out exactly what he needs to keep. Well, he knows exactly what he needs to keep to finish the game. The amulets.
Yeah, I think you have to double Devour here, though.
That's the problem, right? Because then your Pyro becomes infinitely more terrifying to play. But yeah. Right. It's got so little time for this 1 million mana play.
Okay, another trade. Okay, so now the amulets are fully traded, right? There's one that's at 3, there's one that's at 2. Both boards have died.
Yes, and yes.
And couldn't use the double Devour there. Wanted to trade the amulet, and may need the Devour for that last bit of extra oomph if he needs to use a Wild Pyromancer to draw.
Is this lethal? How big is this Denathrius?
Big enough, apparently. 19. All right, there you go. We're all tied up. Going to game 7.
Wow.
My one job was to count the Denathrius.
You had one job, TJ.
My one job.
It's the other one.
Every day I come into cast, come to work. I say, today I'm going to count the Denathrius. And every time I count it, completely irrelevant. Or I'm wrong. Every time I don't count it, it's lethal, out of nowhere.
Yep. You counted it last week and you got it within 1 and it was mattering. It mattered. It was good. It was good counting.
Yeah.
Good counting. All right. Boar Priest versus Druid, 50-50. Off you go. On your marks, get set, race.
It's a weird matchup. Weird matchup. Seaboard Playboard, a law that is still in effect because of Theotar. Fury Hunter hoping for a little bit better of an early game with a little bit more things to do. A little bit more things to spend mana on. How about that? Like maybe some switcheroos. Or some thrives, or some amulets to trade away, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Sorry, I just yes-sured you. Cool. Well done. Yeah, sure, TJ. You just say that. I'll just
Yeah, sure.
just ignore. Yeah, sure, mate. Whatever.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, carry on. Yeah, he could do with a better draw. Doesn't want to get theatard. That's what you're saying, right? Yeah, sure.
Yeah, sure.
That's what I'm going to say tomorrow at the end of the show. Neil, anything you want to say? Yeah, sure. Yeah. All done. All right. No boar.
I see you've brought guests.
Trade it away.
Right. So what's your job this game? Are you going to count Denathriuses or are you going to count amulets?
I'll count ambulance. It's much easier. Much easier.
Okay, I'll count the Denathrius, okay?
Okay, well, it's not there.
0 so far.
Oh, so
you got
two
job to do,
twos, and now we have a 3. Amulet's
You don't need
done.
to count anymore.
Yeah, amulet's done. Okay, now I'll count Denathrius.
Okay, I'll count how much healing Fury Hunter has.
Yep.
I won't count anything. Because this is having to play Renathar? That doesn't seem like a normal Druid turn 3. Normally on turn 3 they play Onyxia.
No switcheroo here going on. So we're just going to take an amulet. All right, now both amulets are at 3.
Cool.
Fury Hunter is so frustrated with this deck right now.
I'm not surprised. Like
No guff, though.
It's just drawing nothing.
Yeah, I think
A whole bunch of it.
probably are desperate enough to just gift here. Draw the 1. Because that 1 could make you draw more, right?
Is there any nonsense Northshire, double Northshire play that's safe you can do?
I mean, you could Northshire the light that burns one of them. Oh, Northshire, and then heal your opponent's minion. I was thinking Northshire, the light that burns one of them, then gift. You draw 3 cards.
I mean, you know, this is the sort of nonsense I was thinking. Was there any sort of nonsense play because he's so desperate for cards? Handmaiden, if he can get something going next turn, at least should get him at least onto like where he would hope to be.
Yeah.
Still not happy with it, but he's finagled away now to kickstart the card draw in the deck again.
Looking for a guff. Nope. Guffs and growths.
That like a different card game, like a
No,
board
it's like
game. Ups and growths.
I think it was Nathan that used to say space and growth. Someone used to say it. Someone said it, and then Nathan started saying it.
Okay. I miss Nathan. Guffs and growths just sounds like, you know, hey, today we're going to play Guffs and growths. Do you want to be a guff or a growth?
All right. One amulet's at 3. This one's about to be at 4.
All right. Denathrius is still on 0, by the way.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the Denathrius check-in.
My pleasure.
I wonder.
Well, Fury's got to work out a 2-turn plan here.
Yeah, I gotta just Shadow or Devour and throw the Dust of Prayer just to get the Handmaiden online. Needs to accelerate the pace of this draw.
Okay. Oh. Still not really the stuff he's looking for, my goodness.
Oh my God. Yeah. This is,
Tell me, Minnow, have you done as I asked?
Oh, what is happening? Where's his pyro?
Whoa!
Where's anything? Meanwhile, I mean, we're looking at Fury Hunter because obviously the Boar Priest is the deck to follow to some extent when it's playing. But Possessi's got one of the worst Druid hands ever in modern history.
Has been able to ramp. I mean, could just grab Mutinous and slam it here. Like,
yeah.
Pretty much any minion at this point is detrimental. He's hoping no Northshire Cleric. Yep,
Oh no.
That's
Now he'll draw the
Northshire
Pyro, of course. Obviously, he top decks Pyro now as well. That's how the game works.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to get through these last 14 cards.
Yeah.
And it's very far behind in terms of...
Oh,
Oh, no!
what is this?
Oh, no! Disaster! He's at 27 health, so he
He
can't,
can't even
draw.
draw a card.
Okay, switcheroo. Okay, switcheroo, which will be cheap. There's a Handmaiden, double Pyro, and double Boar left in the deck. So ideally, would hit Handmaiden, Wild Pyro, and then could juice up the Handmaiden, clear the board with Zyrella. Oh, start counting.
I am. He's on 5.
Okay.
All right. Switcheroo. Handmaiden. Pyro.
Pyro. Boom. Okay. Yeah, one amulet's at 5. This one's at 3.
What do you do to set up next turn? Only 9 cards left, so is there a way to make it work with a Handmaiden next turn? Okay. These amulets, my goodness. The next turn, it's possible now.
If there's a boar off the top.
Yeah?
No, it's not possible. Doesn't have the mana. This would have to play the board for 1 mana. And then would only have 7 mana left, which is not enough for Pyro plus Amulet. Amulet has used both Shadow or Devours. Oh no, there's 1 Shadow or Devour left. Okay.
So, how would he get to that, though?
Oh no, you wouldn't be able to, huh? No Priestess. Had to use the Priestess earlier. All right, Sire Denathrius is
8.
There's 3 minions that dies. At 8. Nice.
How do you live here? I mean, first of all, you hope they don't have Denathrius in their 40-card deck that just had Denathrius, but yeah. He had healing that he couldn't get through last game in the turn, apparently, as well. Not willing to judge how much of a difference that would have made, but yeah.
Looking pretty grim. Hard for
It
me to
is.
find a good 2-turn setup that also keeps you alive.
Against Denathrius you don't even know about. So he's going to end up having a 2-turn setup against not Denathrius and then losing.
Yeah, the only way to clear would be Wild Pyro, Devour, Desperate Prayer, Zyrella.
Knowledge to the stars provide.
And then now they're
13, 14. Denathrius on 14, right?
15.
Always one more.
Come on, you had one job.
It's always one more than you think, TJ. You should have allowed for that for me. That's what I'm
The problem is Denathrius will not set up a 2-turn lethal unless it doesn't hit, unless it doesn't kill one of the minions and goes like all face or something. If the Wild Pyromancer lives to the Sire Denathrius, Fury Hunter could draw Boar off the top.
Yep.
Play the Boar.
Yep.
Thrive. Hit Amulet. And then Amulet. Problem is, then there's a Denathrius on board. Hey! Ooh.
Yeah, Denathrius that hasn't been silenced on board as well in that position.
Time waits for no one.
Not now, though.
I was gonna... Yeah, Starfish. This prevents the Pyro from Fury Hunter activating this turn. So now there's no way to activate it this turn. Even Switcheroo is not enough. It would draw the Wild Pyromancer and the Boar. Now the Boar has 2 health, which is unfortunate. It's... Oh, God. It has to just play it.
16? Maybe? I'll be honest, TJ, I've lost track of my one job.
It's 16, yeah. And that'll do it for Fury Hunter, I think. There's too much damage on board. Yep, can't get it done. This would have been the turn. He can actually get the weapon, but won't have enough health to survive it.
Wow. Gives it up. Possessi goes through to the semi-finals once again. And he is putting in a year, right? I mean, we always knew he was good. Then he won the World Championships, but he is backing it up with just relentless top finishers. And Fury Hunter is also having a great year. Missed out 3 times. Pretty close now. Got quite a lot of points. Could see him at the season championships at the end of the year.
Yeah, so only one more opportunity left for Fury Hunter, which is, a real bummer considering, just how well he's been doing. Been so close so many times. And, the lineup this week was a big risk, right? Playing these combo-centric decks in such an anti-combo metagame where there's so much disruption and so many decks that can challenge you once it gets to like super late. That it didn't fully pay off, though it did show some great games, right? Fury Hunter came in as 7/8 seed, which meant that he started with a disadvantage, started in the lower bracket, so only was afforded 1 loss, picked up a pretty clean win against Super Fake earlier, but all the way the distance with Possessi just wasn't able to get it done at the finish line with the Board Priest. So unfortunate for Fury Hunter, but Possessi continues the dominance of Possessi, right?
Yeah.
Talk about players that have had a great year, reigning world champion, had a good Masters tour last time around, and, now is in the top 4 of last call playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's harsh on Fury to say that the lineup sort of didn't do what it should. I think the deck just didn't draw the cards that it usually draws in those last 2 games in particular. I know there's a bit of a hamstring there, even though Theotar wasn't drawn, that he has to be careful of the ordering and stuff, which does slow it down half a turn for the sake of a number. But that last draw in particular was just rubbish. That deck very rarely draws that badly. The hard bit is doing the right plays when it doesn't draw that badly. But when it draws that badly, he gave himself a chance to draw cards. I don't think that it was a bad meta call from what we saw. We saw the curse lock get through against some tough situations. But that's Fury Hunter done for another tournament. This is for people who are not done. Possessi and Levick have already qualified for the Worlds. So it's kind of this weird shootout tomorrow, not only to see who's going to win the tournament, but Bunny Hopper and Blythe, who can get the furthest. And if neither of them can get the furthest, there will be a playoff to see who can get the furthest.
That's right. Yep, a potential. We have 3 matches scheduled for tomorrow, both semifinals and the finals, but we do need to decide that last Worlds match. So, like you said, if Bunny Hopper and Blythe both lose that first match, since they're the only 2 players eligible in the top 4 for World Championship qualification, they will have a single best of 7, I guess, for Worlds qualification, which would be a really fun yet weird cap off for.
I've been casting and watching Hearthstone, TJ, for 8 years, and they finally found a way to make a 3rd place match exciting. First time ever.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But we could end up just with Bunny Hopper winning and Blythe losing. Bunny Hopper just making it to the finals. If Blythe doesn't, would mean that Bunny Hopper would get that world spot, and vice versa. Regardless, we have a very cool day of Hearthstone ahead of us tomorrow, where we're going to crown a champion for Grandmasters last call, first and last of its kind, which should be fun. And, you know, I guess I have to say this because Saddle spent so much time typing it out and formatting it so well in our Discord, that the Summer Champs top 4 was 3 Europeans and Possessi, and now the last call top 4 is 3 Europeans and Possessi. I guess all is right in the world.
Dottle asked me for some very specific stats this week. I don't know if he used them. I thought I'd heard him cast every minute, but yeah, those weren't pretty either. To do with Europe being bigger or something. I don't know what they were exactly, but I found some numbers for him, and it turns out that France do harvest a lot of potatoes.
Yeah. And that's what we've come to learn over the past 2 weeks, is that in terms of, you know, potato yield per capita, France is up there. France is up there. And I think we all need to remember that as we wind down our Saturday here. But speaking of winding down our Saturday, Neil, we are done. The groups are in the books for the playoffs for last call. And as is tradition here in the portion of Grandmasters Last Call broadcast, where the previous America's Grandmasters cashers cast. Any final words, any thoughts you'd like to give before I close out the show?
It was a little bit shorter today, so maybe a thought, but I don't really have thoughts. I just sort of do things with my mouth and words come out. No final thoughts today, TJ, but thank you for asking. I appreciate it as always.
Yeah, sure. I was going to say yeah, sure, no matter what you said.
I forgot that I assured you earlier. Sorry, but I know why it happened, but yeah.
I know why it happened too. But with all that said, we are actually done. We have our top 4 set. We have Bunny Hopper versus Possessi, and then Blythe versus Levick for our semifinals. Tomorrow we will return same time, same place for the final day of Hearthstone Grandmasters Last Call. One player is going to be crowned the champion. We're going to send another player to the World Championship, and then there's not that much left before we're going to end our competitive 2022 Hearthstone year. So a lot to look forward to, not only tomorrow, but in the coming weeks and months as we get closer and closer to the World Championship. So from myself, from Neil, from the other casters, and the entire broadcast crew here at Grandmasters Last Call, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more Hearthstone action.
the bless off the top. Pescoa 2-0 up in the finals. It looked rough for him for a moment. The shard of the Naru was so clutch.
Possessy tried so hard. He set up a lethal himself with the Void Shard and Shadow Form on the next turn, even if his Sethek got cleared. It was as good a plan as any.
There it is, the Battlemaster off the top for Yara.